Good morning and welcome to Hong Kong Football Club for the first live stream quarter-final game of the 2024 World Bowls Junior Indoor Championship. My name is Keris Hewlings and I'm the Media Officer for World Bowls. Since Sunday, 42 bowlers from 21 countries all over the globe have been bidding to become world champions in the three competitions staged at this event: the ladies singles, men's singles and mixed pairs that we have here this morning. And what a showcase of high-class bowls we've seen from this exceptionally talented field of young bowlers who are all under the age of 25. Co-sanctioned by the International Indoor Bowls Council, the players at this year's event have really given spectators plenty to keep them on the edge of their seats. I'm here with Martin Gale, Tournament Director. Good morning, Martin.
Good morning, Keris.
How's the tournament gone so far?
The tournament's gone very, very well so far. Excellent bowling throughout the week. And I think the top 8 teams that we've got playing in the quarterfinals today are going to give us some spectacular bowls throughout the day.
Can you tell us about the format, Martin? What are we going to see? What's the set format? How many ends here this morning?
Yeah, for this event we're playing 2 sets of 7 ends. If after the 2 sets the scores are tied 1 set all, we go into a 3-end tiebreak. Unlike other sports on the 3-end tiebreak, all bowls count, so all shots count on the tiebreak. If after the 3 ends of the tiebreak the scores are still level, we go to a 1-end shootout after that.
So let's introduce the players here on the rink this morning. We've got Australia's Kira Burke and Kane Nelson playing Emmy Luck of Australia, and Emmy Luck and Nixon Man of Hong Kong, China. Kira and Kane were undefeated in the group stages and have really enjoyed their week on the carpet here. In the other quarterfinals going on the next rinks, we've got England's Ruby Hill and Aaron Johnson playing Canada's Emma Boyd and Owen Kirby. We've got the Malaysian pairing of Nurain Kamila Sukri and Amril Daniel Abdul Rahim playing Scotland's Sophie McGrowther and Paul Innes. Then the other game, we've got the other Hong Kong China team, Gillian Ning and Quentin Yip, are playing the South African duo of Lesiandri Hildebrand and Alwyn Martineau. So really we've got some high-class games to look forward to this morning, Martin.
Yeah, very, very high-class games. For the streaming rink we're going to be using rink 4, which has played very well on all 4 hands throughout the week, and as you can see from the start here, both of the leads have started to put up balls very close to the jack. Kira here playing the backhand, I think probably trying to turn her own ball into the head. Oh, very, very good effort. What a good bowl that is.
Great
straight
shot
through
there.
the gap.
We'll just see a replay of that. The ball coming through the gap there, trailing it to lie shot. So Kane was 20 just a few days before the tournament began. Kira is 22. Emmy is the youngest at 16 and Nixon is 19. Martin, can you give us a little bit of insight into the players?
Yeah, both Nixon and Emmy are part of the Hong Kong development squad. Throughout the week, Hong Kong have provided 6 players for us this week, all from the Hong Kong development squad, all very young players. And for the sport in Hong Kong, it looks very, very good when you've got these young players. And throughout the week, they've been supported by other members of the Hong Kong development squad on the side.
Yes, there's certainly been a number of graduates who've moved on to represent Hong Kong at senior level. I think I was speaking to one of the coaches earlier in the week, and they've got around 50 or more students who are part of the scheme. It was formed in 2001 by the Hong Kong Lawn Bowls Association, established to attract more youngsters and ensure the long-term development of the sport, and is certainly reaping its benefit.
Nixon coming up on the forehand here. just a little bit under the line. The weight was very good, but just under the line there. Kane looked like he thought he hadn't pushed that one, and he seemed to be pushing it on after it had left his hand, but very good effort.
You see the two teams' coaches sitting at the end of the rink. Obviously that's permitted within the rules of the competition, Martin.
Yes, yeah, the coaches can give advice throughout the tournament. Players go and speak to them what shots to play, and at the moment Australia are line 3 shots. We can see the marker there holding up the 3 paddles.
We've had great support from the Hong Kong Lawn Bowls Association, who've supplied the markers and umpires and ITOs for the week, haven't we?
We've had well over 50 umpires and ITOs here this week, providing markers and umpires, controlled by the Chief ITO Mark Cowan from Australia.
Their support has been invaluable to the smooth running of the event.
Kane hopes to add another shot here. Again playing his forehand. This looks on a very good track. Is it far enough?
He just gets through there.
Yeah, it's in the count. It looks like it's 4 to Australia for the first end, which will be a great start to them.
Great opening end there for the Aussies. So past winners of this event include the current Wills Bowl Series #1 ranked player in the Wills, Stuart Anderson of Scotland, and Australian legend Karen Murphy. Although obviously over the years there's been a number of current day stars who've won either the women's, men's or mixed pairs events. Hong Kong China bowlers Adrian Yao and Chili Young put Hong Kong's name on the IIBC Junior Championship trophy for the first time in 2015 after defeating the Welsh pair of Daniel Salmon and Lowry Powell in the final of the mixed pairs. And obviously this year at the event, as well as the Hong Kong youth development team members, overseas players who've really added a high standard to the event include England's Aaron Johnson. He's really the man of the moment, isn't he, Martin? You'll have seen him a couple of weeks ago at the World Bowls Tour Scottish International Open, where he was runner-up. Really made a name for himself there.
Yeah, Aaron played very well for those 3 days up there, and he's brought that form into this tournament as well. He's performing very well within England during the winter months, and he's hoping to continue that and maybe pick this trophy up as he is in the quarterfinal of the singles later today.
Elsewhere we've had Jean-Pierre Fouché from Namibia, the USA's Angel Gomez. He's certainly a lovely lad who's been wooing the crowd. He made history with his dad, becoming the first father and son team to medal at the national championships a few months ago. In the women's event and the mixed pairs, Emma Boyd from Canada. She's women's triples bronze medalist at the 2023 World Bowls Championship. She plies her trade at Club Tweed in Australia now. That's also Ciara's club, so it's great to have two club mates here representing different countries. We will try and keep an eye on the other scores to give updates as and when we can. The two young emerging jackaroos here, Ciara and Kane. Ciara's ranked 166 on the World Bowl Series ranking list, with Kane currently holding the 146th position. The World Bowl Series ranking list was introduced earlier this summer. It's the official year-long calendar of sanctioned events connecting to the official world rankings. A joint venture between World Bowls and Tier 5 Venture. It's a mixture of current and new events. Currently there are 29 sanctioned events, with more to be possibly added in 2025. Each event belongs to a different tier based on the size, location and stature it presents for the game. The purpose? Well, that's to build the brand of bowls, showcase the best players in the game and accelerate the legitimacy of the sport on the global stage. Basically, bowls is turning pro. Current number 1 in the men's ranking list is Scotland's Stuart Anderson, while the highest ranked female is Kelsey Cottrell from Australia. And it's great to see these under 25 players on the ranking list, as well as Ciara and Kane. Malaysia's Amril Rahim is on the list, aforementioned Emma Boyd, Scotland's Sophie McGrowther. She's 98th. Ruby Hill from England is 97th, and the aforementioned Emma Boyd is 72nd. But the list is forever changing depending on the events, and we hope to have the new ranking list featuring the last couple of events published within the next couple of weeks. Hong Kong, China there taking the second end. Current score 4 to Australia, Hong Kong, China 1. Emmy's last bowl there, just nestling right in on the jack. Well played. Hong Kong, China lying 2 as the leads make their way to the other end and the skips take position.
Very good ball from Nixon there. Kane in a little bit of trouble. Looks like he's playing weight at this. Well, he hit the target but didn't get the result out of it. I still think he's probably 3 down. No, he may have turned that out for only 2.
Emmy calling for a back bowl there.
Yeah, Nixon taking a little bit of protection on that one. Kane's changed his shot now, trying to draw one close. Very, very good effort. What a great try.
Great shot after the big drive on the first bowl. Cuts it down to 1. Nixon just coming up to survey the head. Have a chat with Emmy, possibly the coach, just to decide what shot he should play here.
Going back to the mat now, probably a forehand shot again. Try and get round Kane's last bowl. just lacked a little bit of weight. Given Kane a little bit of an opportunity here. I think if Kane can just miss his own ball, turn the Hong Kong bowler to the head, there's a possibility of 3.
Certainly within his capabilities, Martin, the form we've seen.
It is, Karish, yeah.
During the week so far.
Very, very good effort. 1 to Hong Kong, score 4-2 after 3 ends to Australia. Emmy casting a long jack.
We've certainly been spoilt here this week, Martin, haven't we, with Hong Kong Football Club, one of the finest sporting clubs in Asia, I think we can quite rightly say, can't we?
I think you're right there. When I turned up a week last Wednesday to arrive here, and I sort of was standing over the road on the other side, I thought, that can't be a football club. It's like 4 floors high and it's just packed of sports. Wherever you go, there's a different sport.
It's certainly superb facilities, and for the players to enjoy on and off the green. The competitive and recreation sports here are just phenomenal, basically. It's any sports person's dream to be here, I think.
It is, yeah. Sports person's dream to be a member of this club, and the hospitality has been fantastic.
It certainly has.
The food and throughout the week has been great. There's lots and lots of choice. And for some racing fanatics, you could stand and look out the window and have a look around the Happy Valley Racecourse.
There was a race meeting the other night. Did you happen to be successful, Martin?
Well,
did you manage to bet on a couple of winners?
A couple of my little GGs managed to pass the post first.
It was certainly a cracking night, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. The crowds there.
It was phenomenal. The roar of the crowds, the horse racing, the players relaxing, enjoying each other's company. I think that's one of the great things about this event. I think youngsters, the friendships that will be forged here by competitors will be with them for life, won't it?
Oh yeah, I did fortunate enough to do this event in Glasgow last year, and some of the players here this year were there, and you know, they've just kept in touch throughout the 12 months. All wanted to know whether they were coming back to this event this year.
It's certainly a great big Bells family, isn't it? I know I've got friends from my junior international days back in Wales, and when you do manage to catch up at an event or socially, it's great to reminisce.
Yeah, friendships forged for years in the game of bowls, competitive on the green.
Oh, absolutely.
But then it's nice to talk about how the game went afterwards over a cup of jasmine tea.
I know, as we mentioned before, obviously we've got Kira here on the rink playing. She plays at Club Tweed. You've got Emma Boyd representing Canada. She's at the same club. They play Pennant together.
And could meet later on in this tournament.
They could, absolutely.
Yeah.
So what shot are we going to see here from Nixon?
Oh, it's just a draw, backhand. Looks under the line. Jeez. Australia line 2, I think. Is Kane filling it in for another one?
Looks from his hand gesture he's hoping he's going to slow down.
Yep, did look over the pace. Not finished too bad. Pushed his own bowl further to the back, rested amongst the two Hong Kong China bowls there. It's on a wide line coming up.
Is he going to get round? Just a little bit of weight there holding off. Good position right at the back of the rink.
It is, but I think he could be 3 down after this bowl. I'm sure Kane will adjust from his previous bowl. No, undercut it. With the 2 back bowls here, I wonder whether Nixon might be tempted to have a little run through the front gap.
He's certainly not been afraid to play the big bowls that I've seen earlier on in the week, Martin.
No. Trouble is with his style, he's here on the mat, you just wonder whether he's playing weight or not. Lots of swings. Yes, slightly more pace this time. Looks wide. Now Kane. Very quick on the mat that time.
Certainly is. Doesn't hang around. Knows what he needs to do. Has he made the adjustment?
Missed the front bowl. No, he's running into
there.
it. Yeah. 2 to Australia.
Yes, 2 to Australia. Australia taking a 6-2 lead after 4 rounds. This is the second time the championship has been held in Asia. First time was back, I believe, 2017. It was held in Malaysia.
Yep, it's only been out of the UK on 2 occasions, or as you say, last time was in Malaysia. I'm fairly sure though if any of the younger players are here going to be eligible in 2 or 3 years time, they'd like it to come back to Hong Kong.
Most definitely the experience they've had here.
What a
Such
good bowl.
Such a vibrant city.
Very good bowl there from Kira. Took a strange dive away at the end against the bias.
I think she looks a little bit bemused by that, the way she's looking down at the head. How did that happen?
No, Emmy left it just a yard short there.
Lovely smooth delivery there from Kira. Is she reaching? Yes. Adding another.
Something for Emmy to rest on there though.
Yes.
2 bowls just past Jack-Eye. Nixon looking at it.
Needs to run a little bit further.
No. Kira's coming in again here. Well, 3 very, very good bowls there from Kira on this end. And again, that's fallen against the bias. Can Emmy get there? Can she cut the count down? She's 3 down at the moment. Just a little bit wide. Past the head though could be useful.
Yes, good positional bowl there. Gives Nixon options.
It does. I do think that Kane will probably try and put another one in there with his first bowl. Slightly under.
He runs through.
Probably just gone out with that. Now then, Nixon.
Big bowl here from Nixon.
Very
Needs to
close.
pass that bowl.
Missed that and rest the back one for shot.
He falls into the head. Oh, just away. Can just see Claudius Lamb there just to the left of the screen. Claudius has been one of the instrumental organisers from the Hong Kong Lawn Bowls Association. He's also one of the ITOs for the event, Martin, isn't he?
He is, and a director of World Bowls.
Keeping an eye on proceedings from the back of the rink.
Yeah. Kane's in now, drawn shot. Whether he's turned Kira's bowl out.
Still 3 or 4. I think I just missed the marker with his paddles there.
We have Claudius working on this game as well. He's board turning for us.
Always a great job. Much needed. Keep our viewers up to date with the scores. Nixon setting himself up for a weighted shot.
Oh, doesn't like it out of hand.
Slightly tight. This is Saita. Which I think we'll see from Kane here now. A bowl around the back as protection. Or he try and turn one of their bowls over.
I think he's looking at the backhand this time. I think it's going to be at the back.
Yes, good call. Changing his hand. Needs to run a little bit more.
Well, he's covered the corner of the ring. Yeah, Nixon lining up again. Is it weight? Oh.
Just disturbed slightly there. Takes himself off the mat to reset. I think someone was playing weight on the next door ring. Hear the bowl thundering into the ditch there.
Yep.
He likes it.
I think he's underneath again.
Oh!
What a great effort. Has he managed to turn out?
Is his front bowl there in the count? He certainly cut it down anyway. Marker shows 1 to red. So yes.
Yep. 1
Cuts
to Australia.
Cuts it down to 1 there for Australia. So 7-2, Australia lead after 5 ends.
Kira sending the jack again. Both players seem to be playing a similar length. Both are playing long lengths. I wonder whether Hong Kong, China, if they win the end, whether they will shorten it and try and take Australia off their length. Kira up on the backhand. Just running through a couple of foot, but a very, very good place for the lead.
Not wasted there, Martin.
Certainly not.
Roughly what is the green speed?
I think they timed it earlier on this week at probably 15.5 seconds.
But of course we've been hearing stories from a number of the member nations. Some of the young bowlers here don't have indoor facilities, so they've been having to play on fast outdoor greens.
Yeah,
Short jacks as well.
Short
jacks
jacks.
on other greens. Players have told me how they've been practicing. Some, of course, turned up a couple of days before the event to acclimatise themselves to the rinks.
Yeah, and some of the even borrowed bowls whilst they've been here, because they didn't want to bring their bowls with them. They don't think the bowls at home would be suitable for the rink. So.
And of course, whilst we see Hong Kong, China here in this quarter-final match, the players don't actually play here at Hong Kong Football Club. So they've also been new to the carpet. They have had a few practice sessions here, their coach was telling me. I think you've got some scores there from the other matches, Martin.
Yeah.
Can you give us a brief recap on what's happening elsewhere on the rinks?
The other games are still in the first set, and at the moment England are leading Canada 6-2 after 5 ends. Malaysia are 3-2 up against Scotland after 4 ends. And South Africa 10-0 up against the other Hong Kong China team after 4 ends.
Thank you very much. Some close games there, and South Africa making their mark on their quarter-final. But as we know, sets game. How often have we seen?
We've seen it very often this week, where the first set has gone one way by big scores occasionally, and then the second set the other player has come back and then continued to go on and win the tiebreak. I think Australia line 1 here. Throughout the week in the round robin matches, every end of the set had to be played, so 7 end sets throughout the week. All the 7 ends in each set was played. However, of course, now that we're down to the knockout stage, if we get to a point where a team cannot win a set, for this instance, if Australia scored 2 shots here to take a 9-2 lead with 1 end left, that would be the end of the set. Oh, Nixon's in here.
Well played, Nixon. Kira calling Kane to follow him down.
Very
Great
close.
reply here from Kane.
Very close.
Well
what
played.
A brilliant ball.
Trails it for possible 2. Just see a recap of there. Perfect ball.
Emmy there, I think, calling Nixon to come down on the forehand, try and go between those 2 bowls. Yeah, just explaining there that her own bowl, I think, is probably about a foot short. Just turn it in, get inside. Pace looked very, very good, just slightly under the line again. This rink does bend very quickly when the pace comes over the ball.
It's just while the Aussies discuss the shot there. A little bit about Nixon. Nixon's playing with Dreamline XG's 3 Heavy. He started playing bowls in 2014, sorry. This year he's played in the 2024 Lion City Cup in Singapore, the under-25 boys pairs. He was the boys pairs end format champion in that event, and the sets format he was runner-up. So a great championship there for him in Singapore.
Kane following this bowl up. Again, looks to be playing towards the back of the ring. Just slightly wide, very, very good pace, slightly wide, stayed on the green in the corner, but be surprised if the jack gets moved into that position. Still think Nixon's got to play the forehand here, try and come between those two bowls just short of the jack, rest on the shot bowl, could be 2 down, set's gone away if he misses it.
Big bowl to keep their set hopes alive here. Well within his capabilities there, Martin.
It is. Definitely forehand. I think he's wide, don't think he's going to get back that much.
So that's the first set to Australia. 9-2, we'll just wait for confirmation. The big four on the first end massively helping their campaign there.
Yeah, a 4 start with puts them in position for the set very easily. That
Kira casting the jack. She started playing in 2014. She plays with Drake's Pride Adrenaline size 2, and as we've mentioned is a member of the famous Club Tweed. She's from a bowling family. Her grandmother, stepdad and mum all play. She's been a 3 times Australian under-18 singles winner. This year was Australian Open Fours runner-up. And of course we've actually got winner Emma Boyd playing for Canada. She actually won that event. She's also won the Queensland State Fours this year and the Club Tweed Ladies Singles. She's previously represented the Jackaroos at the under-26 Burnside Singles.
Kira again, first bowl just probably 15 inches short, just under the line, hoping to change this, get one a little bit closer, coming down.
Well played.
Very good length again. Nixon asking Emmy to follow that one up.
Emmy plays with Hensley size 1 heavy bowls. She lists this event as her major achievement, but she's also represented Hong Kong, China in the under-25 Asian Lord Bowls Championship, where she won a bronze medal in the singles. She started bowling in 2018.
Kira down the forehand again. Would like it just to beat her for second bowl up, which it has.
She is.
Oh,
nestling in behind the jack.
Position. Nixon hoping Emmy can get one inside one of those two bowls.
She runs on that line.
Just perfect line. Foot short. I'm fairly sure here Kane would like to just get a little contact on the jack, push it probably behind the last ball up from Emmy.
Kane's playing with aero size 3.5, but heavy bells.
Like to push that over. Oh, yes.
Kane's dad and brother, Greg and Jacob, also play bells.
Very close, this one.
Certainly
Is it
a great
reaching?
effort here. Pick up the jack. Well played,
Oh,
Nixon.
brilliant, brilliant.
Brilliant bowl. 3 down. Picks up the jack, just comes through. What are we going to see here from Kane?
Well, Kira's suggesting he comes down the forehand. Probably just missing the short bowl. Could take the shot bowl out clean. What?
Needs to be under Kira's bell there. We just can't quite
Oh.
see the result. He certainly opened it up. Great effort there.
Yep.
Gives himself a chance with his third bell.
Hong Kong's China's still lying one on this end. Nixon playing backhand this time.
Yeah, changing his hand.
Round that short bowl.
He can run now, rest on his own bell. Settle. Great position there.
If he's run out, he's
Not
very,
sure if
very
he's counting
unlucky.
for 2. Gorgeous colour on those bells. I think they might be my favourite bells I've spotted during the week, Martin.
Oh,
Quite partial to turquoise.
yep.
There we are, Kira giving him the come on, Kane. Clap of encouragement.
Slightly undecided. I think Kira was saying come down the forehand, but Kane
He's
looks
fancying
like
it on the backhand.
he does.
What's the saying? Play what you see sometime, Martin, isn't it?
It is. Big thing is to walk onto the mat with a positive attitude.
He's certainly oh. Didn't need that touch on that bell.
Right.
Nixon here a chance for an extra shot. Is the back bell counting? Not quite sure. But certainly a good chance to add another here.
If it's not counting, a slight touch on the jack would bring it in. Just get into the game now in the second set.
Be a good confidence boost, this.
Go up and draw another. Playing on the backhand again.
He's stalking it. Oh,
Left
just
it. Left it.
one
away.
out. Will we see a measure? Yes.
Just 1 to Hong Kong, China.
Hong Kong, China take the first end there of the second set. Isn't it great, Martin, that we can have the live streaming around the globe from the quarterfinals onwards?
Yeah, not only are we here streaming in English, we've got another pair of commentators also in the venue streaming in Cantonese.
Of course, all these 8 quarter-finalists, they're bidding to get their names on the World Championship mixed pairs. There's been certainly some high-profile bowlers who have been in their shoes, and their names are on the silverware.
They are
Christina Christick and Ben Twist from Australia. Ellen Ryan and Aaron Tees. They've won it twice, 2016, 2018. Of course, we've got Ruby Hill here from England. She's bidding to win it again. She was a 2022 winner with Harry Goodwin.
Good start from Emmy there.
Certainly be a great list to add your name to. The mixed pairs were started 20 years ago. First winners, Wayne Hogg of Scotland and Catherine Beattie of Ireland. And of course last year Ireland dominated this event. Shauna O'Neill winning both the women's singles and the mixed pairs with Ryan McElroy.
Pushed it through slightly there, Emmy. Giving Kira another opportunity to put another in the head here for a count of 2. Kane waving it in.
Excellent ball there from Kira. And of course all the bowlers here playing with such pride and passion for their country. It's great to see their enthusiasm for the sport of bowls and for donning their country shirts.
Yeah, the opening ceremony on the first day was great to see all the players from the 21 countries that are here, all with their country shirts on. Great photograph to start the event. I think Kira would like to put this one matching the 2 previous bowls she sent. Again, Kane watching it very closely. 3 excellent bowls there from Kira.
And of course two of the players here this week, Japan's Kokona Shima and the USA's Adeline Zeno. They're only just teenagers. Kokona is 13 and Adelina had her 14th birthday travelling from the States to Hong Kong. I think she turned 14 as she was flying. So it's great bidding to be a world champion at such a young age. How great is that?
Oh, it's fantastic. And when you think that there's probably another 10 or 11 years that these 2 players could represent their country in this event. Nixon there, under the pace, excellent length, but just under the line.
Yes, you're right. We see Emma Boyd. She's been mentioned quite a few times on the commentary this morning because of her achievements. She actually was 2017 winner at this event in the triples with Daniel Salmon and Mark O'Hagan. And she's back again this year in what will be her final year of qualification. You've got some more updates on the scores, Martin?
Yeah, to update the viewers now. England took the first set 8-2 against Canada. South Africa took the first set against Hong Kong, China 10-2. And the other game between Malaysia and Scotland ended in a 5-all draw.
Thank you very much. Positive bowl here from Nixon.
Oh,
great
brilliant.
bowl. Cleared the bowls right out of the head there. So he'd lie himself.
That's from 3 down to 2 up. Kane following his bowl up. What a good reply that is.
Superb bell there. High five, much deserved.
Nixon asking there whether Jack will go if he makes contact with the shot ball. Just trying to make contact with it as he goes past. Just under the line. Kane now with an opportunity to score another shot.
He likes it, following it down the rink. Just needs to nestle in. Well played, Kane.
Yep.
2 shots to Australia.
Yeah, they now lead the second set 2-1 after 2 ends.
So Martin, you've got a busy couple of weeks coming up after Christmas with the World Indoor Bowls Championships in the Mecca that is Potters Resorts at Hopton-on-Sea.
Yeah,
Another cracking championship in line for us.
back from Hong Kong on the flight on Monday morning. Probably a couple of days rest, then straight into continuing the work for the World Championships in Potters. 17 days of bowls there. Fairly sure that Stuart Anderson would be hoping to retain his title again.
He had a brilliant championship last year, didn't he? Reaching the 3 finals.
He did.
And winning 2 of the titles. Open singles, open pairs. Have the draws been done, Martin? Are you able to divulge anything to us yet, or not quite? Sending them to the players first.
The draws have been done. Yeah, the players will get the draw, and it will be on the World Bowls website, World Bowls Tour website very, very soon.
And we've got one player, should I say, playing here representing Thailand. Excuse my pronunciation. Wuttipong Yuyenjit. He's qualified to represent Thailand this year. Thailand had a PBA event.
Yeah,
and joining the circuit.
Thailand have joined the circuit for the first time this year, and Wuttipong has qualified in the pairs.
And of course we've got Scotland's Darren Weir. He's one of the Sponsors' Choices players. He's here as head coach for Scotland. He was speaking to me yesterday, and very much looking forward to returning to Potters to bid for glory. He's the highest ranked PBA member at the moment as well. So on the cusp of the bidding for the top 16.
Yeah, Darren was in the Scottish event a couple of weeks ago as well. Got through the first round. If he could get through the first round at Potters, 10 more ranking points will put him very, very close to the top 16.
He's certainly been enjoying his new role as head coach here with the junior bowlers. He was telling me he's recently taken on the role of one of the under-25 selectors too. So it's all about giving something back to the game, isn't it, with players taking on administrative roles. It's great to see.
It is, at such a young age as well. It does seem to be the way that Scotland are moving forward. Players just leaving the under-25 scene. Darren was in the under-25 team himself last year, and they just leave the scene but stay in an active role either as a coach or a selector. I think that works as well because you probably know the players having played with them the year before.
Absolutely.
That you know their abilities.
And the players having respect as well for their senior members of the team. It's great to have bowlers that have been there, done it, to aspire to, isn't it?
It is.
There we are, great bowl from Kane there, just nestling in with the two Hong Kong bowls. Should Nixon be able to pick the jack up and trail it? Australia have a bowl there waiting as well. Nixon's stance on the mat there, I'm never quite sure, is he drawing or is he going to play weight? Gets me in suspense there. Just under the head. Kira indicating Australia lie 1. And of course, talking of streaming, Martin, the World Indoor Bowls Championships, they'll be streamed. All the matches will be streamed. YouTube for the first couple of weeks, and then BBC take over for the final week, don't they?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, naturally, the portable rink gets put down at Potters Resorts for the first 10 days of the tournament. Every game being played on the portable rink is streamed on the WBT Facebook and YouTube page, and then in the final week the BBC come in for showing the games on the BBC channel in the UK, but these games are also still streamed on the YouTube and Facebook page. So 17 days of bowling, 5-6 matches a day that people all around the world can watch.
Great strike.
Now whether,
back onto the tee.
That's it. If the jack goes out of the rink in this tournament, it's placed back on the tee or as near to the tee as possible if a bowl is covering the tee.
So Australia lying 1.
Kane on the forehand again. I think he just needs to come round those 2 short bowls. If he can get round them. Just a little bit wide, unfortunately. It's finished very well. Probably the back bowl.
Never wasted. What are we going to see from Nixon here? Think he can still get through the gap between the 2 red bowls?
I think he'll play a draw. I'd be surprised any weight. 2 short bowls are Kira's bowls. Doesn't want to put one of the short bowls onto the short bowl and take the nearest Hong Kong China bowl out behind the jack. I think that would mean he was probably 3-4 down at that point. Forehand draw. Just needs to miss the short ball. Oh, very unlucky. One
No
to
damage.
Australia.
Still 1 to Australia. It is great, isn't it, Martin, to be able to travel the world, see other bowls clubs, how they operate, their facilities. I know the World Bowls Championship has just been held in New Zealand at Browns Bay. I know friends have been there for the championship, most impressed with the club and the facilities, the warm welcome received in New Zealand, sorry.
Yeah, I think that again is within bowls. Whichever club you go to, you're always welcomed by the club. I hear
Bowls
that
fraternity is something special.
yeah, I hear that the New Zealand tournament went very well. Slight problem at the last couple of days with the weather, but that's what you get with outdoor bowls.
Fortunately, that's not a headache for you here this time.
No, not here. It's probably been better if we would have been playing outdoors. Weather in Hong Kong's been absolutely fantastic for the last 10 days.
Don't mention that to the players who were at the Classic and had to endure the typhoon that was here a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, it's
Play
Hong
moved
Kong
from
Classic.
outdoor to indoor to outdoor to indoor. Great adaptability skills there.
And probably changing bowls as well. Kira, throughout this game, Kira's played a very, very consistent length. Kane likes this one again.
Yes, great display of leading bowls.
Emmy staying on the backhand. Position ahead looks like it could be a forehand shot, but I think as a lead, once you've picked the side of the green to play, just stay there. Very, very good effort.
Yeah,
just overweight.
indeed. Bowls in the area.
Kira again coming down on the backhand. Slightly wider this time. Slightly wider. Finished in a very, very good place. Kane's very happy with that one.
Good receiving bowl there.
Emmy now coming down. Backhand draw again. Slightly under. Can it rest the bowl? Sits on the bowl, sits down. Oh, unlucky. Second bowl low. I think Kane here would just like to play backhand draw, just passing the bowl. Oh,
Something
disturbed.
just disturbed him. Somebody walking past the head. Resets. Urging it up. Doesn't think it's going to reach. Not had many bowls like that, Martin.
No, certainly not from Kane. Nixon, backhand draw again. Players are favouring the backhand in this direction. Very close, just overweight. Very, very good effort.
Bowl.
There's a nest of 3 Hong Kong China bowls there just behind the jack. I'm sure Kane would like to try and get into that little pocket. Leave the jack alone and follow.
Settle.
Oh, that's
Well,
a
he
great
stuck with
effort.
it. He stuck with it. Crikey.
That probably makes it harder for Nixon here now.
He's nestled it in that cluster of bowls.
Now then, is this getting down? Touch Kane's bowl here, just turn the jack. Oh,
Just over the pace. There.
yeah, still a 1 to Australia at this end.
What's Kane looking at doing here? Back bowl,
Yeah, I think
covering the spot.
he's looking probably to play very close to where Kira's feet are here, maybe a foot shorter. Australian coach there, Ian Ewing, looking very relaxed behind the head. I don't think any of the players have actually spoken to him in the game.
Have they?
Oh, that's probably almost where he wanted to put it.
What will we see from Nixon here now?
Well, from his last bowl he played backhand at it. I think any contact on Kane's bowl will push the jack towards the Hong Kong China bowl, but
Just needs to get
he
himself in that.
looks to be playing the forehand now. Played the backhand last time. There is the 5 bowls in front. I think if he gets a middle white bowl, pushing the middle white bowl onto the jack could turn the jack through to his own 3 bowls. Slightly more
Direct.
pace.
Just, well,
Oh,
unlucky.
Has he turned
Is it
Kane's
2?
bowl in for another there?
Oh, it's two
Yes.
to Australia.
Unlucky, he's turned the
Oh.
bowl into the head, took his own bowl away, left 2.
On target as well. Australia take 5-1 lead after 4 ends.
Yeah, 3 ends left in this set. I think Hong Kong China certainly need to score this end. Makes it very difficult if they go 4 or 5 shots down with just 2 ends to go. I know there's 6 bowls, but at this level, dropping 6 shots in 2 ends with the standard of the bowls that the Australians are playing at the moment would be very difficult. Kira slightly disturbed there.
What's happening on the other rinks, Martin? Can
on
see
the other rinks at the moment, I can find it on my phone. We have live scoring taking place. So on the other rinks at the moment, England are 3-1 up after 3 ends of the second set, having won the first set 8-2. Very little separating Malaysia and Scotland. First set was drawn 5 each, and the second set after 2 ends it's 1 each.
Crikey, epic encounter there.
It is, and then in the final mixed pairs, Hong Kong China are 2-1 up against South Africa after 2 ends of the second set, with the South African team winning the first set 10-2.
All to play for. Should say that when Martin said he was looking for the scores on his phone, we are just sitting in an office just off rink.
Yeah, we have the same view you do watching here.
We can't actually see the other rinks. We're focused on the streaming link.
Emmy there turned her own bowl in for shot. Kira with a backhand draw. What a good bowl this is.
Cracking effort. Shot bowl.
Oh, a wave of the cap there from Kane in appreciation.
Take your hat off to you, Kira.
Emmy just slightly under the line, just clipped her own bowl. Looks a backhand shot for Kane here. Little touch on the jack, bring it closer to Kira's back bowl would be very good. Brilliant.
Kane drawing the actual.
Little tight, little under the pace.
Can he turn on his own? Just runs through. Will we see a back bowl, a cover bowl here from Kane?
Bowl on the actual tee would be a very, very good place. Looks wider, bit further. Yep.
Covering the tee, well played.
Any contact on the shot bowl with any pace will bring the jack very close to that last bowl. Again, Nixon not quite giving it the green. Three bowls close together there, but I'm not sure how the Hong Kong tiny team would get the jack into that position.
We've seen a few jack bounces during the tournament, but not sure the position sets itself for one of those.
I do think though that Kane is going to cover those three bowls. As he walked past, he sort of pointed down to that position. 5-1 up.
Very wise move, I think.
Yeah, very, very good bowl up.
Will Nixon come and have a look? I think he is.
Yeah, Emmy's at the side of the head there. I don't think there's any gain in being overweight. I think it's just a dead draw. Try and get onto the shot bowl, sit the shot bowl down, hopefully fall in for shot himself. Any jack movement backwards would be more than 2 down. Is he wider than his previous 2 bowls? Yeah, he's very close. He's very close. Just hanging past the jack. Very good effort.
There.
2 more to Australia. 7-1 now they lead after 5 ends of the second set.
Edging ever closer to the semi-final spot. Hong Kong, China really need to score this end.
Yeah, a 1 would keep the game going, but
really do need to have it more than the single.
Oh yes, yeah.
2 or 3 would be a nice pickup. Going into the last end. And then of course it would go to a tie-break situation, wouldn't it? Just remind us of the tie-break.
Yeah, once again,
should it arise?
If the teams are tied 1 set all after the 2 sets, there is the 3-end tie-break. All shots in the tie-break count, so it is possible to win 2 ends out of the 3, but still lose the tie-break. We have seen it this week where a number of tie-breaks have gone to a 4th end, with one team scoring on one end multiple counts, 2, 3 or 4, and on the other 2 ends the other team has equalised it with a 2 or a 3 or a 4. Kira again coming in, excellent leading.
Yeah, she has really given a fine display this morning. Set the heads up well for Kane.
Yeah,
Emmy's has been on her A game.
Emmy's not played bad, but
no.
Kira's been outstanding. And Nixon, unfortunately with that position, Nixon's always going to the mat under pressure. Not line shot. Again there, Emmy a great bowl, just went through the head, still 1 to Australia. Kerry's checking the live scores. She'll be able to update us now with the scores on the other rinks.
There we are. So the England-Canada clash. England are currently 3-2 up in the second set. Malaysia-Scotland. Malaysia 2-1 in the second set. And I'm just waiting for it to update.
Oh, great bowl there from Emmy. Turn the jack.
2-2 in the Hong Kong, China, South Africa match.
Little turn of the jack.
Very close in those 3 games. Sorry, Martin.
That's fine. Little turn of the jack there by Emmy. I think she's made 2 shots, but it looks a big target here for Kane. Don't think there'll be too much pace, but just slightly over. Looking close, looking very close. Shot bowl away.
Well played,
oh,
Kane.
brilliant shot. Similar shot from Nixon. He's just got to get round that short bowl. Touch the shot bowl, turn it away.
Is it going to reach? Connecting with the Australia bowl there.
I think
unfortunately, possibly be 2 to Australia now.
Yeah, I think that was an unfortunate shot. It's just turned the shot front bowl down onto the jack, but it stayed in for 2. Kane
He has made connections, hasn't he, Nixon, on quite a few ends, but unfortunately the bowls just haven't gone his way this morning.
Yep, that's it. Very close to the head all the time when he's looked to get into there, but unfortunately not gone his way. Kane here, thought Kane was going to try and play a little bit around the outside, but he's undercut that. Yeah, Emmy there asking Nixon to play down the forehand,
Falling for the split.
get the split on the two bowls.
Looks very inviting.
It does. Is he playing at a lot of pace? I would have thought a couple of yards over, but no, he looks to be playing more than that.
It's just
Is
under
it
the
tight?
head. Oh,
Yep.
well, what do Australia do here now, Martin? Line 2.
Line 2. Can't see
Line
the
of-
jack coming right through to the back. Think the jack will bounce off the side bowl or the back bowl there.
And they do have the bowl there a couple of feet behind.
They have the tee, so, but sure that Nixon here wants more than one shot.
Kane and Kira there just discussing the shot options. From his hand movement, looks like he'll be covering the back.
Yeah, I think it'll be a backhand shot. Backhand shot round the short bowl. Try and get back to the tee. It's coming down now, missing the short bowl.
Yes,
Just
that's very good.
slightly overpaced from where I think he wanted it. Does cover the back
Still a
though.
good go.
If the jack does spring into the ditch, that covers it and would be short.
So big bowl needed here from Nixon. Keep their quarter-final hopes alive. Otherwise, I fear they'll be shaking hands if the head stays the same. Sure, he'll learn from his third bowl. Make those adjustments needed.
More pace this time, I think. Yeah, pace again. Looks tight again. Oh, very good effort, but
2 to
I think
Australia. And there we are, we see the players shaking hands. Australia move through to the semi-finals.
where they could face the other Hong Kong China team. They would play the winners of the match between Hong Kong China and South Africa. South Africa took the first set in that game. So nice to see discussions between the Australian coach and Nixon walking down the green. We are streaming throughout the day today. The quarter-final of the ladies singles will be coming up very soon once all the games finish on the other rinks.
There we are, before the streaming finishes, we'll just give a quick update on the scores of the other games. England 3-3 with Canada in the second set, having taken the first set. Scotland have gone 3-2 in front against Malaysia after they both peeled the first at 5-5. And South Africa are 4-2 in front in the second set after taking the first set 10-2 against Jillian Ning and Quentin Yip, the other Hong Kong China team. Well, thank you for your company this morning, Martin. Sure, it's back to administrative duties now.
Yes, for a while, Keris. I might be back on later.
Yes.
I think we've got a guest commentator coming in for the next game.
Yes, we've got Mark Cowan, our ITO, will be commentating with Miles Ning of Macau. Miles has been taking part in the mixed pairs and the men's singles. So he will join Mark for the next game.
Yeah, the next session's due off in about half an hour from now. But keep watching Facebook and YouTube throughout the day and you'll see all matches played on the rink 4. Cameras turn round now, so we've now got the Scotland versus Malaysia game.
So we've got... There we are. Oh, Sorry, there's a camera taking a look at the England-Canada game as well there. Just refocusing. So we've got Sophie McGrawther and Paul Innes of Scotland are playing Amrul Daniel Abdul Rahim and Nur Ain Camelia of Malaysia. As we said, this has been probably the tightest game of the quarterfinals so far. 5-5 in the first set. And Scotland just edge in front in the second set.
Welcome back to the Hong Kong Football Club for the second round of the women's quarterfinals, and we're streaming Rebecca Rickson from Malta, and Abby Chan from Hong Kong. I've got a special guest with me. I'm Mark Cowan from World Bowls. I've got a special guest, one of the players joining us for this session, and that's Miles Ning from Macau, China. How are you, Miles?
I'm good, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, Mark.
Yeah. It's been a big week, but it's starting to get towards the end of it now, culminating with the finals. And you were actually Rebecca's partner in the mixed pairs, so you'll have a fair idea of how she's going to go.
That's right, yeah.
She's been in a bit of form?
Yeah, she's been playing well, to be fair, this week. And, yeah, it's going to be a good game, I think.
Yes, I've noticed. I've had a look at that we had 4 Hong Kong girls in the women's singles, and probably Abby's been the best of them across the week, so this should be a very interesting contest.
I think so, yeah. It was nice of World Bowls to give us partners for the mixed pairs, because some member countries either have only a male or only a female entrant.
And you don't want to be sitting around all week waiting just for singles for males, or vice versa. So yeah, to pair them up, it's been fantastic. And how far away were you from making the finals yourself as the mixed pairs?
Not very much, about 2 inches, I think. Yeah, we took some time to get used to playing with each other, but once we did, we started playing really well, and we made it to the tie breaks in one of the games. If we won the tie break, we would have been through. Yeah. We didn't, but
sometimes the games are like that. Comes down to a game of inches. So we're underway. Our marker is Erica Wong from Hong Kong, one of the top markers we have here in Hong Kong. I think they're still finishing their roll-up or trial ends at this stage. You can see Erica in her new outfit that World Bowls have commissioned for all the international technical officials. It's quite bright and colourful. The colours represent all the countries' flags. And of course now we have a uniform right around the world that all the international officials can have, no matter what event we have it at.
They look very sharp.
Yeah, they do, don't they?
Green's been playing quite well this morning. The mixed pairs games earlier were very, very exciting to watch as well.
Yes, for those who have just joined us, the mixed pairs quarterfinals were just on before this game, and they were very, very close games right across the board. So I think England now plays Scotland in the one semi, and Australia plays South Africa in the other. 2 of the games have come down to tie breaks, so so they were very, very competitive games, so we're looking forward to good semi-finals. How have you found the green, Miles, over the week?
It's been quite nice. It's running quite true in most places. There's some parts where you have to pay a bit of attention and make sure you avoid the tricky bits, but other than that, the green play's nice. It's nice, something like 15 maybe seconds.
Okay.
And
similar to what you have at home, or?
I play in the UK. I'm based in the UK actually, in England.
Okay. Yep.
And where I play, it's about 16, 17 seconds usually.
Okay.
So it's not far off, and it runs nice.
Okay. For those who haven't been to the Hong Kong Football Club before, this particular green is on the first floor, so obviously it's concrete underneath, and there are a few little difficulties or runs in the green on some of the rinks, so each rink's different, but the players over the week have got used to which side they should play and avoid the inconsistent side. So
it's part of the challenge, I think, to find the greens quickly enough, adapt to it quickly enough, and now I'm sure all the players are going to be nailing it.
Yeah, true. And I think ring 4's the one we got the streaming on, probably the best of the lot of them.
That's right,
yeah.
Both hands play quite wide, come back nicely.
What I have found though is the bowls seem to have come back very late.
Yeah.
So they're wide, and you think, oh, they're starting to turn, and they don't, and they just the last
It's a
6
hard and
feet
mouth moment until it's
till the last 6
Yeah.
feet, and then they really swing
Yeah.
a lot. So
It depends on the model of ball as well, actually. So I think Rebecca's playing with the Optimas, the Aero Optimas.
okay, yep.
And they're a bit straighter, but they're more consistent throughout the line, and they don't do the bending thing so much at the end. They just sort of turn.
And I think you're quite right there. I know one of the Philippines male competitor had a set of Henselite Cruise,
Yeah.
and they were virtually straight up the line.
That's right. Yeah.
So, to play on with a set of cruisers on this just wasn't conducive at all to a good bowl. So those who had the wider sets seemed to come across
That's right. Yeah.
the inconsistent part of the green, and they seem to get closer that way with those sort of bowls. So we're underway.
It's a decent start here from Abby. She's using the Dreamline XGs, which I think all of the Hong Kong team are using.
Are they?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I think they're the most versatile ball across all of the ranks.
Yeah, most of the time the Dreamlines have been, the XGs have been pretty good right across the board. And yet I found some of the aero bowls, some have been terrific,
Yeah.
and some have been a little bit
Yeah.
dodgy
Hit
too,
and miss,
depending on
yeah.
whether you had Optimas or you had Dynamics or whatever, So it really did come down to what bowls you finished
That's
up
right,
having,
yeah. I'm playing the Optimas myself, so when I was playing in the pairs with Rebecca, we were either both finding or both not finding it,
Yeah,
depending on what rank we were
right.
on.
Well, Abby seems to have found the line and the weight very early with a couple of shots. And of course, for the people watching that don't know, it's 2 sets of 7 ends and a 3-end tie break if we need to go that far. How have you found the sets play format, Miles?
It's a bit of a change, to be honest. When I play in the UK, it's mostly been shots up to 21.
Traditional play, yep.
And you have to get used to sets play. You have to be on the ball from the beginning, because if you drop a 3 or a 4 in the first end, then the set's virtually gone, really.
Yeah.
So you have to be on it and make sure you don't drop any big scores as well.
What I tend to find, though, if you do lose the first set 11-1, 12-2, whatever you want to say, you can wipe it from your memory and start again with that second
gives you a
set,
chance
and
to
it's
reset,
just
yeah.
fresh,
That's right, yeah.
Quite often you can come back, win 5-6 and 2-1,
Yeah.
but still haven't scored enough shots traditionally
Yeah.
across all the 2 sets and tie breaks to win. So yeah, Rebecca's just cutting under a little bit with her line. I mean, not the start she'd wish for. Do you know whether the Hong Kong girls have played on this green a lot?
I'm not sure. So this is the Hong Kong Football Club. It's one of the many clubs they have here in Hong Kong, and
Okay.
the Hong Kong players they've come through the youth development program, and they're now part of different clubs across Hong Kong.
Right, so they don't just all play
They
here.
don't.
or
They
anything
don't
like
just
that.
play
Okay.
there.
Well, that's a good start by Abby, getting 3 shots in the first end. I'm sure Rebecca will bounce back from that. Settle the nerves a little bit. 'Cause I don't think too many of them would have played in front of cameras
No,
before,
yeah.
Miles.
It'd be quite a novel experience, I think.
Good experience for them, though.
Though Rebecca has some experience on the
Yeah,
world
she
stage,
has
on the
over,
world stage,
especially over in Australia,
Yeah, that's
where
right.
she's from. Yeah, we quite often have live streaming for our games.
And she's played in the World Championships as well, hasn't she?
Yeah, the family's been,
Yeah,
as
exactly.
you
the
as you
family
know,
bowlers, yeah.
are all bowlers, and yeah, they either play World Championships, Com Games. Yeah, it's a pretty good family for bowls.
Right.
So she's used to the big stage a little bit. So any particular side of the rink on rink 4 that seems to be better than the others?
I've only had one game on rink 4. It was a singles game.
Yeah, okay.
I think the side that Abby's playing on now, that's the
best
probably
side,
the
or
nicest
the
side to be
kinder
on,
side, as we
yeah.
call it.
Yeah. It's like you say, if you play the other hand, you go wide and you expect it to bend back.
And it doesn't.
But sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah. Okay.
And the tricky part is you never know when that happens or not.
Yep. One thing I noticed with the Hong Kong girls, they correct very well.
They do, yeah.
So even though that last bowl was jack high, I expect this next one to be on a much better line. And their concentration skills are very, very good.
That's something that really comes with hours and hours, years and years of practice.
Correct.
Which they do here in Hong Kong. They do a very good job of bringing talent in when they're young through the youth development program, and just giving them plenty of opportunities to practice, to play in competitions such as this.
And do you know if they have a big junior development group?
So in Hong Kong,
Yeah.
they do. The scouting programs and youth sort of tournaments where they look for where they look for talent, and they have plenty of opportunity to bring them in and get everyone practicing and playing from a young age.
And it was a real bonus that a couple of the males didn't have representative women playing, so we brought in an extra 2 Hong Kong girls, so gave them 4 for the.
That's right, yeah.
So it gives them great experience.
So I believe Abby was paired with the representative from Israel.
Israel, yes.
And the other Hong Kong lady was paired with Cook Islands.
Cook Islands, yes, correct. But I like the delivery. It's very, very compact. Nothing really can go wrong with it.
Yeah.
So it's just a matter of finding a weight. Just left it a little bit short again. No one's passed the head yet, so Rebecca has a chance of
Putting Abby under pressure.
putting a bit of scoreboard pressure on it.
So Mark, have you found officiating the event so far?
Yeah, look, very, very good. The Hong Kong Lawn Bowls Association have sort of had all their umpires and international umpires that have been available for us, so they've done most of the officiating all week. They've been very good. We've had just on 30 officials over the week helping out, and they've been very good. So nothing's too much trouble for them. If you ask them to stay on for another session or anything like that, because someone hasn't turned up or someone's late, and that's probably been the biggest thing. The singles games have been quicker than what we've scheduled. So if you're on a certain session and you hadn't turned up yet, one of the others just jumped in and filled in till you got here. So they've been very, very good. And it's a learning curve for them too, you know. So there's a good shot here by Abby. She was a couple down. And
Very big ball to settle the nerves in as well.
yeah, correct. So out of the 30 officials, we had probably 14 are internationals.
Right.
The other 16 are just national local umpires. So it's been a good experience for them to learn off the international officials,
Exactly, yeah.
pick up their habits, and hopefully we might get a couple more out of it, you know, through this tournament, you know. just cutting under.
So just the one it looks like for Abby this end.
Yeah, she's got off to a good start, 4-0 after 2. But the weight of Rebecca's 4 bowls there were all good, just not on the right line. But I think that'll help her find her weight, so if she can find the line now, she'll be fine. And it's something that's becoming more prevalent nowadays, Miles, with the officials that we're paddling in the major games, not just the final. We're paddling semis, quarters, and it's good for the spectators and the players as well as everyone that's in the stadium. So
that's right. When it's just the overhead camera, it's often difficult to tell.
It's deceptive, isn't it? Yeah, angles and the camera was.
Exactly.
Do have a different set for us. So it's nice to have an official on the green actually showing us who's got shot and at that particular time. I know some of the players don't like showing the opposition that they're holding X amount or down X amount, but I think from a spectator point of view,
I think so.
I think it's much better.
Yeah, and I noticed this morning in the mixed pairs game as well. Even in the mixed pairs where there wouldn't even be a marker traditionally.
Traditionally, we just had paddles.
Have an official with paddles.
Because if you're up one end of the green or the opposite end or something like that, and you're watching a particular game but can't get over near it, it's quite good just to say, the paddles, you can see them and they've got 1 or 2, whatever it is.
It's a good start here from Abby.
Yeah, she seems to have nailed the line and the weight in these first couple of ends. But knowing Rebecca as we do, I'm sure she'll bounce back shortly. Have you had a chance to get out much and see the sights in Hong Kong?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Between break, I had a rest day on Thursday as well.
Okay.
So I was able to go out for a bit.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Very vibrant city from what I've seen so far.
Nice city, yeah. Hong Kong is very close to Macau. Macau is actually only a 40-minute drive away across the long bridge across the city.
Okay. Yep.
So growing up in Macau, I did have the chance to come to Hong Kong quite often.
Yeah, right.
And there are many beautiful greens here in Hong Kong as well.
Yep.
Got to play on them.
I went next door and had a look at the Kraigengower one, which they use for the Hong Kong Classic as well. So I have found from an official point of view it's a little bit difficult to hear inside the stadium too.
It is.
For those viewers that there's squash going on just down the corridor. There's a creche for kids, and they have 2 or 3 sessions a day. So there's a lot of yelling and screaming with the kids. So it's quite hard from one end to the other to hear some of especially the ladies who are softly spoken sometimes too. They don't yell like the blokes.
Diving for cover, just in case Rebecca has a go at this one.
Yes, it's because we're playing sets play. If the jack goes out of the rink on the boundaries, then it's re-spotted on the tee. So it's always, as far as tactics are concerned,
Rebecca's got a brilliant ball here.
Fantastic shot. She looked like she didn't like it, but she left her hand.
Yeah.
She dropped the head and. Yeah, you just got to make sure you cover the tee and as part of your tactics, because it'll just get respotted at the back.
That's right.
Erica's going around to have a look, see who's got shot. Unfortunately, we couldn't see what the result was.
It looks like Rebecca's from here, but with the cameras again.
Again, it's hard to know the angles, isn't it? We'll see what shot Abby tries to play. If she's down, she might play a bit more weight.
And she's got the tee with the last ball when she went for cover, so it's useful to sort now.
Just
Just
ducking under. It was a lovely way for the type of shot she wanted. So there's no real danger for Rebecca here if she plays that 18 inches over 2 onto her own bowl. She could make 3 out of it. If she rolls the bowl onto the jack, back to her back bowl, or sit the one that's jack high. Or will she take the one?
I'd go for this, I think, especially when you're in sets play. There aren't that many ends in a set. You've got to take your chances when you get
true,
them.
true.
And yeah, like you say, very similar to her last ball. Just play again.
Yep.
Touching a jack wouldn't hurt.
Won't hurt. Yep. Just chatting to her coach Joe, getting confirmation that that's the type of shot she should be playing. Oh, he's put the one finger up, so I'm not sure whether he says take the one. That's the second time he's put the finger up. Don't think Rebecca really wants to do that.
She's playing, eh?
Do I listen to the coach or do I listen to my own? No, she's
Changing her.
well, either she's just going to try and.
Trying to draw around Abby's front ball.
I don't think she's trying too hard somehow, Miles.
Just get safe pace.
So yeah, correct. And it's sometimes when you can't really do much, it's quite often rather than just throw the ball away is to practice something that you know.
Good to have a roll, find the line again.
Yeah, find the tee or something like that. So.
And it is Rebecca, so she's on the board now in this set.
And I think that'll give her a little bit of confidence once you get on the board.
Yeah, I think so.
I notice over here on the 23 metres, there doesn't seem to be a lot of variation in length for tactics.
That's right.
Back home in Australia, and Rebecca does all the time, we play 21 metres. So the variation in the tactics can be quite extreme. But
It's just a
everything-
drastic change in the
yeah,
length.
but here it seems to be nearly ditch to ditch
Yeah.
most times.
I think that might be a characteristic of the green as well. If you go ditch to ditch, you know that it'll be a nice consistent line.
The more you go, the more it's going to turn for you. Yeah, that's probably quite true too.
I know some players, especially those with wider balls, have used the 23 metres quite effectively.
Yep. And yet we see somewhere like Potters that play a shorter green because they have 3 metre tees. They have wide sets of bowls, you know, so they always seem to come back no matter what. So we have some scores across the other rinks. So on rink 1 we have Philippines and Wales, and they're Philippines leading Wales 3-1 after 3 ends. Scotland's 5-0 on Australia after 3 ends, and Canada, England on rink 6, 3-4 down Canada after 3 ends. We'll keep you updated with all the scores as we go along.
As Abby puts another great start in.
That's the art of singles, is putting that first 2 bowls under pressure on the opposition. And you're always chasing, aren't you, after that, you know.
Your forced to play aggressive. You're forced to be up on the head all the time.
Correct. It's very deliberate in everything she does, Abby. And no smiles, Miles, is there? They don't
It's
smile
razor
all that much.
focus.
They're very focused with it. But if they play a bad bowl, they don't show any emotion either.
That's right,
You
yeah.
know, so it's very clinical.
Yeah, sometimes when you're feeling a bit sad after a bad ball, just keeping it under control and making sure you nail the next one.
Yep.
That's a skill in
You can't-
itself as well.
Well, that's exactly right. It's a mindset thing, and you can't do much about the previous bowl. Let's see if she's corrected her line. Still
Put a
just
bit
cut.
more in it, but
yeah.
just ducking
Still
across
just
again.
cutting across. Abby once again is out on that good line. The bowl seems to be coming back at a nice spot, giving her good position as well, whereas Rebecca's cutting across underneath the head and short, gives her no position. So it's a one bowl shootout for Rebecca now.
One of the big pressure as well.
Yeah, so after getting one, you don't want to drop another 2 or 3 straight away back to her.
On a wide line this time.
She is. And sometimes looks a much better bowl.
Not bad at all. She got something.
Yeah, good
It's a
bowl.
brilliant bowl
That is a
from
great
Becca.
bowl. Hopefully she can remember that line for future reference coming back this way. Unfortunately now she's only got the one in the head, so Abby can play whatever weight she likes to just a trail, or she can play bigger weight and get the bowl out clean and still leave herself with 1 or 2. So be interesting to see what she plays here.
Yeah, plenty of options here. Any weight you like, really.
Yep.
She's got the only back ball as well.
Playing forehand, do you think?
Probably. But she's been on the backhand.
She has, so
All three
that's
of
the
the balls,
option.
so
Yeah.
she-
Okay, so she's going to play. Looks like she's lining up for backhand.
Doesn't give much away, does she?
No, she does not. So jack or bowl here will give her at least 1 or 2. She doesn't seem to be playing the weight I thought she might play.
It's not far off either. She popped the jack.
Yeah.
It's a good effort from Abby, but Rebecca's continuing her streak of scoring ends.
Yes, I thought that was probably less weight than I thought she should have
Yeah,
played.
that's right.
I would have played a little bit bigger.
Especially when you're not 100% sure what the green's going to
Got
do.
to do, yeah.
Play a big ball, play straight. She wasn't far off with the controlled effort.
No, no. But even if she tapped it just on the back side of it, she still would have been down.
Yeah.
So to get it right out clean, I would have gone a little
That's
bit
right, I'm
quicker, I
with you,
think.
I'm
So.
with you.
So Rebecca hasn't thrown it as far this time as what they've been playing, so it's more probably 3/4 rather than ditch to ditch. So hopefully, let's see if a change of length can bring a bit more consistency to her game. Yeah, just got to take that grass a little bit, doesn't she?
That's right. It's interesting, the sides that the players prefer. Rebecca's been playing backhand both ways, whereas Abby's been sticking to the
one side.
To the one side, yeah.
And there are plenty of players that do that. Some people like playing around the clock, and you know, they favour a forehand or they favour a backhand. They're just more comfortable that way. But if you've got an inconsistency on both sides,
That's right, yeah.
then it makes it a little bit different. You know, you might have a wider side and then a narrower side. So I always like play the kinder side. And if that's one side, play forehand
so,
up
yeah.
and backhand back.
She's made the adjustment here.
Certainly. Yeah, good shot. So Abby's actually won a few things over here. She's won the National Triples Champion in 2020, the Under 25 Singles Champion in 23, the Lions City Cup for girls under 25 pairs. So she's well on the way to having a long resume, I think, Miles.
That's right. And the Lion City Cup in Australia, that was recent as well. That was
Right.
in the summer this year, I believe.
Okay. So she's not getting shot, she's got good position all the time.
She's cleared her front ball a little bit with the last ball, so now she can have a look into the head.
Yeah, correct. And that's what she wasn't doing early, the first couple of ends.
Right, yeah.
She had most of the bowl short, but now if Abby does play a shot, she's got catches there to, in case the jack moves. So it looks like it's flopped back in for two. So a lovely weight again from Rebecca.
And she's clearly feeling much better about the grade now.
Yeah, I think so. Guess a slap on the knee from her coach. Just a few words of encouragement, saying you're right back in this if you can hold these two. And while we did mention Abby's achievements, we should also mention Rebecca's as well. So 2024, she won the Malta Ladies Singles Championship. 23, the pairs, silver medalist. 2023 Australian Open semi-finalist in pairs, and represented us Malta in the Commonwealth Games in 2018 for a bronze medal. So she's got a good list of achievements as well, Miles.
Absolutely, many years of experience.
She's a registered nurse as well. My daughter's exactly the same, so they're a terrific group of people looking after people. So
Major respect for people in healthcare.
correct. Well, she's got to give her a bowler chance to reach the head here. Even if he tries it away for one down,
A couple balls on the way that you can.
punch up if you're a fraction narrow or whatever. Plus she's got a good line. Yeah, she gave it the way she needed.
Looks still 2 from here.
She
Happy
wants a
with that?
measure, yeah.
So it must be closer than I thought.
Getting those angles are
Yeah.
deceptive, mate.
Learning on the job.
But I think Rebecca was fairly confident it was 2, so she'll get down and do the measuring. Usually whoever wants the shot usually gets down and does the measure. So that's well in. Yes, 2 shots. So the change of length worked for her. It's now 4 all after 5 ends.
So 2-end shootout for the
Correct.
set.
Correct. It's funny how a game goes sometimes. You might not be into it, but after you find it a little bit, it suddenly becomes close and you have a chance, you know. I think the Wales, Corey for Wales, his games yesterday, he got smashed early.
That's right.
Finished up making the quarterfinals in the finish.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you just never know. You just got to hang in there, don't you, with them?
So that was the playoff games for the quarterfinals
Finals,
in
yeah.
the singles,
Yeah.
because we've only got 3 groups,
Correct.
and so the third placed player in each group. 2 of them get to have a playoff for the last spot in the quarterfinals to make up the 8.
Yeah. So usually when you play quarterfinals, there's 4 sections and the top 2 go through. But because we only had 3 sections here in Hong Kong, we've taken the top 2 plus the thirds, and then because we've only got 3, the thirds have then had a playoff round to get into the quarterfinals. And the Wales Corey got through on that. He played very, very well. So it's funny, he didn't play well all day in singles yesterday, but gets the playoff rounds, has a good win.
Played well when it matters.
When it matters, that's exactly right. So this game's now tightening up. The bowls seem to be a lot tighter in the heads. It looks like we've got some more scores across the greens. Miles, you want to read them out this time?
As we get into the business end of the first set, we've got Philippines and Wales 5 all after 6 ends, so a 1-end shootout for that set, for the first set over them. We've got Scotland 7-1 after 5 ends against Australia, and we've got Canada 3 and England 8 after 6 ends on the last rink.
So yeah, a couple of close games and a couple of games that are a little bit apart at the moment. So
But again, with sets played, second set you bounce right back.
that's exactly right. You can reset after that loss or whatever, and just start again virtually. So.
Just
See-
coming for sure.
See how much that turned the last
Yeah.
15 inches or so. I thought it was going to hit the bowl and just sit there itself, and then it just swung right underneath.
Yeah. Rebecca's got a nice shot here on the forehand, just reaching over the draw, touching the ball, touching the jack.
Yep, just got to give us a bowl a chance to reach. It's all about percentages, and you know, if you don't get the jack clean, what else can I do if I'm overweight? There's options.
That's right.
That's what you want. Both coaches discussing what shot to play next. It's something that we had this week, that the ladies especially done a lot of talking to their coaches, even to the point that we were nearly going to ban the coaches because of slow play. There was too much talking, interaction between the player and coach. But yeah, from a development point of view, we understand the coaching, making sure that the players understand what they need to play and how to play it. So we sort of got a little bit lenient in the finish, but it is something in the game that there's got to be a balance of, we don't want because we schedule games at a certain time, we don't want them going over time. So, but we also understand the players' development needs to be looked at as well. So,
Absolutely, and in general, sometimes it's always nice just to have a calming presence of the coach to speak to,
Yep. Yep.
just to ground you and help you find your.
Did you have someone here this week? Or?
Yeah, that's right. My coach is actually my dad.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, he came over from Macau to
Oh,
help
lovely.
guide me through my games.
Good.
And he plays for Macau as well. So he's actually going. Both my parents actually going to Scotland for the Indo Championships.
Right, at Aberdeen.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's right.
Yeah, good. So your family's big into it too.
That's why I picked it up from.
Yep.
Yeah, both my parents played, and so when I was quite young, had a few roll-ups. Wasn't really into it. Too boring. Then I played football instead. But now I've come back.
There you go. So you're one of those kids hanging around and in the sand, and you know.
See how much this one wants to turn.
Yeah.
Might have just gone through, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. Might only be the one. Labour's talking about a measure for the others. That one's definitely not in. So in that situation, I would have said to, if I was Rebecca, I would have said, "Yeah, you measure. You want it, you measure." But some people are too nice, mate.
Some players, I guess, prefer to do it themselves.
And you don't know how much they've learned how to measure yet.
Yeah.
You know.
So just the one.
Correct. Yes, they're a piece of equipment. You know, as much as they learn how to bowl, they don't learn it.
That's right.
Some of the equipment, how to use it and to measure. So it's an element of the development squads that they need to do as well, and learn the laws.
That's very much your area as ITO.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, it was one of the things when I was first started out. I suppose it's like golf or any of those sort of sports. You got to learn the rules before you actually
That's
play it.
right.
You know, and it's something I did very, very early on. I was lucky enough to mark the men's singles for the Commonwealth Games in 2006 when Calvin Kirko took off his top and all that sort of stuff. So
Is that a yellow card like in football?
I should have. Yeah, but no, it was. I decided to go into the official side of it so I could learn what I had to do from just a playing point of view, and was lucky enough to get picked for that. So, and been doing it ever since.
Yeah.
So.
I've always found it to be interesting thinking about the sort of edge cases that could happen.
Yep.
And knowing what to do in those scenarios.
Because you'll be surprised how many of the players don't know the rules.
Another great start here for Abby. That's been a feature of this set. I
Her
think.
her first bowl has been a real feature. Quite correct. It's put Rebecca under pressure virtually all the time, and yet she's still in the game. So one end shootout, as you said.
She's just going to pull up.
So Abby's got a real chance to put a nail in the coffin here with another close one. And it's something that's featured all week. She's done this time and time again. She puts one there, she can put two there. A lot of people spray them sometimes, but she's been very, very good at putting two bowls in the area.
Just crowding the jack, giving herself a chance.
Correct. Made Rebecca change her hand. So she hasn't put many on her forehand down this side.
maybe she should have.
It's not a bad correction, is it? Yeah, very good.
Could be close to that.
Well, that might give her a bit more confidence to play what we call the kinder side. So. Abby just asking how far Rebecca's bowled behind and what's the position of her bowl that's jack high. So just put the picture in her mind, what shot to play and how much weight she needs.
She's going to follow her ball up to have a proper look at the head as well.
Yeah, it's a pretty good bowl. It looks like
Just found the
just
gap.
found the gap.
Still a very useful place.
Oh yeah. How many games a day you been playing?
It's been a mixed bag. My first Monday and Tuesday I had 3 games.
Right.
Especially on Tuesday I had a couple games in a row.
Okay.
But
yep.
then Thursday was a rest day.
Rest day, yeah. Yep. Yes, for those watching, we've had 6 sessions a day. And this is a very good shot from Rebecca. It's going to fall back in. So at least gives her 1 on a measure. So 6 sessions a day, mixed pairs in the morning, 2 or 3 sessions, and then the singles in the afternoon come evening.
And in sections play we had 6 games of singles. Most people have had 6 games of singles and 4 games of pairs.
Pairs across the week. Some of the officials have done 4, possibly 5 sessions out of the 6. So most of them will be glad to see the end of the week, I think. They're a little bit tired, but yeah, no, it's all been a very, very good week. All up.
And it's nice to see more and more countries involved in the under-25s as well.
Correct.
I played in East Kilbride last year where this was held, and I think we've had at least 5 new countries.
New countries, yeah. I was speaking to the Israel coach, and it's his son who's playing for Israel. It's his first time here and absolutely loved it. So
he's only 16 as well, so
yeah,
many years ahead of him.
Yeah, correct. A big bowl for Abby. Rebecca's probably either holding the set or at least tying the set. So has she got the weight to sit the bowl? Just going to go under. And
Might be 2 now.
That's probably definitely going to make it 2 now. Rebecca's having a good look at it. Out come the fingers. Hopefully when she walks back, Erica will be able to get into the head and give us an indication. Well, that's what I've taught her to do anyway, so we'll see how she goes.
See. She's still not sure. If she's sure it's 2, she wouldn't be playing.
She wouldn't be playing it, yeah, correct.
So it must still be close.
Here she goes.
And neither is Erica.
1 and a measure. Okay. So how confident do you think she'll play this? Playing backhand. Obviously the less dangerous side to give the shot away. Looks to be wide, so I think she must think she's got it.
Yeah, safe line to play on.
Yep.
And we'll see the measure come out again.
2.
Oh, it is 2. So great comeback from Rebecca after dropping 4 in the first 2 ends. Let's take the set 6-5.
Correct. That'll give her a lot of confidence, I think, going into the second set.
Yeah. And very important as well. As much a game of momentum as anything else, balls.
Correct. And for those who also don't know the laws, sets play, the winner of the previous set rolls the jack and bowls the first bowl in the second set. If the set was tied, then it's the person who won the previous winning end in the first set. So Les Carter, the coach of the Hong Kong team, is just giving Abby a few instructions for the second set. Tell her to forget about even though she might have played very well in the first couple of ends, forget about them, get on to the second set. But Rebecca started off very well with the very close bowl to start with.
It means to go on as she finished the last set.
Yeah, she'll probably have her confidence right up now, so it's going to be tough for Abby.
That's a good reply coming in.
Do you know the ages of the two girls, Miles?
I believe Rebecca's 23.
Right.
I'm not sure about
We don't usually ask women the ages,
No.
I suppose. But
It's a good tactic, I think.
yeah, correct. Another good call. Seems to have found it now. Yeah, just dropping a bit short with that one. Line's impeccable. But again, you don't want to drop a 3 or 4 to start the second set either, do you? So we'll have scores for you across the rinks in a minute for the first set. You wouldn't even know she's lost the set the way her composure is, would you?
Straight back on again.
Yeah.
Just failing to get around the front.
And seems to have blocked the hand off a little bit that she's been playing, so see where Rebecca has played this, where she's just trying to draw or go for a bit of cover. Yeah, she's
Just slipping past for
yeah, come to a good home though. Got the back bowl now in case anything happens. I haven't seen Abby drive too much anyway over the week.
And with the blockers in front, it might not be a very nice head to drive out.
No. But she seems to have that beautiful couple of feet of weight
That's
over
right, yeah.
all the time, so
That's often all you need, and it leaves some of your balls in the head for you to play around with as well.
correct. All the good players play the hard weight well.
Yeah.
Anyone can drive, but to play the hard shots. Well, she's looking at it. Just a fraction wide. So 2 to Rebecca to start off the second set. put you on the spot, mate. Who's going to win the ladies' singles?
What, the whole thing?
Yeah, come on.
I'm slightly biased. I was partnered with Rebecca in the mixed pairs. And she's playing well now. So
She is. She's starting to find her form. So
Glad to look past her. But
Yeah.
there's some really good players out there as well. in
There
the
is.
other rinks.
Yep. And some of the players have played better on some rinks than others. So
That's right.
a lot will depend on what they get drawn on
Yeah.
come finals time.
But the rinks that the quarterfinals are being played on, they're the most true ones of the green, I
Yeah,
think.
correct. Yep. Yes, we dispensed with rink 3. Had a couple of little runs, especially on one side. So
The
That's where
infamous-
that's where the camera's sitting at the moment for the middle of the green that you're watching. And of course, the two ditch rinks are quite good. So they're being played on the outside rinks. That's a good start from Abby. At the Hong Kong Football Club here, we're right next to the Happy Valley Racecourse. Did you go to the races on
No.
Wednesday night, Miles?
I heard
No.
many people did.
Yeah, it was
Did
a
you go
very
yourself?
yes, I did. It was a very, very good night. We had a bit of success too, which was great. We got there for race 5 through till 9, and 3 of the races were won by our best jockey in Australia. So
Right.
yeah, just a little flutter on him was quite good.
So doing better than most already at the racetrack.
Yes, yes. But yeah, look, a great spectacle at night,
Yeah.
lit up, and the thousands of people that were there, and that was pretty good
One of the many attractions in this city.
in the city. Yep. I've been lucky enough. The marker Erica Wong has taken me out to a few restaurants here in Hong Kong.
Always nice to have a local bring you around.
Yeah, and order for you and all that sort of thing. So I'm not sure on a couple of the dishes I got, but
That's the
but
primary feedback we get from a lot of people visiting Hong Kong and Macau.
yeah. But look, fantastic to try something new, and I'm still here to tell the tale, mate. So I haven't got any food poisoning or anything like that. So a little trail here from Abby, or just to face the bowl out, can make 2 or 3 for her. As long as she gives the bowl a chance to reach. Just perfect weight for what she wanted, but just a bit big on the line.
Now Rebecca would try and pile the pressure on and get 2 out of this end. It'd be a real show of strength.
And as you say, if you're 4 or 5 in front with only 3 or 4 ends to go, it's a little bit more difficult to catch up. Going to turn
Just
and
slipping past
flop,
as well.
just missing. So Abby still has a chance, but she's coming up to have a good look at the head, probably have a chat to her coach. That's one thing I found, that a lot of the younger girls still haven't developed in regard to reading heads yet. You know, their bowls are very good and they know how to bowl and pick the line, pick the weight, but the reading of the heads and what shot to play is still under scrutiny a little bit with some of the coaches. But that's, you know, it's the experience of playing in these sort of high events.
There's nothing for it but just to play more and more, play higher,
Yeah, you can't-
competitive level games.
Correct. Yes, it's hard to teach. You've got to play
That's
it
right,
and
yeah.
experience it. So got the weight to do what she needs? No.
Not quite.
So it makes 3-0 to Rebecca after 2 ends.
I believe that's our scores coming in from the first sets.
So on rink 1 we have Philippines and Wales, and Philippines won the first set 7-5, and they're 2-1 up in the second set after 3 ends. Scotland Australia, Scotland won the first end 8-1, and Scotland is 7-0 up after 3 ends in the second. So Scotland dominating Australia there. Canada on rink 6 versus England. Canada went down 3-8 to England in the first set, but are up 4-2 after 3 ends in the second. So possibly a tie break there. Looks like Scotland will easily beat Australia, and at the moment Philippines is 1 set and 2-1 up in the second. So getting towards the business end, Miles.
Some tight games across the green.
Yeah, apart from the one. Yes, the Scotland girls. Sophie's a very good player. She's up against Kira Burke from Australia. And Kira's been playing pretty well, so a bit of a surprise to see Sophie leaded by that much.
Sophie was playing in the mixed pairs earlier as well, as was Kira. Actually.
Yes. They both got through. Scotland got
Scotland
through,
got through
and Australia got through.
Yeah.
So she's starting to find the range now, Rebecca. Just a little through with the second bowl.
But it gives her options with the next two.
Yeah, better off being. We don't see the jack go back up the green very often, so you're better off being behind if you're going to miss. Bit of a loose bowl from Rebecca there.
Maybe she's trying to be a bit short just to shield off the head a little bit.
Possible. Stop the drive, but as I said, I haven't seen Abby drive much all week, so I'll be trying to smother the jack as much as I can and make her play those shots.
Yeah. Especially with nothing else in front, you can block one option off, but she's got so many.
Yeah, so many.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's another back ball, so Rebecca might think about going for cover here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Do you go for the 3, make her play a running shot with the last, or do you cover in case she picks up the jack and back to her 3? So it looks like she's going for cover.
Just sticking out there on that hand.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Well, if she gets half a jack, it might.
Yeah.
If she gets a full jack, it'll go back to her 2. But if she gets half a jack, it might cut out that far to the white Rebecca's bowl. So
Still useful there, yeah.
she's come up to have a look just to see how far the bowls are behind. What she's got to do to either sit those bowls or grab the jack. Now the execution side of it's the hard part.
Yeah, we can sit here and talk all we want about what we would play
Correct.
if we're on the rink.
So she's having a check to Les. Do I did draw it? And if I play the same and miss it, I'm going to be 2 down. So he's given her the options. Or again, you take in the overall score at this stage for the set. Being 1 set down, do you take the chance and, or if you miss and be 5-0 down, then the set's nearly over then. So it's hard to know. It's whatever you're confident with, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you overthink these shots. That you think, oh, maybe I should just draw it for safety, and then it's been so long you've just sort of forgotten your way anyways.
Correct. Rebecca's got her head in her hands, hoping she misses. But she's done this so often this week, where she's been down on the head in her last bowl. She's been right on top of
Just
it.
a cracker.
Yeah. Everyone watching in anticipation. And she is having a run. And it looks a little bit wide to move.
Just.
Yes, correct. But she gave it a chance. So that puts her Rebecca 5-0 up on Abby after 3 ends. With only 4 ends to go, it's starting to look a little bit tougher for her now, Miles.
Yeah. Long way to come back from here. But I've seen more impressive ones happen.
Yeah, oh, for sure. It's never over. Well, it's mathematical,
Yeah.
well, it can be done, and I've seen it done. So
She'll give it a good old try.
yeah, she's just got to get that first bowl back on target.
Yeah, the way she was doing at the beginning of the first set.
That's it.
Just find her rhythm back. And
But to her credit, Rebecca's picked up her first and second bowl to be really close. So it's
absolutely.
putting Abby back under pressure herself.
Long history of bowls here at the Hong Kong Football Club. You see all the photos and the honours in the back.
It's very traditional, and they're so precise over here.
Yeah.
Like, you start at a certain time, or, there's nothing like, in Australia we're very laid back and, oh yeah, it should be right, we'll do that then. Everything is so precise and, and same with all the photos. It's a great history of the club. As I said before, all the staff here at the Hong Kong Lawn Bowls Association can't do enough for us. If we ask for, extra paddles or extra, name plates or anything for the countries, they just went and did it. It's been very, very good.
The often unsung heroes of competitions, all the
Ones,
support.
all the people in the tournament office at the back, setting it all up, doing all the live scoring and all those sort of things. So makes the players' job a lot easier just to get out and play, nothing else. And that's the thing, when a tournament runs well is when the players aren't complaining. And I haven't heard a player complain at all this week, so it's been good.
Everyone's been enjoying their time, I think.
Yep.
I know I certainly have.
Yeah. And do you know most of the players before this?
Roughly half, I'd say. So from last year when we were in East Kilbride in Scotland, that's where I knew most of the players.
Yep.
Some of the Hong Kong players, because Macau and Hong Kong are so close.
Okay.
Some of the Hong Kong players I did know beforehand as well.
Okay.
But that's the other thing to look forward to about these events, is to make new friends and see your old friends.
Yep.
And
catch up again. Yep.
Yeah, find everyone who plays balls from across the world. It's a brilliant experience.
It's great, isn't it? Yep. Well, I don't think World Bowls have made a decision where the juniors is next year. Hopefully, it might be in Australia, mate. You
Perhaps,
come out
yeah.
to there.
I'd love to. Yeah.
Have you been out to Australia?
I have a few times.
Yep,
I
okay.
was there often when my parents were playing in World Bowls events. So I was at Robina last year when it was the Champion of Champions.
Johnny's your dad, is
That's
it?
right,
Ah,
yeah.
right. I've met him back in the day when he was playing for
Yeah.
Macau. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, outdoor greens in Australia and in England are so different.
Are they?
So where I play, it's about 11 seconds on a good day, I think.
In England?
In England,
Yeah,
on the
yeah.
outdoors, yeah. Whereas in Australia, you've got beautiful greens that are even faster than the indoor ones.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, you get a good grass green that's running, 15, 16 seconds up at the Gold Coast or something
Yeah,
like
that's
that, where
right,
the
yeah.
games were, Commonwealth Games were. The greens are hard as a rock.
Yeah.
So takes a bit of getting used to. So Abby's got a chance to put a bit of pressure back on Rebecca here.
Won't be happy with that one, I
No,
don't
not
think.
at all. Rebecca coming down to have a look at the line and how far she needs to beat Abby's bowl. Yeah, so just getting back to the juniors for next year. Yeah, hopefully they'll make a decision shortly, but yeah, could be out in Australia, so
Yeah.
that'll be nice.
It would, yeah. The good thing with indoors is it can really be held anywhere, and the conditions would be relatively
So,
similar.
yeah, correct.
Whereas with the Com Games, for example, some years you have it in the UK and then some years you have it in Australia, and the
Australia.
greens are so different.
Different, yep. But I think the next Com Games are going to be a little bit different for everybody too.
That's a great
Yeah,
ball
that's a
for
great
Rebecca.
bowl from Rebecca. Even from our commentary box, we can hear the clapping from the spectators. They know how important that was for Rebecca to get that shot and possibly go to a 6-0 after 4 ends. That was a very, very big bowl.
Yeah, very important even when you're multiple up to keep the pressure and not give your opponent away back into the game.
That's correct. Quite easy after you win the first, like for the opposition where you've lost the first set, it's a chance to change your mindset and get back into it. But from a winning point of view, it's the same thing. You win the first set, then go, oh, I'll just keep on going and winning it, and then suddenly you find yourself down in the tie break.
Correct.
So the mindset of both players change a little bit. So she really needs to get this shot if she can to get back on the board in the second set. Just underneath the head. Good weight for what she wanted to trying. So that takes Rebecca out to a 6-0 after 4 ends. So from now on, Abby's got to get multiples to get back into the game.
And that affects your shot choice as well.
Yeah, it does.
You can't really go for perfect draws anymore, because if you fall a couple of feet short, then it's useless.
Then
and
it's a useless bowl.
doesn't
and you're not
contribute
gonna
to
win
your
it.
big scores
Yeah.
that you need.
That's for sure. Yeah, she's still been playing these sort of 3/4 length ends, just over 3/4, not a full ditch to ditch.
It's been working for her once she picked the jack up and changed the length. She's
Yeah,
been
I
finding
think
it
that
much
that
better.
third or fourth end of the first set,
That's
she
right,
changed
yeah.
that to that, and then has thrown it and really improved her game since then. Just a little tactic like that,
Yeah.
changing, maybe only 2 metres from a distance that you're playing the end. She's sort of found it, and Abby's sort of just gone off. Here's another good start. So like we have some more scores coming in from the other rinks.
That's right. So the Philippines-Wales game has finished, and Philippines have won in straight sets 7-5, 7-6, so a tight game there. Scotland and Australia have finished as well, straight sets again, and Scotland have finished the second set 8-3 up against Australia. And finally we've got Canada, England, and they've gone to a tiebreak with Canada picking up the second set, so very important there to bounce back from the loss in the first set.
So 2 straight sets across 2 rinks and a tiebreaker for the third. So, and this looks like going straight sets as well. So, although I'm not writing Abby quite off yet, but it's certainly a big job to come back from
Looking
where
that
she
way,
is.
yeah.
Rebecca's just starting to find the range on this shorter length jacks now. So
Piling the pressure on Abby. That's great where the ball's finished as well. It just takes Abby's back ball out of contention because the jack's not going there.
that's true. And that's what you said about multiples. You need to be having a chance to get to as 2s and 3s, but this looks a good bowl too.
It's a great ball from Abby.
That is a great shot.
Rebecca will be looking to follow Abby down.
Yeah, she
Same
just
ball.
asked the same question, is the bowl jack high? The answer was given yes. So she'll be looking to play the same thing as what Abby played. Sit and stay, or just a little
Drag the
trail
jack
of the
back,
jack,
yeah.
the jack, yep. It's not too far away, but
Just not quite
just
reaching.
not quite reaching, yep. And here's where Abby thinks too, if I play any sort of overweight, then she grabs the jack and gives it away. So she's got to be perfect in her weight choice here. Seems to be out on a reasonable line. There's not going to do any damage.
Just didn't pull up in time to
No.
count.
That still gives Rebecca a chance to sit the bowl, trail the jack.
Yeah. And more than anything, take options away from Abby
Yep.
to pick up that multiple.
Correct. And of course Rebecca only has to tie the set, doesn't have to win it for her to go through, because she'll have one set and both halves in the second set, so she only needs to hold the lead, doesn't have to win the set. She's played it pretty well, just cutting away. So what does she do here, Miles?
It depends how much of a gambler she is, but given the state of the set, you might have to have a go. There's a chance here if she switches hands and just tries to bring the jack back straight. But if she halves the jack and puts it onto Rebecca's balls,
And then be game
then that's
over
the set.
virtually, yeah.
That's the set.
Yeah. So it's now or never, I think. But if she can get the jack down the line, she might get 2 or 3 out of it and
Yeah.
give herself a chance. But
Well, I think she's got to try it. Just holding the one, or even if she draws a second, and she'll have what 2 ends to get 5.
5, yeah. Yep.
It's a tall order.
she'd be explaining the head to Les Carter, the head coach at Hong Kong. Les is an Australian from South Australia, so I know Les pretty well. I've played state bowls against him in Australia a fair bit, so he's a fairly astute coach, so he'd be giving her the best advice. She's saying if I come down the forehand, grab the jack down the line, I can maybe get 3 or 4. But as Miles said, if I come down and I cut the jack, then it's nearly set over. This is where the development comes into it, Miles.
That's right.
You know, an experienced coach giving a young bowler who probably doesn't read heads all that well yet, and explains it to her, and yeah, she learns from it, whether it's good, bad, or otherwise. She finished up learning from it. So
That's correct. And sometimes if there's a shot, you have to play it to stay alive in the game, no matter the risk. You have to play it.
you got to play it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then it's all mental, whether you can throw away the part of your mind that's doubting, oh no, what if I give it away, and just get down and play it.
Yeah. Well, I think Rebecca's pretty calm and relaxed over on the right-hand side of your screen. Like she's playing backhand. Or am I wrong?
I think you're right.
So maybe she's trying to draw 2, or maybe.
Well, you could get the jack back on the
Oh,
backhand as well if you really
true.
wanted. That looks like a drawing line to me.
Yeah.
She's not far off. If she holds the line, she might be in for 2.
2, yeah.
I think she is.
Well, it gives her half a chance if she's got
Yeah.
2. Les probably said to her, well, if you can get 2, which he has, so that makes it 6-2 to Rebecca after 5 ends. I suppose she said, well, if you can get 2, you've still got 2 ends to get, you know, a 3 if you can, to stay in the game.
And if
So
you set your heads up well, you'll have a
you
higher
got-
percentage
you have
chance.
a chance of getting it, yeah. So the mat's back. Let's see what length she actually plays.
Her chance now to dictate the length of the head.
Well, it's nearly up to the tee, so it's a little bit longer than Rebecca's been playing. So we'll see who adjusts the quickest. All comes down to this first bowl a little
That's
bit,
right.
doesn't it?
If you're not nailing the length, at least be a foot or 2 past the jack. Gives you options to get your multiple. And she's done exactly
She's
that.
done exactly that.
It's a great start.
So it looks like Rebecca's playing the one side of the green now too, so. Just pulled up a bit short.
I'm sure she would have preferred to be past the jack as well.
Yeah, they've both got their lines right, so it's just a matter of weight. So if Abby can put another one close, put a bit of pressure on Rebecca.
She's go on the wrong side of Rebecca's
For what
ball.
you want, yeah. So not much corrections needed from Rebecca to only has to slide past her own to get shot.
Yeah, and just cutting down the margins that Abby has to get her multiple.
Correct. Yeah, that might nearly be enough to.
And we've got an update on the tiebreak between Canada and England. After 2 ends, it's 1 each, so 1 end tiebreak now for between the two.
Coming down to the wire in that particular game. So our marker Erica Wong has stated that it's a measure for the shot because Rebecca just tipped her own bowl down, so that's made it a lot closer. But Abby's got it all to play for. She can still just trail the jack and make 2 or 3 out of it. But she needs to reach on her bowl now. She's willing it to pull across. So that's okay, even though she's probably down now, it still gives her a chance to make a multiple if she can grab the jack with her last bowl. So not all doom and gloom, Miles.
That's right. But we'll see what Rebecca can do to
Well, that's what
stop,
she's
cut the option out.
Correct. So anything behind the head's going to be a bonus for Rebecca.
And she's switching hands to, I guess, avoid coming across the jack and
Yeah,
accidentally doing it for her.
play a position bowl, and that's
She's
probably
done
going
that
to
very well.
split the 3 of them up nicely. So yeah, the jack can't come down the line
That's
now,
right,
so
yeah.
it's couldn't have walked down there and placed it any better, could you? I think I could hear the heart sink of Abby right there.
It's very difficult to get to this jack now.
Well, the only thing you can do is kill it and go to the
That's
respot.
right, yeah. But to do that, you'd have to go through Rebecca's front ball, so
Correct, and
pretty
you don't
big drive.
You don't know where it's going to go.
Yeah.
That's the.
Yeah.
I don't think she's got much option somehow.
No. It's the only shot she has on.
Well, it all comes down to this. Everyone's watching with anticipation. Can she knock the jack out of bounds and go to another end? Well, she's played it again less weight than what you and I thought she was going to play.
More delicate option.
Yeah.
It's just sliding past again.
And that's a win to Rebecca Rickson, 7-2 on the 6th end. So she doesn't need to play the last end because Abby can't score enough shots to get back in the game. So well done to Rebecca. She goes through to the semi-finals. Miles, thanks for the commentary with you.
Thanks for having me.
Pleasure
And
to meet
thanks
you.
to everyone who's joined us in this stream.
And hopefully the next game will be live streamed shortly with the men's quarterfinals coming up in about half an hour's time.
Good afternoon and welcome to Hong Kong Football Club for the third live stream quarter-final game of the 2024 World Bowls Junior Indoor Championships. My name is Keris Hewlings and I'm Media Officer for the World Bowls. I'm joined here this afternoon by Martin Gale, Tournament Director. Hello Martin.
Good afternoon, Keris.
How's the event going so far?
The event's going very, very well so far. We've seen two great games this morning on the streaming rink. This one should be very, very interesting for those of us in the UK. An England-Scotland game is always a match to watch.
We've got England's Aaron Johnson taking on Scotland's Paul Innes. Both have been enjoying mixed pairs competitions. In fact, Martin, they're actually drawn against each other for the next session as well, the semi-final of the mixed pairs.
Yeah, in the semi-final of the mixed pairs, England and Scotland came out in the same half. Both won their games this morning, and so they will actually stay back on this rink for the next stream game in the mixed pairs semi-final.
Aaron, of course, part team Kane just beaten semi-final. Missing out Emma Boyd.
Very close. Ruby in that game. Emma second set 1-1 after two break, and then final bowl of the set.
Yes, there have been here at Hong Kong Football Club treated to a feast of bowl, and of course we're lucky enough to have the quarter-finals, semi-finals and final live streamed.
Yes.
Of course, this event, World Bowls event, is co-sanctioned with the International Indoor Bowls Council. Here is Scott Martin, important role in the tournament.
Gordon's been here every day, spending the day doing. It's not been streamed. We're in every game, every rink. So Gordon Saturday watching 6 rinks and inputting it onto sheets.
Okay. Of course, you can follow the link for the live scoring on our World Bowls Facebook page. So, first end here in this quarter-final match.
Yeah, both I think have got one ball to play now. Paul playing a forehand. Coming down to draw another one to lie 3 shots by the previous bowl there, and took out one of Paul's bowls with a 4 shot. He's now looking at this.
Both Aaron and Paul were respective under-25 champions in their countries this year, with Aaron winning the British Isles under-25 championship in Falcon in March, which gained them both qualified for this event. What do we see here from Aaron, do you think, Martin?
He looks to be lining
no, playing late.
Forceful shot. I thought he was lining up a backhand draw. Very close to the
Claude Lamb, there are markers, not giving anything away at the moment. 2 out. Claudius there is a leader of Hong Kong Lawn Bowls Association, which has been hosting the tournament. Decided it was only 2.
No, he's 3.
Oh, 3, sorry.
Yeah, Aaron kicked the other bowl out as Claudius was about to measure it, looking from the other side. I should imagine it was fairly obvious it would be 3 once he'd looked at the other side of the head. Very good start there for Paul.
Claudius, we were saying, is a leader of Hong Kong Lawn Bowls Association, also of World Bowls, has been heavily involved in the running of this tournament and arranging the event.
Yeah, Claudius has been our contact in Hong Kong since it was announced that the junior series or junior event was going to come to Hong Kong. Claudius, myself and Gordon Woods have helped has gone hoped whilst we've been here.
Certainly, we're in one of the spectacular sporting locations in the world, I think, Martin, we can safely say. The iconic Hong Kong Football Club, one of the great complexes in Asia. It's a mecca of sport and recreation facilities for those of you who've been lucky to be here.
Certainly, I've never known a bowling club or a football club as
well
it
played,
is.
Paul.
There's a football pitch outside the window that they turn into a rugby pitch occasionally. Pitch, tennis on the roof, golf simulator on the roof.
Swimming pool on the roof?
Swimming pool outside. You can have your lunch in one of the many restaurants here and swimming pool next door to it.
And impressively, 2 World Championship events on at the same time. We've got a big squash event that's being set up just across the corridor from us at the moment.
Yeah, the World Squash Championships is also being played in Hong Kong Football Club next week. They're currently playing the Hong Kong Open Squash, and then they turn it into the World Championships next week. They're building 4 glass courts in one of the large sports areas. There was a possibility that these finals were going to be held in that sports arena on a portable rink, but there's no portable rink available in Hong Kong at the moment. Maybe in the future.
Great second bowl there from Aaron.
Yeah, Aaron very close to getting a shot. Second gives him an opportunity if Paul does something with this bowl. I think Paul probably might play the backhand, try and get round Aaron's last bowl to match Aaron's bowl just back.
You can see Paul there just discussing his options with Darren Weir, Darren, head coach for the Scottish team for this event. Of course, Darren is a well-known face on the bowl circuit himself.
What a bowl that is.
Cracking bowl.
I think we might see some more weight coming from Aaron here. If he gets his own bowl solid, those 2 green bowls go. If it goes onto the jack, Jack is liable to move towards his own bowl. Quite wide for that one for Aaron.
It was. Scotland pick up another 2. Take an early 5-0 lead after 2 ends. Talking there about Darren being head coach. Darren will be hearing at the next event you're involved with, Martin, isn't it? The World Indoor Bowls Championships at Potters Resort in Houghton-on-Sea. You'll be back to busy schedule planning for that event.
Yeah,
Darren,
busy schedule, 16 days bowling at the Potters Resort, Great Yarmouth, Houghton-on-Sea, Great Yarmouth. Darren's there, sponsor's choice for the event, as he's the Professional Bowls Association #1 ranked player in the UK.
he was telling me yesterday that he's just taken on a role as one of the selectors for the under 25 team. So new challenges.
Very good stuff from Paul.
Role I think he's relishing.
Yeah, it's Scotland do tend to do that with their players that have been in the under 25s. They bring them up into the bowl, and also into the mould. Foster and Stuart Anderson both been managers of the under-25 international squad. Michael Stepney as well. All very, very good players from Scotland. Paul again. Paul has found this ring very, very quickly.
Talking if... Let's just see before I...
Great
Cracking
shot there
strike.
from Aaron. Yeah, Jack's gone straight into the back of the ring. You can see there he's got a ball very close to the ditch.
Touch in the ditch.
Claudius is now just going to show Paul where the jack is. Marker on. Certainly one to Aaron. Don't think the other one will be shot. Quite far away. Now can Paul adjust? He's played T. He's now trying to push it towards the ditch.
Cracking
That's a
effort here.
great
Paul.
effort.
Can't quite... Claudius.
I think
There's a
Claude-
paddle, one blue.
Yep.
Aaron not quite making the trip with that ball after a spectacular drive.
Paul does nothing with this one. We may see another drive from for Aaron with his last one. He's
Well, it's certainly all to play for with the head standing as it is. Was
I think Paul will be looking to at least get a ball with this ball.
his shot bowl needs a friend.
Green looks very good.
He's stalking it. If he
Missed
can just-
that one. Yeah.
Is he going to
can
hang
stop?
on? Going to hang on?
Oh, that mistake.
Aaron there walking purposefully. Backwards looking at the head, stalking the bowl. He's got the bowl in his sight.
Drive or draw? Think it'd be a drive.
I think you could be right there, Martin. Doesn't take long on the mat.
Oh, he's not played lot
Oh.
of weight. Oh, he's tight. Could knock this in for another.
Not sure from the angle there. Two
Yes,
shots,
two.
yeah. Unfortunate shot from Aaron. So Paul takes a 7-0 lead after 3 ends.
Look, Claudius wants a game over quickly here.
He's rushing down the rink there, isn't
jogging
he?
up in the ring, yeah.
Maybe he's trying to get his extra steps in for the day. We spoke before there of Stuart Anderson. Stuart is the World Bowl Series #1 ranked player, and of course defending champion for the World Bowls Championships Open Singles coming up in January at Peters. Scotland have won this event, the men's singles, 13 previous times. Darren Burnett, of course, was the first winner and went on to hold the title for the first 4 years. That record still holds. Scotland's other winners include Wayne Hogg, who's a double winner, Martin Williamson, Jason Banks, the recent Scottish International Open, who of course beat Aaron Johnson in the final, Stephen Allen, Ryan Burnett and Craig England. England, meanwhile, they've won the event 8 times. Simon Jones, Jamie Chesney, Sean Jones, Terry Martin, Jamie Watkins, Ryan Atkins, Ed Elmore and Harry Goodwin being the previous winners. But of course it's Australia who are the reigning country champions, with Black being the winner 12 months ago in East Kilbride.
To watch Nathan took the green on the first end and was untouchable for the first set in that game. I've never seen bowls like it, where just 22, 23, 24 metres, but every bowl he sent was very, very close to the jack. Paul's coming up now with this. Can he turn his own over? Not quite. So it's still 1 to Aaron. I'm fairly sure Aaron would like to get in on this end, get his score on the board.
A confidence boost, settle the quarter-final nerves. For 2 shots there. Going back to check the head again.
Slightly sided.
So the other quarter-finalists, we mentioned Australia. Well, their hopes are still alive for retaining the title thanks to Kane Nelson. He's currently 6-2 up against Malaysia's Amril Daniel Abdul Rahim. Hong Kong, China, he's playing Martin Known from South Africa. He holds a 3-0 lead after 2 ends. The other quarter-finalist, it's something of a Celtic clash. Ireland's Jaden Gale against Corey Davis from Wales. Appeal 2 after 2 ends. So we will keep you updated on the quarter-final scores during this match.
Paul now discussing the shot with his coach. He's had a good look at the head. And he's discussing it with Darren. What should he play? There is a shot on the forehand to try and just split the 2 balls apart with the. Could well be a backhand draw. It looks like he's elected to play the forehand here. Yeah, just slightly under. Tried to split the 2 bowls. Now then, Aaron's got a chance here to get a third. Backhand draw again.
He's stalking it down the rink.
Is it bending enough? Yes. It's in.
Well played, Aaron.
Perfect.
Brilliant roll there. 3 shots to Aaron. Both Aaron and Paul have family support. Aaron's dad Steve is supporting him. Paul has his girlfriend Lauren and his mum and dad here. Great to have family support so far at home, far from home.
Yeah, I think it helps players relax in an evening as well, you know, to have the families with them. I know they've got a teammate, but their teammate may be they don't know very well, and so having the family support allows them. I know Steve and Aaron were with us last night in one of the small bars we have, a sportsman's bar. It's wall-to-wall televisions. Every different sport that's on in the world is being shown, and of course that overlooks the Hong Kong Football Club outdoor bowling green as well. So not only do they have 6 rinks indoors, 6 rinks outdoors.
Great all-round. Of course, since Sunday the competition began on. We've 42 bowlers from 21 countries around the globe bidding to become world champions in the 3 competitions stage of the event: ladies singles, men's singles and the mixed pairs.
Yes, as Kerry says there, we've got 42 players from 21, well, more than 21 countries really. Countries that are unable to provide both a male and female player. The International Indoor Bowls Council pairs these players up with a player from a different country of the different gender, and that's why this week Hong Kong, China have had 4 ladies playing to make up the pairs, to give every player the opportunity of playing a full week of singles and pairs.
Yes, the Hong Kong players, they're all members of the Youth Development Team, which was formed by the Hong Kong Lawn Bowls Association back in 2001. They bid to attract into the sport. It's long term. I think it began with around 2 boys and girls. Now they have a following of over 50 members, which is a great boost for the sport. And of course a number of their graduates have gone on to represent Hong Kong at senior level. So the current members have some great role models to follow, and definitely I've seen certainly quite a senior player at the club this week coming in to support the players.
Here trying to draw another. He's long one shot. He's coming up on the forehand. Is he getting past? Oh, that was unfortunate. There's an opportunity. A bowl out. 2 shots. Advice. I think the advice from Darren Weir there, the coach, was to play the forehand. Try and drop around those 3 for shot. A 7-3 lead with 3 ends to go is good. And dropping a 1 here, still pole position for this set.
Paul plays at Hens Tigers size 2. He started bowling in 2011. Is he going to run? There,
yes.
Slightly. Is the bow going to fall? Aaron picked a single there. 7-5 ends. Certainly Aaron back in the game now, Martin.
Yeah, Aaron's back in the game. Needs to score this end though. Needs to keep the jack on this end and score this end. So. It was very interesting this week, Keris, when you were talking about the Hong Kong development squad. Whenever there was a Hong Kong player on the green, I think the rest of the development squad were in watching them. Because
the support is huge.
Yeah, massive.
They really support each other.
That's a mistake from Aaron there. I think putting the jack in the pitch allows Paul to go back to the length that he was playing at the start of the set.
And their enthusiasm for bowls is a pleasure to see there. With a couple of the players, I asked them the questions in English. They went away, worked on them in Cantonese, came back with their English answers. So they're really pleased to practice English, which is was
yeah.
Not sure my Cantonese is non-existent really, Martin. I don't know about yours.
Mine, no. I keep hearing a lot of it this week, but don't understand anything. Some of the Hong Kong China players as well have been attending school this week.
Yes, they have.
When they've
you're
not
right.
been playing, they've been attending school.
And not just the Hong Kong players. I know the young USA girl we've got here playing. She's only 14. She's been doing work off the green, and I do believe she's been getting up at something silly o'clock to be doing lessons online as well.
Right, good start there from Paul.
Yes, Adeline Zeno, she turned 14 on the plane coming over from the USA. 14 bidding for a world championship. A great honour, but she's not actually the youngest, Martin. We have Kona Shima from Japan. She's a couple of months younger than Adelina, and she's just 13.
And the enthusiasm that she showed on the green.
Well beyond their years.
Yes, yeah. Very quick up and down the green. Virtually run after every bowl. Aaron again trying to get in here. Is this going to stop? Yes, I think that's drawn the shot. Claudius Lamb was just going in to have a quick look. Unfortunately, we can't see the paddles.
Yes, Martin, we're just sitting in an office just off the rinks. So really we have the same view as home at the moment.
Paul underneath there. I think it's important here for Aaron to try and get another one in. If he can get another one in to make two. Still playing the backhand. Gets very low to the floor. Knee always knocks the floor every time he sends a bowl.
Yes.
Yes.
Very low and smooth. Doesn't like it.
No, he's not up with it.
Clapping his hands in anger there.
Well, big chance here for Paul. Sit this back bowl down, gives it two, which would give him the set. Certainly the shot in his mind what he wants to play. See whether there's any reaction. No, he's just following it up. Weight was very good. He'd have got to that back bowl missing his own, but he just rested his own. Don't think he's turned in. Players having a quick look.
Aaron indicating he thinks to him. Yep, so 1 to Aaron, 7-5 after 6 ends. Last end of the first set. Taking a quick look across the greens. Kane Nelson leads Amril Rahim of Malaysia 8-5. Quentin Yip is 6-0 up against Alwyn Martineau from South Africa. Quentin, of course, one of the Hong Kong players. And again, it's all square between Ireland's Jaden Kyle and Wales' Corey Davis. They've peeled 5-5. South Africa's Alwyn Martineau. The other players still involved in the mixed pairs. He and partner Lysandre Hildebrand in themselves a place in the semi-final. Sorry, this morning.
Yeah, they go on to play Australia in the semi-final of the mixed pairs. So Kane has also got an opportunity of doubling up. It's a good first bowl in there from Paul.
So whilst we talked about the mixed pairs there, we'll just update our viewers with the quarter-final results. England, Canada 2-0. beat Malaysia 2-1. Australia beat Hong Kong China 2-0, and South Africa beat the other Hong Kong China team 2-0 as well. In the ladies quarterfinals, which we played the session before this, Angelica Abatayo from the Philippines beat Lauren Gowan from Wales 2-0. Sophie McGrawther from Scotland beat Australia's Kira Burke 2-0. Malta's Rebecca Rickson beat Hong Kong China's Abby Chan 2-0. And Emma Boyd from Canada beat England's Ruby Hill 2-1 on a tiebreak. So we've already had some cracking games today here, and certainly more action to come.
Yeah, there's still 2 more sessions after this one. Once this game finishes, we were going virtually straight into the mixed pairs semi-finals, and then the final session of the date will be the semi-finals of the men's and ladies singles competition. We then finish the event tomorrow, where we have the finals of all 3 events, starting with the mixed pairs final at 9:30 in the morning, followed by the women.
We have our own BPL, so one of the committee members has sorted out a different company names, and we play our bowls on Thursday nights. We've got also a Friday night comp as well that runs during summer for daylight savings. And we go pretty well for our club.
So it's grass, I presume, outdoors?
Yeah, grass, 2 greens.
Yeah,
top and bottom green.
So what's it like coming from the grass green and being outdoors to coming in an indoor surface?
It's very different. The sun plays a big effect on the grass greens, but in here it's how many people are, like the green can change for how many people are in here, the aircon, and it makes a big difference. But it's just about adjusting to it. Making sure that those trial days, those practice days, you really make the most out of all of them that you get.
Yeah, you couple of practice days for the overseas players, isn't it? It's as you say, it's trying to get onto the green and get as many hours as possible. Have you brought different bowls over here for this tournament, or have you borrowed bowls once you've been over here?
No, I keep the same. I use Grandmaster Premiers. I use them on outdoor as well. I find that changing bowls changes the line, especially when you're used to playing with the one set of bowls. If you bring another set over for indoor, you're sort of following that same line that you're used to on normal. So I stick to my bowls, but some people I know change their bowls.
Aaron's holding shot still on this end. He's now asking Claudius for yeah. So the bowls that you playing with here, did you play with them in Guernsey in the seniors event?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I played with them in the World Under 25s. I used the same bowls for this competition last year in East Kilbride, and same as in Guernsey.
Right.
Looks like Aaron's just drawn in for another shot there.
Yeah, it's difficult when you're looking from behind the head whether the short bowl has made it. So at Guernsey in the seniors event, playing with players that have been playing the game a lot longer than the juniors, did you learn anything from the players that are over there? Like, you'd got Michael Stepney, Jason Greenslade, who were playing in that seniors event. Julie Forrest was also at Guernsey.
Yeah, it was very, and especially over here as well, like both the senior and junior events, you notice that the European countries use a lot wider bowls compared to what Australia and Asia and South Pacific Islands, we all use skinnier bowls. And we can see why now, especially with what Aaron's using here today, and same as Paul, they're those wider bowls to get around all the short bowls and come right into the head and get some swinging edges. So I learnt that, and a little bit of patience with it as well from the seniors, seeing how calm and relaxed they are. Something that I need to bring in myself for my own game is to work on patience and having a clear mind instead of just rushing on the mat. It was really good experience to take in.
Yeah, the one person who doesn't rush on the mat is certainly Jason, who won the event in Guernsey last April.
Yeah,
he's very methodical with everything that he plays. And I've noticed that with some of the players here. Some of the players are very, very methodical, and they appear slow, but they're not slow. But it's just making sure that once they get on the mat, they've got the shot that they want to play in mind. And I think that is important to when you actually get onto the mat, is to make sure you know what shot you're going to play.
Yeah, you can take in a lot from each. It's very different from the juniors to the seniors. As you would expect, a little bit more experience over the years, but it's good outcome, and you pick up little things that you don't even.
Oh, what a great ball from Paul! That is through that gap, and he could have made 2.
He has made 2. Great ball from
great
Paul
ball
there. Yeah, you pick up on little things, like you can write down notes or just practice the things that you see, and when you practice it enough, it just becomes natural and you don't even realise that you're doing it, but it changes everything.
Yeah. Now then, Paul's thinking about where to place him at here, what length to play. I know I watched Darren in Scotland 3 weeks ago in the Scottish International Open, and Aaron played short marks a lot of that event. Now Paul's brought the mat a long way up the green, so I haven't noticed Aaron play a lot of short marks this week.
I find especially with this green, especially rink 4 and 5, it is a lot easier to play those shorter ends, those minimum length ends. There's not so much an effect with the aircon, but for these two here, Aaron and Paul, their bowls are a bit wider, so they miss that aircon coming through. But for all the Australians, myself, all the nations that use those skinnier bowls, you find that the aircon makes a big difference.
Yeah. Watching bowls from around the world, as we can now, because wherever there's a big bowls tournament, it's always streamed, so you can watch players from all around the world playing with a different style of bowls, and you can see the different styles of games that are played. It's certainly, you watch the Australian style of game, and it's more attacking than the game that is played now in the Northern Hemisphere.
Yeah, it is a lot more attacking.
So, the sets game. The sets game. You go on. What's your mindset if you win the first set? Do you just continue as it is, and then the other thing is, if you lose the first set, do you just think, well, that's the first set over. I've now got 7 ends to win this set.
Yeah. That was an unlucky ball there from Aaron, just clipping the edge of Paul's, sitting him for shot. Yesterday was a great example. I lost the first set to Malaysia, and then come back. And the way that I see it is that it's just a reset of the whole game. The first one's done now. First set's done, so you work on the second set and come back and took Malaysia to a tiebreak. If I've won the first set, I usually keep what I'm used to doing, like where I'm scoring those points. I got caught out earlier in the week, won the first set, and then I changed up the...
It's unfortunate. Again, he's hit that ball twice now, and both times his own ball's fallen away from it.
Yeah. it was a great attempt by Aaron there. Yeah, so I got caught out earlier in the week by changing my length and getting caught out. So after that, I sort of learnt to get back and say what I'm used to by scoring.
Yeah. I think it's important for Paul to get to know that. Oh, he's now then slightly disturbed. Is that somebody moving behind the head, or is he not confident on what he's playing? It's important to get another ball in the head. Yeah, that's
Sat
pretty
there for
much
two.
perfect. That
That was a great ball.
I think it only leaves Aaron with the draw. Slight trail on the jack, but he could hit that front green bowl and lose both his own bowls if he played at any pace at all.
Just playing a yard through, really, just popping that kitty out and moving it back to Aaron's back wood.
Yep.
Just a bit narrow.
Yeah, I've noticed that last couple of ends where he's now started to sort of be a little bit under the line. So that's 2 more to Paul there, I think. Is that a 4-1 lead?
4-1. Yep. 4-1 after 3.
So we'll just catch up with scores on the other rinks. Australia's Kane Nelson won the first set 9-5 against Malaysia's Amril Rahim and currently leads 5-2 in the second set. Hong Kong China's Quentin Yip, he took the honours in the first set against South Africa's Alwyn Martineau 7-1 and is currently 2-0 up in the second set. And then in the Celtic clash, well, Ireland's Jaden Cale and Wales's Corey Davis, they drew 6-all in the first set, and there's nothing between them in the second set either, with the score standing at 4-4.
Thank you for that, Keris. Pressure certainly on Quentin from Hong Kong, China. Coming into today, they had 2 pairs in the quarterfinals and 1 lady in the quarterfinals. Unfortunately for them, they all went out this morning. So Quentin is the last representative from the host country.
Paul has gone up into a shorter mark again, going back to back on those shorter ends. I have noticed.
Yeah, you're right there, Geordie. It's he's certainly shortened the jack for the last 2 ends.
And it's really paying off for him. He's getting the results.
That looked slightly underneath again.
Looks like he might have cut one out there.
Yeah, I think Claudius was holding up 1 paddle there. Certainly the umpires and the markers that have been provided by the Hong Kong China Lawn Bowls Association have done a fantastic job for us this week.
They have. They've been really lovely. Every official that you talk to, every umpire, every ITO, they're all very lovely people. Always have time to chat to you and ask you where you're from, how you're going, It's lovely to see.
Again, Paul's just slightly under the pace there. Certainly 2 down. I think it is only 2. But dropping 2 on this end and going 6-1 down with 3 ends to go is not looking good when you've lost the first set.
Sounds like Corey just played a good ball from...
Yeah, it did sound like a Welsh voice there that was...
yeah.
You can just see Corey and Jaden there on the next ring. Of course, it's only 3 weeks ago that Hong Kong hosted one of their big outdoor tournaments, the Hong Kong Classic, that was hosted at the Hong Kong Football Club and Craig and Gower Cricket Club. Quite interesting that most of the games were played outdoors, but when they came to the final 2 days, a typhoon turned up in Hong Kong, and it meant that a lot of the games then had to be moved to the indoor greens.
This looks like a better line from Aaron here. That is a magnificent bowl from Aaron there.
Yes,
Drawing it.
certainly 2 down wins the end to 1 to bring the score down to 4-2.
With 3 ends to play.
3. Yeah, talking about the Hong Kong Classic, Emma Boyd from Canada, who's through to the semi-final of the women's singles this afternoon, won the women's pairs in the Hong Kong Classic only 3 weeks ago, and she plays out of a club in Australia, Club Tweed, the same club as Kira Bork, who was unfortunate in her ladies' quarter-final this afternoon. But Kira goes on to play in the next session after this in the mixed pair semi-final.
Looks like Aaron's gone T to T here.
And it's not a bad start. Probably 15 inches past the jack. Good receiving position. Just slightly past it. Again, no, both good bowls from the leads.
Great position bowls too.
Yep. Aaron's a little bit wide with this one. We know that Aaron plays with very, very swingy bowls. Is it that if you get wide on that ring, it stays out?
It all depends on the time of the day too. In the morning session, when they've got the aircon on, it makes a big difference. It can hold out because those lines haven't been running all day, or Paul just running through there. But around this time, it can stay out. But it all depends on your bowls as well. My bowls are very straight, as what you guys call them. So my bowls tend to they either stay out or cut right across the head. So it's a very fine line to find. But Aaron found that line very well then. Great adjustment.
Yeah, just the pace on that one. Looks like the change of length has slightly caught out both players. Again, is this a little bit too far? Is it just going to run past that ball? No, that's stayed in for shot. No, Claudius is not sure. As we say, we're not commentating from the side of the green. We are in a little stairwell at the back of the green here, watching the shots that you're seeing. From the camera position, that did look like shot, but television cameras can be deceptive.
Feels like we're in a little bunker.
I think Aaron knew that he was under with that one as soon as it left his hand. His hand signals were there, not as if he was liking that ball. And it's a big chance for Paulie. He could play the forehand and turn Aaron's bowl away. Could give him 3 shots. Little trail on the jack could also give him 3 shots.
And I think that's what he's thinking about now. If he plays the forehand, he sits Aaron's bowl, makes a number there. From this angle, it looks like Aaron's shot, but might be the angle that the camera is on too.
Oh, slight discussion with the coach on the way back.
Thank you there to Geordie for joining us in the commentary box. Great to get a player's insight into how the week has gone, and also to find out about bowls in the Norfolk Islands. He's certainly been one of the characters around the green this week, I think.
Oh, he is, yeah, and last year as well in East Kilbride.
Well, and Guernsey, he was there playing with his nan.
Yep.
In the mixed pairs.
Now, I presume it was Paul that took that green bowl away, so I think they're just measuring for shot.
Marker there just wedging the bowls before she measures.
Yeah, Erica Wong, one of the top ITOs in Hong Kong. Part of the ITO team for the Commonwealth Games that was in Birmingham in 2022.
Oh, right. Possibly
Looks
one
like
to red. Or did you think blue?
I thought it was one to blue. Yes,
Correct.
one to blue. That's
So Paul takes a 5-2 lead after 5 ends.
yep. Paul needs one on this end. Having won the first set, that would be the end of the game. So Aaron does need to score.
He's looking a little bit bemused behind the rink there. I'm not sure if something has distracted him or...
It could be very interesting though, because both players are coming back on this rink to play the mixed pairs semi-final.
So there we are. We see in the corner of our screen there the Wales-Ireland clash is finished. And I'm just waiting for my scores to update. I'm very sorry.
A good start from Paul there, and Aaron following it up. A great effort. What a good bowl this is. Very, very good reply. Great try there from Paul. Aaron swapped his hand to the backhand for this one. Slightly under the line and not quite there.
Sorry, I had to go and check there. We are in a little bit of a black hole down here. You can see to the left there, the guy standing in the green shirt, well, we're actually below there. But it was a win for Corey Davis from Wales, who took the second set after tying the first set. So he moves forward into the semi-final.
Yeah, Corey there, who thought at one point he was out of the tournament.
Certainly a little bit of a Houdini yesterday, wasn't he?
Very much so, very much so.
There we are, and we also have Kane Nelson from Australia through to the semi-final. He beat Amril Rahim from Malaysia 9-5, 9-4.
So Kane is one of the players that is looking to duplicate what Shona O'Neill did last year in East Kilbride by winning the singles and the pairs.
Great ball from Aaron there.
I think that'll force Paul into playing a little bit of weight into this.
Quentin Yip, Hong Kong, China. He won the first set against Alwyn Martinone from South Africa, 7-1, and takes a commanding 6-1 lead in the second set.
Right, Paul, what are you going to play here? If it's forehand, it's got to be over the pace. He's got two bowls of his own on the forehand. Yep.
Playing weight. On target.
Nope.
Just slightly misses it.
Right.
So Aaron, can you add a 3 here? Tie things up to go into the last end.
Slightly slow walk and normal back to the mat there from Aaron, composing himself. Big bowl list. Down again. Down again.
Certainly looks. Is he making the track trip?
Not quite. Ooh. Takes him into the final end of the second set now with a one-shot deficit 5-4. Aaron needs to score 2 on the last end. John Stewart there, the English England coach, sat next to the scoreboard. John, very good bowler in his own right as well. Won the English triples a few years ago with James Rippey and Andy Squire from the Falcon Club.
James, of course, will be making an appearance at the World Indoor Bowls Championships in Potters. He's qualified for both the pairs and the singles, and he also qualified the Scottish International Open, so quite a feat as a qualifier. winning places in all three major World Bowls Tour events this year.
Yeah, a major feat, definitely winning all three. When you consider that from virtually all the qualifiers in the UK, they start at between 8 and 8:30 in the morning, and quite often the finals don't finish before midnight.
And of course, one of the players here in this event is taking part as well from Thailand.
Yeah,
Wuttipong. Thailand in the event for the first time?
Yes, Thailand, first time they've entered the PBA qualifiers. The two pairs qualifiers are both from Thailand, and the player that has won their singles qualifier is from the Philippines. They had a very, very international qualifier. There were players from Philippines, Thailand, Malaysia, even Hong Kong, and Japanese players went to Thailand to play in their qualifiers.
It's great to see the enthusiasm of the players who want to take part in the mecca that is putters.
Yeah, certainly.
Certainly got a following around the world, hasn't
another
it?
branch that is on the up is PBA South Africa. They revised their competitions a couple of years ago. Their coach that's here, Johan du Plessis, was a member of the PBA in South Africa that moved the venue. All played over 4 days. 64 players in the singles in 16 groups of 4. All 64 players are then placed in the pairs to either play with a player that they choose, or they're given a player, and a 4-day event that is televised in South Africa. Paul slightly short there, still 1 to Aaron. Draw another, a little touch on the jack. Probably important that this ball gets in, but I don't think he likes it from hand.
He doesn't, does he? He's gesturing it to slow down. Just quickly mention, Aaron, they're using one of the World Bowls souvenir cloths that have been produced for this event, that are available for sale here.
Now then, it's unusual to see a player visiting the head after their second bowl. Players have to ask for permission from the marker to come up, because under the rules they can only visit the head after their third bowl has been sent. Obviously Paul received the permission from the marker, Claudius Lamb, to come up and have a look at the head there. Looked like John Stewart was trying to pinch Paul's last bowl there to hide
Really
it.
trying to
Now then, Paul.
He's slightly just over
Yeah,
there.
just over.
Get a wide line drift there. He was looking for that, I think.
I'm not sure whether Aaron's convinced he's lying short or whether he's looking, thinks he might be lying too.
Yes.
Claudius was...
Can you give us an indication, Claudius, please?
Well, Claudius was definite that he was holding up one paddle. There was no indication it was a second
or a measure.
or a measure. So, but Aaron definitely needs 2 minimum.
Aaron is a member of the Norfolk Bowls Club, where of course World Bowls Tour ranked player Wayne Willgress also plays.
Catherine Reynolds' club as well as Norfolk.
Yes, you're right there. She's a former winner of the women's event in this competition.
Now then, Aaron, are you getting down? Well, are they shaking hands or not? We don't know.
Fortunately, we can only see your view.
Well,
No, it would indicate that
Looks
the
like
game
Paul-
is still going.
yeah, looks like Paul's going back to play his last bowl. So if it was only one to Aaron, he'd just say thank you very much.
Shake hands.
Is this going to decide it? Are we having a measure? That's gone out. So, will it be the umpire?
Takes the.
Takes the
Short
nearest
out.
bowl out.
How's the luck?
No, he
Shaking
still
his
doesn't
hand.
know. Still doesn't know.
Shaking his head.
This is it. Umpires come and ask the players to remove the bowls that they don't want measuring. So,
Down to the wire in this set.
oh, don't stand there, Aaron. It's 2 to red.
Just to update you in the other game, Quentin Yip against Alwyn Martignon. And Quentin is now 6-3 up with one end to play in the second set. So again, that second set going to the wire. If
Yeah.
Alwyn can win, they'll go to a tie break.
Yeah, so we go to the first tie-break on the streaming rink today. Just to update the viewers, it's a 3-end tie-break. All shots count. And if at the end of 3 ends they are still tied, they then go into a 4th end.
And I can update viewers now. Quentin Yip. He dropped a single on the last end of the second set. He took a single on the last end of the second set to win 7-3. So he goes through to the semi-final. 2-0 win against Alwyn Martignon. And then, as we mentioned before, Kane Nelson, he beat Amril Rahim from Malaysia, 8-6, 9-4. So 3 of the semi-finalists are known. With this game deciding the 4th. Certainly a busy day, Martin, for the players who've qualified in both events. Non-stop wall-to-wall bowls for them.
It is, yeah. Both players could play 4 matches if they get through in the mixed pairs and the singles. Quarter-final this morning of both events, and then the quarter-finals, semi-finals this afternoon of both events.
Aaron draws a magnificent shot there. Sneaking in front of Paul's 2 bowls. Nestling in behind the jack.
Yep. The winner of this game, of course, will go on to play Corey Davis. It's quite interesting that when the draw was made last night, that the 4 UK-based countries were all in the one half of the draw.
Great reply here from Paul.
Oh, very, very good try. Just give up.
And in the other semi-final then, Quentin Yip from Hong Kong, China. He'll take on Kane Nelson from Australia. So another 2 cracking games in prospect. They will of course be played later on today.
Paul walking back, Aaron walking back to the mat here. Line 1. From the angle, it's backhand.
Does he think he's
Oh.
wide enough?
Hand signals again. Don't think he thinks he is.
What's the shot for Paul here, do you think?
Well, from the angle of his bowls, the first 3 bowls he's played have been down the forehand, but I think where that last bowl's stopped, that could well be in his way. If we go back to the head again, we can get a good view. Yeah, I think it's still forehand. Pace, slightly surprising. Pace on the backhand. Didn't get the result he wanted.
Clears the front bowls.
Yep. Makes it slightly more easier for Aaron to draw another.
Just needs to rest on the green bowl there to count for 2.
He's got a full view of the jack now. Nothing in his eye line in a way. Give it a bit of green, just let it drop down, beat the back bowl. Again,
What does he
underneath
think?
the line.
Just underneath.
Yep. So
One
that's-
shot to Aaron. Takes first blood in the tie break. Goes back down to collect his cloth.
certainly adds the walking distance onto an end when you walk halfway up the green, then turn around and go and get your cloth that you've left. Once again in the tie-break, because Aaron won the first end of the tie-break, he has to take the jack in the second end. Unlike World Bowls Tour events where you can take the jack or give it away, in the World Bowls events, the winner of the end has to cast the jack. Again, quite a long length here from Aaron. Paul probably a little bit disappointed. Took an early 4-1 lead in the second set, then lost 3 out of the last 4 ends to lose the set 6-5. Now he's dropped the first end of the tie-break as well with a 1. Slightly more pressure on Paul.
He can get a good opening bowl here. Get his momentum going again. And he's certainly very close. Well played, Paul.
Yes, not too bad that one. Little low five from the coach there. Front toucher.
Aaron not quite making the trip.
No, not hit the length on this one. 2 foot through, 15 inches short.
Paul will be looking just to pass that last bowl of Aaron's.
Not doing it. Not sure with that.
No, the angle's there.
Yeah, Aaron again on the draw, backhand. Pushed it slightly over the pace. Probably the result of his second ball dropping short. Wanted to make sure he was up to the head.
Paul stalking his bowl down the rink.
Again, it's underneath. Can't
He's
see.
using the bowl to miss.
Oh, it
Aaron's
went
bowl.
through the gap. Obviously went through the gap.
Another potential second bowl there.
It would be nice to
Contender there.
would be nice to see the paddles.
I think he did show 3 then.
Yeah, well, it's a massive bowl from Aaron now. Then
Do you think we might see weight down that channel? He's got 2 bowls waiting.
he's not slowing coming forward to playing weight. Is Aaron? Could get all 3 with the right result. Shot ball onto the jack. Put the jack in the ditch.
Forehand.
If it's weight, it's forehand. He won't be drawing on a forehand, so if it's forehand, it's definitely weight.
Yep. Oh, just under the head.
There was an early shout from him there as well. Obviously, he
I think that was his
realised.
dad. I think that was his dad.
Now then, if Paul's line 3, this is massive.
It certainly is.
Dropping a 4 at any time is can be a disaster, but dropping a 4 on a tie break when it's only 3 ends.
Aaron sitting there disillusioned at the moment.
Yes,
Passes
it's in
his
for
own.
another. It's in for another. This. What a good bowl.
Will there be any measuring?
Has Aaron got off his seat yet? Yeah, looks like a
Yeah,
4.
it was a 4.
Definitely
a
4.
Paul there. So Paul takes a 4-1 lead going into the third end of the tie break. Massive turnaround there after the second set.
It is
On the
Paul's.
first end of the tie break. He's back
Paul's,
in the driving seat.
Paul's just thinking third bowl will do me here. If I can get third bowl. Aaron's got to think, I've got to forget the last end. I need to get back onto a length draw. Oh,
Aaron
a
clearing the jack
short
length,
mark, yeah.
pacing it out to see how far the mat is. Jack is.
Yeah,
Paul's for a
Aaron's
measure.
asked for a measure.
Of course, the markers, umpires, ITOs have been supplied by Hong Kong Lawn Bowls Association. They've done a sterling job all week, haven't they, Martin?
They have,
Been here
yes.
from early morning, marking out the green, till late at night when the last matches have finished.
Yeah,
And I must say, they've all really seemed to have enjoyed their role. Everyone is so happy.
as
chatty.
you can see when they're walking up down the
Beaming,
green,
beaming at each other.
always a
swapping
smile
the
on the
tape.
face. Now then, 23 metres is the mark for this, and it's the marker's not moved the jack, so it's obviously over the
legal
23 metres. Yeah.
Claudius Lamb, the marker for this game, as we mentioned before. He's one of the directors of World Bowls and instrumental in the Hong Kong Lawn Bowls Association.
Yep.
He and his team can be justly proud of being involved in a successful running of this tournament.
Yeah, they've all been controlled by Chief Technical Officer Mark Cowan from Australia, one of the World Bowl's main officials.
I think Mark will be commentating for our next game. So, third end of the tiebreak. Paul Innes of Scotland leads Aaron Johnson 4-1. Paul having taken the first set 8-5. Aaron replying in the second set 6-5. Down to the wire. Possibly as you would expect at this level in the tournament, and the calibre of these two players.
Yeah, the way
Nothing
these
really between them to separate them.
No, the way these two players have played in all the events this week, it was always going to be a very close game. Odds would have been a tie-break. That's an excellent ball there from Paulo. Aaron needs 3.
And he puts a back toucher in.
Got 2 players in the background there that have become great friends. In the shot, there was Angel Gomez from the USA and Miles Nook from Macau.
Yes, another 2 great bowls ambassadors. Miles, of course, representing Macau, but currently studying for a master's degree in Cambridge in the UK. So he plies his trade at Cambridge Chesterton Indoor Bowls Club.
I think Paul's going deep here. I think Paul's going to cover these 2 bowls.
Angel, of course, he's enjoyed a successful season. He and his dad became the first father and son team to medal at the national championships in the USA. He's been one of the characters around the green, making new friends, enjoying his bowls. I've sat with him at dinner a couple of times and enjoyed some chats, bowls and non-related bowls.
No, I think Paul. I think Paul.
Slightly distracted by something to the left there.
Yeah, I think if he leaves it, somebody's obviously moving somewhere. Is the game's taking place still on the other ring? No, they've all finished.
They've all finished. I don't know whether they're doing something with a camera there, maybe, that's been situated in the middle of the green. I'm sorry, as we've said before, we can only see the view that you're watching. So he recomposes himself.
Yeah, I think he'll just be trying to match the 3 bowls that Aaron sent up. If he can split the 3 bowls in some way, it would make it very, very difficult. Probably not as far as he would like to have been. Somewhere in the middle of those 3 bowls. I know it's difficult, but there is still the opportunity for Aaron to just turn the jack a bit to the left, follow through.
If he can trail it. That's really his only shot, I think. Martin?
Yeah, forehand, contact with the jack, hopefully he gets the right result, moves the green ball behind, follows through, pushes the jack amongst his 3 balls. Odds on it, not very good. But you've got to try it at this stage of the game.
Absolutely.
Under the line. Under the line.
Okay, so we see a win there for Paul Innes of Scotland. He makes his second semi-final. Keeps his hopes alive of doing the double, men's singles and mixed pairs. We'll be back shortly on the live streaming rink, where we will feature the semi-final clash with these gentlemen going head to head again in the mixed pairs. Aaron partnered by Ruby Hill and Paul partnered by Sophie McGrowther. Thank you very much, Martin.
Pleasure.
We'll see you all again shortly. Good afternoon and welcome to Hong Kong Football Club for the fifth live streamed fourth live streamed game of the day at the 2024 World Bowls Junior Indoor Championships. My name is Keris Hewlings and I'm the World Bowls Media Officer. I'm joined here for this game between Ruby Hill and Aaron Johnston of England and Sophie McGrawther and Paul Innes of Scotland by Martin Gale. Hello Martin.
Afternoon, Keris.
Your tournament director for this event. How's the event been going?
The event's going very, very well. Has been all week. Great week in Hong Kong, and hopefully this game that we're going to watch now will be of equal standard as the rest of the games that we've had.
Ruby's a former winner of the mixed pairs. She won the event in 2022 when she was partnered by Harry Goodwin.
Yep.
Sophie and Paul have just qualified for the semi-final in their respective singles. The game before this on the live stream was actually between Paul and Aaron, which Paul won on a tie-break. It's a very close game, wasn't it, Martin? Went right to the wire.
Very, very close game. I think Aaron was probably kicking himself for the second end of the tie-break. Dropped to 4 at completely the wrong time. Put him off his stride. Paul went on to win the third end of the tie-break as well, which means that both Paul and Sophie are still in a position to do the double.
And of course that was achieved by Ireland's Shauna O'Neill last year.
Yes, it was. Shauna managed to win the singles up in East Kilbride, and then Ryan McElroy also won the pairs.
Quite a magnificent achievement.
It is. It means that you've played a full week's bowls to get through your group, and then, like today, playing 3 or 4 games on one day in the quarterfinals and the finals, or quarterfinals and semi-finals, sorry, to try and get through to the finals day tomorrow. Got Claudius Lamb there, the World Bowls Director for Asia. One of the ITO's event, working the scoreboard for this game. A little bit of a loose end to start with from the two girls, unfortunately.
See the two team managers sitting at the end there. Darren Weir for Scotland, John Stewart for England. Both very well respected players in their own countries and now taking on administrative roles. It's always good to give something back to the sport we play and love.
Yeah, a few people do it. Those that love the sport will go into administration.
Speaking to Darren yesterday, he's taken on the role of one of the Scottish selectors for the under-25s team. So that's a role he's looking forward to fulfilling. John himself, of course, he's an English national triples winner. He works arduously hard with the EIBA now.
Yeah, he missed the England trials over the weekend because he was over here, and I believe that England have picked their teams for the international series coming up in the new year.
Yes, Aaron features in the under-25 team, and Ruby as well. Both well-respected members of those teams.
I'm fairly sure that the Scottish pair will be in their under-25 team. In fact,
I think they have their trials tomorrow, Darren was telling me.
Might be a bit late for them then.
Yes, Claudius sitting there as board marker for this game. He and his team of umpires and markers and ITOs have been working extremely hard this week to keep the games running efficiently and smoothly, with, of course, the backing of Chief Technical Officer Mark Cowan from Australia, who is one of the World Bowls directors.
Sophie waving this in. It's round the bowl. Shot wood.
This
Chad.
event, sorry, Martin.
No, carry on, Gareth.
No, I was just going to say this event, of course, is co-sanctioned by the International Indoor Bowls Council. President this year is Gordon Woods, and he's been extremely busy, glued to his computer, doing the live scoring for every match that's been played. It's a valuable tool for those around the globe watching.
Oh, what a shot from Aaron.
Cracking drive there.
Now then, Jack,
Just
I think, has
explain
gone
the
out to
rules
the
to us
rink.
here now, Martin, that the Jack's gone out.
Well, we're not seeing where the Jack's gone, unfortunately. We can only see what you see on the screen. Ruby's got the mat, so it was 1-2 England. So, but if the Jack did go out of the rink, then the Jack is placed on the tee. So it would have been nice to see the Jack placed on the tee if it had gone out the rink, but the players had obviously made up their minds who was shot.
So as we mentioned, Ruby's a former winner of the mixed pairs event. She partnered Harry Goodwin 2022. But other winners for England have been Sam Tolchard, Perry Martin, Victoria Bilson and Ryan Atkins. They've all partnered players from other countries. And for Scotland, they've also won it 5 times. Michelle Cooper, Callum Logan twice and Carrie McLean. The mixed pairs was first introduced into this event in 2004, when the winners for the first 2 years were Wayne Hogg from Scotland and Catherine Beattie. So actually Scotland held the honours with 7 wins. For 2 years, of course, the mixed pairs became a triples event, 2016-2017. Winners on those years were Rebecca Houston from Scotland, Eric Gallipo from Canada and Dominic McVitie from England in 2016. While 2017, Emma Boyd from Canada, who's actually playing in the tournament this time round as well, partnered Daniel Salmon and Mark O'Hagan. Daniel from Wales, Mark from Scotland. And then we did have a period between 2005 and 2011 where the event was just women's and men's singles. So there's all to play for still here at Hong Kong Football Club. Has to be said, the venue is one of the most palatial sports clubs, I think, well, definitely in Asia, probably in the world, to be honest. I think, Martin, from what we've seen so far, it's quite a spectacular venue.
Yes, I can't think of many bowling clubs in the world that's got 4 floors, but all the other floors are full of all different sports: a gymnasium, swimming pool, squash courts, tennis courts, badminton courts, even 10-pin bowling rink, or a 10-pin bowling alley, sorry.
Have you managed to participate in any sports during any spare time, Martin?
We do get a little bit of spare time, not so much, but yes, the organisation team went and threw some bowls or down the 10-pin bowling alley last night, trying to hit some pins. I think we should have had the bumpers up, really, though. Scores were not that good.
There are a few good strikes.
That's a great bowl there from Sophie.
Of course, both 4 players here we see on the on the rink qualified for the event by winning their national under-25 singles. Aaron, of course, going on to win the British Isles under-25 singles at Falcon in March. Sophie, this is her second time in the event, and she's just won the Scottish Indoor Under 25 Singles a couple of weeks ago. So we'll be back again next year.
Yeah, venue for that is yet undecided. There'll be discussions taking place in the next 2 or 3 weeks as to try and find a venue for that. Possibly somewhere in the UK. But I'm sure the IIBC would be looking at bids from other organisations as well.
Quite an achievement to win your national under 25 singles on more than one occasion. I know Ruby's a double winner as well.
This, of course, is Paul's third game on the trot. Aaron's third game on the trot as well.
Yes, great stamina and determination needed today.
Yep. Aaron's coming in just a little bit short. Right, I think Paul's trying a little draw around these. I'm sure it was Sophie that shouted up the rink, you can draw around them, so didn't come and have a look. Trusted his partner. He's very close. If he gets inside that, his ball.
Cracking
What a
ball
great
here, Paul.
ball
Well
that is.
played.
Now then, Aaron's got a little chance. Play onto his own ball, split those two. Own ball stays in there. Possibly gives him 2 shots if he gets it right, I think. All depends on weight. Yep, positive.
Straight down at it.
Ooh, is he wide? Yes.
So, Paul, can you add another? Paul's dad and girlfriend Lauren there in the background watching.
Yeah, holding 2. Can he get a third? Same ball. He's out on the line. High line coming down. Inside the bowl again.
It's very close. Can he just pass Aaron's bowl?
Just lost a foot of weight.
Two shots to Scotland. You take a 2-1 lead after 2 ends.
There is another game taking place at the moment. The other semi-final is taking place on another rink on the green. We will update you with the scores for that towards the end of the first set.
Loss between Australia's Kira Burke and Kane Nelson, who are playing South Africa's Alwyn Martignon and Leslie Andre Hildebrand.
Just there in the background you can see the technical crew that's been brought in to show these matches on the live stream. And just behind them there was another commentary positioned for the Cantonese commentary. Currently on that is a player used to play at Glasgow Indoor Bowls Club, Lyndon Sham.
I believe he was studying at university in Glasgow.
He was. He came over to Potters to play for Hong Kong in the World Pairs, and then never left for 2 years. Went up to Glasgow, joined the Glasgow Indoor Bowls Club, represented them. Sophie coming down here. Yeah, very, very good ball.
Two great opening balls on this end from Sophie again. Ruby's the current English triples champion, will be competing in the British Isles Championships in March.
Is it up? Is it up? Probably second. Paul giving Sophie the option there, either to follow her second ball up or play the other hand. I think she's cut this underneath quite a lot. Sophie could play the backhand as well, but I'm fairly sure that she's going to play the forehand here. Just touch her own ball, beat it on the inside, touch her own ball down, could give her the shot on the end. Oh, slightly lost focus.
All four bowlers on the rink here have family members who play the sport. Always great to share good times on and off the green with your family members. That backing and support is huge, Martin, isn't it?
It is. Family sport when you're away from home. Helps you relax when you're not playing on the green. But saying that, all these four players, England, Scotland, might be enemies on the green, but tonight you'll probably see them in the local sports club, sports bar, having a drink together.
Absolutely. The great things about bowls, friendships are forged.
Great ball from Paul here. Not
That
quite
last
bent.
for a lifetime.
I think Aaron indicated that he might follow that up on the backhand.
I think he's got the bowl to rest there, Martin.
Yep, up the backhand. Inside Paul's last bowl, could get down to the shot wood. How's the pace? Line looks good. Is it bending enough? What a great bowl this is.
Excellent shot there, Aaron. Ruby urging it in there. High clap of appreciation. Similar shot for Paul. Can he just trail the jack, nestle it in for a possible three?
Still got a shot on both hands as Paul, but I think he looks at the backhand. Touch the jack, trail it 2 or 3 inches, brings his own back bowl in. Give him 3 shots if he gets this right.
Certainly within his capabilities of how we've seen him perform so far this week.
Definitely, he's a bit high here though. Not getting back in time.
Either hand Ruby indicates to Aaron. Aaron coming down to survey the head.
Oh, that was a very quick bowl. It was gone before we saw it. He's on a good line again, but I think he's just taking his weight off this time.
Technical glitch there, Martin.
Oh, the bowl
bowl's
sat
fallen.
down. Is that going to change the shot?
Does it bring the front bowl in? Yeah.
Sophie indicating that she wants him to play the forehand,
Change
I
his
think.
hand.
Yeah, it looks like he's changed his hand on the mat there. Forehand, I think it'd be a bit more positive.
Yeah. He's stalking it. He likes it.
No. Cut out the front bowl. Aaron's last bowl, probably not a good bowl when it arrived, but it was a good bowl as it took away the drive shot.
Forehand for Aaron again.
He's played 2 down the backhand. I think he'll probably stick
Sorry.
on the backhand. As long as he doesn't get down to the jack. We're not sure whether it's 1 or 2. Out on a wide draw again. Doesn't like it. Doesn't like it at all.
Slow down, doesn't it?
Yep.
So is it 1 or 2? Shot ball comes out.
Oh,
Ruby's going to measure.
Ruby's going to measure. You see players at this level measuring their own balls quite a lot. They don't call the umpires on. They sooner measure their own balls first. If they can't make a decision, then the umpire will come on. I always tend to think in this instant the person who gets down to measure is the one that's not counting. But this looks very close.
It does. Ruby calling the umpire on to
Yeah, the
measure.
umpire on now. I think the umpire will probably come on with
Calipers.
calipers. Yep, calipers are out. Yeah, what the umpire will do is he'll bring the calipers out and he'll go to the bowl first and then go to the jack. If you tend to get the calipers and you go to the jack first, it's very easy just to slightly touch the jack. So you'll see he'll touch the bowl and go down the bowl so that the jack doesn't move. It's very close.
It
Could be
is.
could be a tied second shot here.
So just to update you in the other semi-final, Australia's Kira Burke and Kane Nelson have taken an early 5-0 lead after 2 ends against South Africa's Rosandri Hildebrand and Alwyn Martineau.
Yes, it's just 1 there to England, so it's 2-2 after 3 ends of the first set. Right, Ruby here. Backhand draw. Aaron likes it, he's clapping it in. Quite a good start, just underneath the pace, but very underneath the line, but a very good pace.
So the 4 bowlers we see here on the rink, they've been a part of the 42 bowlers from 21 countries around the globe who've been bidding to become world champions in the 3 competitions here this week: men's singles, mixed pairs and ladies singles. And what a showcase of high class bowls we've had.
Just demonstrated there by Sophie, who's drawn a back toucher.
Yes, it's exceptionally
Oh, great reply by
Talented.
Ruby.
field of competitors.
Sophie coming down again. She gets to Ruby's bowl here on the wide side. What an excellent bowl again.
Yes, we've got Commonwealth Games medalists, World Bowls medalists, national champions, all taken to the green here this week, which for all the bowlers to be under 25 is quite a feat.
It is. It is. Sophie through with her third bowl. Never wasted though.
And the host country, Hong Kong, China, they've had a strong contingent of bowlers in the event. Hong Kong Lawn Bowls Association formed the youth development team in 2001. That was in a bid to attract more youngsters into the sport and ensure the long-term development of bowls in Hong Kong.
Oh, great
And
bowler.
it certainly reaped its benefits. We've already seen a number of graduates move to represent Hong Kong at senior level, and certainly looking at the field of youngsters that have been here this week, Martin, the future looks bright.
Yeah, the future for Hong Kong does look bright. Six competitors from Hong Kong this week. Very well supported by the rest of the people from the Hong Kong development team. You could always tell when a Hong Kong player played a very good bowl. Cheers from around the arena.
And they're all here today supporting each other. I can see they've even made posters for the players that have been playing in the quarterfinals already today. Although they haven't enjoyed their best day on the carpet, there's still plenty of support.
I've done cards, but yeah, we'll swap it for a set. Have a swap around and do that for the rest of the thing. Do a set round robin.
Great ball there from Aaron. Turning the jack to make 2. We can see in the background there Darren Weir, Scotland's head coach. Darren is involved in the next event you're busy planning, Martin. World Indoor Bowls Championships at Potters Resort in Norfolk.
Yeah, starting on the 10th of January. Those people on YouTube and Facebook will be able to see every game at Potters Resort, Hopton-on-Sea.
17 days of live bowls.
17 days, yeah. Open singles, open pairs, ladies world match play mixed pairs, and a masters event.
Darren's one of the 2 sponsors' choices this year to take part in the event. He's the number 1 ranked player in the PBA. So he's been invited by Potters to compete. He did well at the recent Scottish International Open.
He did well, yes.
But of course Aaron was the man of the moment there.
Yes, thought he was going to win it.
As
Aaron
a qualifier.
played very, very well up to the final, but then came across a Jason Banks in magnificent form. Jason winning his first ever World Bowls Tour event, having
previously been runner-up in the open singles at Potters.
Yes, yeah, jumped
Jason
into the top 16 2 or 3 years ago, did Jason, and it looks like he cemented his place for a few years to come. Now then, Sophie is asking Paul here to play his forehand.
Jason, of course, a former winner of the men's singles in this event.
Yeah, Jason won at West Denton, just outside Newcastle. Now then, Paul, this could be a big ball. No, he's playing backhand. I thought Sophie told him to play forehand. That's it. He's wide, is he?
Connection. 2 shots.
2 shots to
To
England,
England.
yes.
Take a 4-2 lead.
Yeah, good start there from Ruby.
So I'm joined here now by Neil Roberts, Honorary Secretary of Hong Kong Football Club. Welcome, Neil.
Thank you very much, Keris.
What does it mean for Hong Kong Football Club to host a World Junior Indoor Bowls tournament?
It's a real privilege for us as a club to be chosen as the host venue for this event. And working with World Bowls and the Lawn Bowls Association of Hong Kong, China, is something that we're absolutely delighted to do. And you know what we're trying to do here is give a platform for the very best young bowlers in the world to showcase their skills and provide fantastic entertainment for the audiences here in Hong Kong and for whoever's watching around the world.
Indeed. Well, it's certainly a fantastic venue. I mean, I think everybody is in awe of the facilities, all the sports, the recreation facilities you have here. And you're a bowler yourself, I believe.
I am a bowler myself, yes. It's a game I came to probably about 5 years ago. I started playing. I joined Hong Kong Football Club as a squash player some almost 20 years ago. Arthritic hips put an end to a very average squash career, and I started playing bowls, and I've been playing for 5 years now. Love the game, find it the skill involved in it fantastic, and a very sociable game as well.
It is indeed, and we've already spoken on the stream earlier about how friendships are made on and off the green. We see here we've got the game between England and Scotland. So the old enemy, rivals on the green, best of friends off.
Absolutely, yes. And I mean, you know, and coming from the UK as I do, I'm obviously very aware of the intense rivalry between Scotland and England across any sports. And you know, it's great to see the home nations, Wales and Ireland here as well, plus teams from around the world. You know, some smaller countries being represented, like the Norfolk Islands, Guernsey. And it's just tremendous to see the diverse range of countries being represented, yeah, it's been a fantastic tournament so far, and obviously we're getting to the business end of the tournament now. Yes.
Scotland holding 2 on this end, Aaron playing weight. Scotland bowl just coming through with a jack. Cut it down to 1, I think. Can't quite see the paddles of the marker. Certainly looks like 1 from here, Neil.
I think so, yes.
Plenty of room for Paul to draw another. Not sure if that's made it for 2. Ruby taking a look. She indicating it's a measure. As we said, still an open head. There we are. Marker indicates 1 to Scotland. Certainly plenty of room for Aaron. What have you got, Aaron? He's following the ball up the rink. Either side of the green ball. He just needs to pass it. Depends on which way it falls. Still a draw for Paul. We were talking earlier, Neil, about the Hong Kong Youth Development Team and what a great bunch of bowlers you've got coming through in that at the moment.
Well, indeed, and I think the Lawn Bowls Association of Hong Kong China deserve a lot of credit for the program that they have put in place. Providing the opportunities for young people to get into the game of bowls, and supporting their development as players during their formative years. And then, there's a natural progression after that where the youngsters exit the program and come and join clubs like Hong Kong Football Club and join us and play in our teams in the leagues here in Hong Kong. And of course, many of them also representing Hong Kong China at international level too.
Yeah, indeed.
So it's wonderful, a wonderful program that provides great opportunities for these youngsters.
Yeah, it's been a busy few weeks for you with the HongOng Classic taking place as well.
It was, yes, and in fact during
cracking event.
It was indeed, and during that event, of course, we had another England-Scotland clash in the final of the men's pairs. Yep, which was a very, very keenly contested game, which Scotland just edged ultimately. But yeah, it's been great, great few weeks for international tournaments, international bowls tournaments here in Hong Kong. Yeah.
Ian McLean, of course, taking the men's singles and men's pairs in that event, and of course Emma Boyd was the women's pairs.
She was, yes.
Winner. She's back here.
Yep.
Representing Canada.
Yep, I spoke to her, Emma, earlier, and I met her for the first time during the Classic, and I saw her earlier today, and she got through her quarter-final in a tie-break, and is heading into the semi-final a little later this afternoon.
Indeed, of course, Emma, while she represents Canada, she does actually play at Club Tweed in Australia. Just updating you on the other mixed pairs semi-final. Kira Burke, Kane Nelson lead South Africa's Lesiandri Hildebrand and Alwyn Martineau 9-3. So Neil, you mentioned you're a former squash player.
I was.
We see the posters up for the World Championships squash event that you've got coming up next week. So 2 World Championships taking place within days of each other. It must be a busy time for the actual club.
It is indeed. I mean, for us to be hosting 2 World Championship events back to back in this club in different sports is I believe it's the first time we have ever done it.
Okay.
We have a situation coming up tomorrow where the trophy presentation and closing dinner for this World Bowls Junior Championship will coincide with the opening ceremony for the Squash World Teams event, which will take place at the same time. And as one event closes, the next one, another one opens. And once the squash event is over, the week after that we have an ITF veterans tennis event taking place in the club, which is a sort of local regional level tournament. But I understand there could be as many as 200 players playing in that event over the course of a week. So yeah, it's exciting times for the club. It really is.
A sporting mecca all round, indeed. Goodness.
Well, as a club, we are a multi-sports club, and I think week to week we put out teams playing competitively in 10 different sports. Rugby, soccer, lawn bowls, hockey, squash. We also have tennis, badminton. We have a swimming and triathlon section within the club.
Okay.
So yeah, we cover pretty much all the bases with sports here at Hong Kong Football Club. Yeah.
2 cracking bills there by Ruby. Marker indicating it's 1 to England. So a very tight finish to this first set. 6 of 7 ends. Paul looks like he's lining up to play weight. He likes it. Great effort there, Paul. Opens it up. Aaron will be looking to draw another shot. Ruby calling it to just settle. Good receiving bell, where's finished? Back to the draw for Paul. He likes it. You're going to pick it up, urging it to pick it up. Draws the shot. Aaron changing his hand. Is he just under the head? It's wonderful, isn't it, Neil, to be under 25 and be bidding to win a World Championship title.
I can't even imagine what that must be like. But yes, it must be a fabulous feeling, fabulous opportunity for these youngsters to have the opportunity to play in and indeed win a World Championship.
And being able to travel to, you know, one of the most vibrant cities in the world as well.
Yes, yeah. Well, those
being
of us
here in Hong Kong is phenomenal, really, at any age. But
yeah. Well, I myself have lived here for 31 years now. I came here on holiday 31 years ago.
Oh, right.
Decided I rather liked it and have never considered leaving here since then. So yeah, it is a very special city, yes, and one that I'm very pleased to be able to call home.
Lovely. Well, this is my 3rd visit to Hong Kong, and everyone has been magical in a way. Ruby and Aaron just discussing their options there. Does have the bell waiting. 2 receiving bells. So you didn't play bowls when you were in the UK?
I didn't. No. It was only a game that I've taken up within the last, 5 years,
Right.
through being a member of this
Of the
club.
football club.
Yeah. Although.
Aaron and Lucky there, just turning another Scottish bowl in. 2 shots Scotland. As we go into the last end, first set. Scotland with a 3-shot lead. Claudius Lamb there in the background. He does a lot of good work with
He
the
does
Long Bowls
indeed.
Association, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. Yeah, and no, he's a stalwart of the Lawn Bowls Association here in Hong Kong, and does some great work. Yeah. So.
Paul giving Sophie the come on clap of encouragement. Great leading from Sophie. Ruby's a stalwart lead for her club, Spalding. And also the England team, junior and senior. Ruby started bowling in 2008-2009. She plays for Drake's Pride Professional size 2 bowls. And as we've mentioned, the IIBC Junior World Mixed Pairs winner in 2020. The English National Under 25 Singles 2020 and 22 and 24. She's also the English National Women's Triples Champion. And she won the pairs in 2018 too. She's represented England in the senior team since 2018. And 2 years before that made her debut in the under 25 team. Great bowl there, Ruby. Just picking up the jack. Sophie's a primary school teacher back home in Scotland. She started bowling in 2013, plays with Tiger Evos. Like Paul, she's the 2024 British Isles Ladies Under 25 Singles winner. She's been in the Scottish Under 25 team since 2018, and in 2022 she made her senior team debut. So 2 great CVs from the girls. So as the leads and the skips swap ends, 1 to England. They'll be looking to add another 2 to tie the end, or indeed 3 to win. Paul pushing the Scottish bowl back. What shot do you think we'll see from Aaron here? He looks at a purposeful wharf there.
Well, he's got some work to do here if they're going to make a 3, which they require to tie the set. So shaping up as though he's going to come up the backhand side. Yes, looking to get the second shot, I think.
Ruby urging it down the rank.
Oh, a little bit short of weight. Yep.
Really needed to be behind there, didn't he?
He did indeed, yes.
To give himself a chance.
Yep.
Whilst Ruby's got a great bill there, sadly one is not enough on this end at the moment.
Oh. Paul just turned it there by the looks
He
of things.
did.
Yeah.
Turned his own bowl onto the jack. Aaron just surveying what position they've got.
So here it comes on the forehand side. Ooh.
Unlucky there just to turn his bowl away, but I'm not sure if that sets him up for.
So the final Scottish
shot.
wood coming up the green.
Yes, Aaron. Is there a plant on there just to edge their bow, the edge of the Scottish bowl out, trail the jack? Nestle it in for the 3. Be absolutely amazing shot if he can do it.
It would indeed. It would indeed. Scotland holding 2 at this moment in time.
He's urging it. Can he? Made the contact. Not enough,
Nice.
unfortunately, on that end.
First set to Scotland.
It is 7-5. Well, thank you very much, Neil, for joining us.
Thank you, Keris. It's been a pleasure, and we look
Giving
forward
us an
to.
insight into the football club here.
Yes, my pleasure. Look forward to catching up with you later in the afternoon.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Thanks, Neil. Joining me for the second set is Mark Cowan.
How are you, Keris?
I'm well, thank you, Mark. As Chief ITO for the event, how's it going?
Yeah, very, very good. We've had a terrific week. The officials here at the Hong Kong Lawn Bowls Association have been fantastic. Nothing's been too much trouble for them, which has been good. They've actually done 4 or 5 sessions out of the 6 in a day, probably more than what the players have played. So I think a few of them are getting a little bit tired by the end of the week, but no, they've been fantastic. Nothing's too much trouble for them.
So as we enter the second set in this match, just to update viewers, Australia took the first set against South Africa 10-3, and they took the first end of the second set with a single. So we'll keep an eye on that match as we continue with this one. Another 2 great opening bowls from Scotland lead Sophie McGrath there.
They've played very well, the Scots.
They have indeed. They have.
Not only in this match, but you know they're both in the semi-finals of the singles, and
That's no mean feat.
no, it is not. I've been watching a few of them since I've been marking a couple of games myself, and they've been outstanding, the 2 of them.
Sophie only dropped 1 game in the singles.
Yes, she's been very deadly, especially against Kira for Australia, which broke me heart a little bit, but yes, she never gave her a look in at all. So
Tell me about your bowls in Australia. What are you involved with? Whereabouts do you ply your trade?
I'm situated in Melbourne, which is the home of Bowls Australia down there. So our CEO of World Bowls now, who was CEO of Bowls Australia, we're all out of Melbourne.
Yep.
Yeah, I still play a little bit of competition myself, but these young ones are taking over, Kira. So the aching body of the older people, we're...
And you're at Club Sunbury?
Yeah, out of Club Summit. It's about 10 minutes past Melbourne Airport, away from the city. But we have a nice big undercover dome, very similar
Okay.
carpet to this, and it's great. You can play all year round on it, which is what we need to down in Melbourne with our weather.
Yes, you can have 4 seasons in the day in Melbourne,
That's
can't
what
you?
they
I know
say.
from visiting family.
That is what they say.
But certainly it's nice and warm here in Hong Kong at the moment, but it's hotting up at home,
Yes,
I'm
it's
sure.
33 they tell me today, so. But we have a lot of juniors, which is coming through as well, which is great. Not only at our club, but across Australia
Okay,
itself. So.
yes, yeah,
So they're our future, of course, and
absolutely.
it's great to be here this week to see what the rest of the world is, how they're going at an under 25 level too, and there seems to be the bowls is going to be in good hands, I think. So
The future is bright.
I think a big learning curve for some of the real young ones, the teens.
Oh gosh, yes.
Good
Well,
bowlers,
We've had
but
players here this week who are only 13.
correct.
To be competing in a world championship is quite an achievement.
And I think even though their bowls are good, they're still learning how to read heads and what shots to play and all. And that's where I said when I commentated the previous, just play a big part in that, and developing the players. And it's a bit of a juggle between how much time you give the players and the coaches talking during the game,
Indeed, yes.
which we've had a few difficulties with some of them. But and you weigh that up against, the experience of
Of
an
the
experienced coach of showing them what to do, So.
But of course, in this tournament, it is permitted for the players to have a coach
Yep.
sitting at the end of the rink and to give
Yep.
advice.
Give advice.
But it's the time scale that takes.
That's where the slow play comes into it, unfortunately. But as I said, it's a juggling act, and what we allow and what we don't allow. So
So England lying 1 here.
looks a bit vulnerable if you can get to it.
Yes, Paul would have clocked up lonely bill for England. Discussing there with coach Darren Weir his options.
And the experience of some of the older under 25s, they just ask a quick couple of questions yet, and they just get on with it. The younger ones, of course, the real young ones, take a little bit more time to develop and reading and understanding what the coach is saying and what shot to play. But well, he
So
might
just
do
going
enough
to
to knock
pass
it
there,
up.
nudge. Can he creep through that gap?
No. Good grouping if the jack was there, though, Kira. Have you enjoyed the week?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, first time to
It's
Hong Kong
great.
for me, and I've been a bit surprised how vibrant the whole city is.
It's
It's been
amazing. It really is. This is my 3rd time in Hong Kong.
great. Right.
Visited with family first, played in the Classic 2014, and now back here doing some media work with Will Bowles.
Yeah,
It's been great to be chatting to the players, the managers, finding out about bowls around the globe.
There's a good bowl coming in here. Yeah, well drawn.
2 shots to England. Take the first end, the second set. And obviously with the live streaming today and tomorrow, people around the world are able to tune in.
Yes, I'm not sure of the numbers so far, but I had a quick look on Facebook there before, and it was up towards 100 at one stage. So
Well, certainly the Northern Hemisphere is now waking up for Saturday.
yes,
So I'm
correct.
sure there will be a
Be
lot of
few more.
players, friends, family, bowlers tuning in.
Back home at
It's evening time.
it is evening time, but Saturday's our main competition day.
Right.
So
Pennant games.
Pennant games. I wouldn't have thought too many would have been watching during the day, but hopefully as they're finishing their games, they can sit down and watch a little bit the last couple of games with a convivial ale and tune in. Well, I've got a special guest with me, Angel from USA. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Good. Have you gone this week?
I'm doing good. Yeah.
You've enjoyed it?
Yes, I have enjoyed it. Yeah, it's been a good week. Had lots of fun playing.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Good. First time to Hong Kong?
First time to Hong Kong. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. First time to Hong Kong. Trying to see everything within the week, but
Yeah,
Yes.
it gets difficult sometimes, but so you haven't had a lot of free time, of course, 2 or
No.
3 games a day.
Yeah, two or three games a day, so not a lot of time, but just trying to work it out.
And you've got a few more years at this level.
Yes, I believe I have.
So what are you now?
I'm 19, so
19. So you still got 4 or 5
4 or
years.
5,
Yeah. And it's a great place to make new friends and
Oh yeah. No, I've been speaking with a lot of different countries.
Yep.
Trying to make those connections and getting their Instagrams, of course. Gonna talk to them.
and I've watched a fair bit of your bowls during the week. You played very well.
Thank
What
you.
bowls do you use?
I am using right now Taylor Aces.
Okay. And how have you find them on the green across the different rinks? Because they're all different.
Yeah. So I found them very nice, playing very nicely on the end rinks
Yep.
towards the very end, on like rink 1 or 6. Yeah.
Yep.
They were bending really nicely.
And it's usually the opposite over, well, especially over in Australia, that rinks on the ditch rinks are always the hardest to play.
Yeah.
But here they seem to be turning nicely. So
They are.
it's the ones in the middle that are a little bit more dicey, I suppose, if that's what you want to call it.
That is, yeah. The ring 3 was really a struggle, but I managed somehow.
Yep. So what did you win to get into this, or were you just nominated?
I was just nominated, selected.
okay.
Yeah. There's not a lot of young bowlers in the
Well,
US.
that was going to be my next question. How many more young bowlers you got over in the US?
To be honest, I think I'm just the only one
No,
for the
no,
males.
from your area?
Probably.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then obviously right now we have a female.
Yep. Yep.
Female. Her name is Addie.
Yep.
14 years old.
Okay.
Came over her first year playing. She played very well too.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah.
She did.
I think she tied a set against England.
Yeah, good.
So
And always learning how to read heads, those sort of
Yes.
things. And that comes with experience, you know.
of course, yeah.
It's hard to put old heads on young shoulders. And,
Of course, yes, yeah.
But yeah, no, she'll get better. I've been watching her delivery and all that. Yeah, she has a very nice style, very compact delivery, so
Yeah, it's
she'll
just
get better as she goes.
It's just a learning curve,
Yeah, yeah.
you know.
How long you been bowling?
For me, it's been 11 years, but
11, yep.
yeah, but more competitively, I would say 3 or 4 years.
And what club are you from?
Oh, I'm from Coronado Lawn Bowling Club.
Okay. And how many members would you have?
We have about close to 100.
Okay.
I think we passed 100
Yeah,
this year.
good. Very
So,
good.
yeah. This looks like a good bowl. Oh, just like
You've got a bit of it, but not enough to give him the shot. So
still down 1.
still lying 1 to Scotland at this stage. And you obviously, did you play against either of these 2 groups?
Let me think.
Are they in your section or other sections?
I believe we played against England.
England?
Yeah,
Okay.
in the pairs. We lost to them.
Yes, we're just saying how good a teams they are at the moment.
Yeah.
The 2 Scottish especially have been all over it and making both semis of men and ladies singles. It's a very good effort.
Yeah. Both very strong teams.
Have you been out to Australia at all on their greens out there?
No, I
Not
have
yet?
not. I want to though. I want to.
Yes, you'll certainly see a difference.
Oh wow.
Well, that's something you don't see too often, is the Jack going back
Jack
up the
going
green.
back. Yeah. Last year that happened against Australia and what was it? I think it was Scotland, Australia.
Yep.
Scotland.
So they've gone from 2 up to back to 1 up the green. Yeah, bit stiff.
Scotland holding one, I believe.
So trying to draw for 2, Paul.
He's close.
If it just turns late, as most of the bowls are doing here, and he's drawn 2.
He's round 2.
So that ties the set up at this stage after 2 ends, 2 all. And you find, I was just talking in the previous match about some of the bowls are doing different things on the carpet. Your bowls across the rinks were pretty good. You turned okay.
Some rinks were playing a little weirdly, so I had to adjust for that. I think on rink 3, if I went out too wide, it would
Yep.
hold.
Yep.
And of course, playing inside the marker, it would cut across. So
Very fine line.
very, very fine line. Yeah.
So once again, Sophie's playing this 3/4 length end.
Yeah, good start. Have you gone out and seen Hong Kong?
When I first got here, the first day and a bit. Otherwise, it's just been full on for me as head technical official.
Of course, yeah.
But yeah, we got to sort of a couple of sites of the peak and those sort of things.
Okay.
Yeah, something to come back to and have a proper holiday here, I think,
Yeah.
Angel.
It's really nice here. Yeah, they
It
have
is.
everything here.
It is a very vibrant city, as I said.
Yeah.
And so we don't have a lot of, well, we don't know much about bowls in the US. What sort of bowls do you usually play over there? Is there a mixture, or is it one
There's-
company more than the other? Or
There's a huge mixture of bowls, but mainly I see a lot of Henslight,
Henslight.
Tiger Twos.
twos? Okay.
Yeah, Tiger
Yep.
Twos or Arrow Groups.
Okay.
Um,
Purely because they turn a little bit
They
more on your
turn
slower
more.
group, slower
Exactly.
greens. Yep.
and then we also have, I already said the grooves. We also have vectors, vector VSs.
Okay. Yep.
A little narrower, but still nice. At our club, we mostly use vectors,
Okay.
but
And what would your green run normally?
on a good day, I want to say about 14 seconds.
Okay. And on a bad day?
On a bad day, it would be around, 12 and a
12,
half,
yeah.
13.
So this looks like 1 to England at this stage. After the ladies have finished their 3 bowls. He seems to have this backhand down pat. Might have just fell out. No, according to the marker on our left of screen, he's holding a blue paddle up, so
Holding one for Scotland. seems like the backhand is being preferred more than the forehand, at least going that way.
Aaron's playing with a, I won't say it's a black set, but it's more a very dark brown
Dark brown.
set of bowls.
I think he's also playing with Taylor Aces.
Right.
So
But yeah, it's the only non-coloured, if I could call it that, non-coloured set of bowls out here. But he's played very well with them. Just not going to pass Aaron's bowls. See, a lot of these players don't take long on the mat, do they?
They really
not
don't.
Not enough for the camera to get back, and it's off and away.
Well, he already knows what to do after Scotland.
Correct. Do you watch much bowls on YouTube or Facebook or anything like that over this side of the world, or
Yeah,
Australia? Yeah.
I try to.
Yep.
Helps me visualize heads more.
Yep. Yep. It looks like he's just going to cut underneath again. One thing I have noticed with Aaron's bowls, his turn very, very late, so he can certainly get around this particular head. And there's a lot of the rinks swoop very late.
That's a good shot.
There we go. Perfect example. They look like they're not going to come, and then they
And
just
then
turn.
a whole lot, yeah. I saw that a lot for my Taylor Aces as well.
Did they? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I think if you brought the wrong set of bowls over, it'd be very detrimental.
Yeah. Yeah.
So just a score on the other mixed pair semi-final. Australia's 10-1 up after 3 ends in the second set, after picking up the first set, and they picked up 6 on the third end to put them that far in front so far. So all looking well there for Australia at this stage. But we have a tight battle on the show rink. England and Scotland in the males played their their quarter final, which went to Paul over Aaron, and then the very next game they got a front up again in the mixed. So I'm sure Aaron's looking to reverse the tables this time round.
Yep.
And it's a lovely start by Ruby.
That's a beautiful start. Let's see what Sophie does.
So we've been lucky enough in Australia to have a couple of past winners here, and one's Alan Ryan, of course, who went on to win the singles at the last Commonwealth Games over in Birmingham. So it's got a bit of a rich history, this event for you, Angel, if you can stick with it.
Yeah. Been here now 3 years, so
Right.
definitely seen improvements.
Yep.
I mean, I almost made it to the singles,
Okay.
but lost by.
You had to win
just needed to win the
the
last
last game, yeah.
Yeah.
And come down to the tie break
The
too, didn't
tie
it?
break, yeah. Well, I was happy on how I played.
And how do you find the tie breaks?
Ooh,
I know they're deadly, but
yeah.
we did have one in tie breaks, and I don't think a lot of the players enjoyed them. So
Yeah.
we've now sort of thrown it back out to 3 again, which gives you a chance.
Yes, definitely gives you a chance.
And do you play much sets play over in America?
No, we actually don't see
Just-
a lot. We don't
just
see
play
any sets
traditional
play.
play, yeah?
Traditional, yeah.
Okay.
It's normally just ends or points if we're playing singles.
And what have you found about the sets play after winning a set or losing a set? How does your mindset change?
Well, if I lose the first set, I use the first set as finding my my line, finding it as a guide to how to win the second set.
You're virtually having a fresh start, aren't you? It's back to
Exactly.
even, as if you're just starting the game again. So if you can get into that mindset of playing the second set just as if you're starting, not worry that you've lost the first, because quite often we see a big turnaround in the second set after losing the first one. So
Exactly. And then if I win the first set, I'm going to try to keep that momentum going.
and that's the hardest part from winning the first set,
Win-
is just staying on
Staying
top of it rather than say,
concentrated
oh,
on
I've
that.
got this now, and then suddenly the opposition come back at you. So
Exactly. And then the tie breaks are always, hit or miss type of stuff.
yeah, they are. But so's respot and everything else. So you just play the game to the tactics or to the conditions that you've got. And if you can do that, well then, you go okay. Unfortunately, the bowls is a game of luck sometimes. It's built around luck.
Yeah. I saw that a lot this week.
So what are your ambitions going forward?
My ambitions.
Making
Well,
a world championships or something like that down the
yeah.
track?
Yeah, hopefully winning this tournament,
Okay.
this event, hopefully.
Well, you've still got 4 or 5
Four
years. as
or
you
5
said.
more years.
So you're right with that?
And then hopefully go to Australia,
Yeah.
play a couple of tournaments there.
So Paul playing a little running shot, but just didn't quite get around the front bowls. So England's holding one here.
Just trying to get around. No, he's in. Yeah.
Thank you, Angel, for joining us there. Great insight
Yeah, we don't.
into speaking to one of the young competitors.
Yeah, and especially from someone where we don't hear a lot about bowls over in the US.
No,
you
we
know,
don't.
So,
We don't.
nice to get a bit of insight into what happens over there. And a lovely young person too. So
Absolutely.
spoke to his parents during the week, and yeah, got a good head on his shoulders. So
He has
he's
sat by me at dinner one evening. How's your day been?
But no, he's played pretty well. So very hard to draw another one there for Aaron. Try to get position in case the jack gets moved. I think Paul will be playing down through the 2 bowls out in front.
He's got a bill there waiting behind, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got 2 there, so you can crack the bowl onto the jack. I'm sure he won't be short of it.
I don't think he will. Certainly plays some big bills
He has, hasn't he?
in this event.
Yeah. Well, he's played with enough weight. It just depends whether this will swing or not. Just missed.
Paul's from the Bonnybrig Outdoor Club in Scotland. He plays for Midlothian IBC Indoor. He's playing with Henselite Tigers. Started bowling in 2011.
Well, he must be top end of the under 25s then, if that's the case.
Yes, certainly, yes. He's an electrician by trade, Mark.
Ah, very good.
Outside of bells, he says his hobbies would be trying to juggle keeping fit,
Yeah, we all
As he
have that trouble.
as he can with the time he has when he's not working. He's completed many half marathons.
I won't say he's a
Attends the
man
gym.
after my own heart, but no, I envy those sort of people.
He also says he loves going abroad to watch Scotland at football.
There you
Speaking
go.
to him earlier, he's had a few European excursions to watch his beloved Scottish team.
Very good. Very good. Yes, well, Ruby's just starting to put the pressure on Sophie at the lead level at the moment. That's got England back into the second set.
They lead 5-2 after 4 ends. Holding shot there, Ruby looking to add another.
But good position, even if it's not second shot.
Absolutely. Back bills are never wasted, are they?
No.
Just popped out into the stadium. Looks to be a good crowd in watching.
Yeah, more than what we've had all week as far as the sectional games. So they've all come out for the finals, which is good.
Yes.
And the players who haven't made it are all here watching
Yep.
as well. So cheering on their peers.
Aaron urging Ruby's bell in. Yeah, another good bell in the area.
Yeah, a very good bowl by Sophie, just cutting underneath the jack and the shot bowl. But better there than short.
South Africa have just scored a 2 in the other semi-final.
And that
But
takes them up to...
That takes it's 3-10 going into the 5th end. And of course Australia won the first set.
Am I allowed to say go Aussies?
Mark.
I'll try to be
You need
biased.
to be
A technical official's got to be unbiased.
Exactly. Impartiality. Of course, we've got the IIBC president, Gordon Woods. He's secretary of the Scottish Indoor Bowls Association. He's busy doing the live scoring.
He sat there all week
He has. It's a
watching
very valuable
every single game,
tool.
doing the live scoring. He's been a marvel doing it.
I know when I've not been at events how important the live scoring is.
And I think it's a great innovation for people at home to keep up
It
to date with
certainly
how
is.
the game's going.
Absolutely. Become queen of the refresh button. What have you got, Aaron? You just pass Ruby's bell for another?
lovely
Yes.
shot.
Well played.
I think that might just change his hand somehow and play a little bit of a runner on the forehand now. He's looking at it.
Certainly looks inviting from our angle.
That's what Sophie's telling him to do. So you heard it first. He said if I can get off the inside of Aaron's bowl and get the other one. Ooh. Well, he missed all of that and got the one that was sitting on the jack.
Collection 2 to England. What's Aaron going to do here? Similar shot to before?
Yeah, I think
Under
so.
Ruby's bell, the outside bell.
I think Aaron's got the Aaron's going to try and block Paul in because it's the only way in is on the backhand now virtually for him, unless it's a perfect shot on the forehand. But looks to be a backhand shot. So if Aaron can get in there first and block him off. He doesn't waste any time, does he?
He certainly doesn't, no. Makes up his mind on the mat within seconds.
Playing the forehand, so I'd like to think he's probably going for cover now. If Paul's going to play that sort of weight. That looks like what he's done, trying to get as close as he can to the tee.
Thoughtful look from Paul walking back to the mat.
Mm.
Having a few words with his coach, Darren, sitting on the bank.
Yes, he has. Even though he's talked to Darren a fair bit, he hasn't stood up next to him. He's done a lot of it while he's been walking back to the mat, which certainly speeds up the play from my
It
point
does,
of view.
doesn't it?
So-
Yes.
But I thought
And
this
keeps
is
the
what
momentum probably going from him. He's not breaking, stopping.
correct. So this is the shot I thought Paul through that hole, but
Still
think it's
two
two.
Two
Yep.
to England. So England take a 5-shot lead after the fifth end. At the moment,
What are your thoughts on the sets played?
yes, I don't tend to play a lot of it. I've had a break from bowls, come back to it this year. Been playing mainly league games, which have been 21-18 ends
Yep.
at home. So
Do you think it's a better being a editor for the magazine? Do you think it's a better spectacle for the
oh, definitely.
for the
It's
people
got-
watching?
to keep the game,
The momentum.
the momentum going, keep spectators interested.
Yep.
Definitely the way forward. People want short, sharp games.
They do. They do.
You know, we can be out on the green 3-4 hours.
And I think that would turn a lot of people off if they're watching it. You know,
Exactly.
we love playing it that
We do.
way, but yeah, I think as
In
a
competitions like
watching
this,
sport, I
definitely.
think you need these sort of quick, sharp games and the excitement over 3-end tie-break sort of thing. Yeah, Ruby's second set has really set England up to make this a one-set all and tie-break coming up.
Certainly got that written all over it, hasn't it, at the moment?
Yeah.
Still 2 ends to go.
Yeah, Sophie had the better of her the first set, but
She's played her way.
Her
Ruby's
sec-
played her
yeah.
way into the game.
her second half has been very, very good.
Sophie, of course, coming off the momentum of winning her semi-final against Australia.
Yep.
Ruby experiencing the disappointment, losing on the last end of the tie-break to Canada's Emma Boyd.
And could have very easily dropped her bundle and said, you know, I'm not going to, not try, but could have very easily just gone through the motions with it. But she's really fought back this second set.
If you were team manager, how would you have recommended them to, in between the game for Ruby? Then how would you recommend? What would you have thought
It's definitely
to
just
go
a
away,
mind,
reset?
just a mindset thing that, all right, that game's gone. You can't do anything about it, but you've still got a chance for medals here in the mixed. But we need, and in pairs you need both people firing. You can't play pairs or singles in a game of pairs.
No.
So you need both of them contributing.
And both girls have played in the event previously, so they will know and got to the latter stages. Obviously, Ruby being a former winner of this event
Yep.
and a bronze medalist in the singles in the same year. Both will know what stamina is required, the amount of games played.
And it is taxing on the players over the week. You know, you play 2 or 3 games, mixed and then singles. You know, all day. So
Indeed, and obviously, as we've said previously, playing with another teammates that
yeah.
you might not necessarily know very well. Obviously, be the other end of the country they could be
Correct.
playing for.
that's right. You might
Play
not see
together.
them up until just before the start of the event. So.
And we've had in this competition, there's been countries that have sent players, maybe only one male, one female,
Correct. Or a
and then
female,
they've
yeah.
partnered up to play together in the
Yeah.
mixed pairs.
Correct.
So a great learning curve for them to play together, get to know each other's game in a relatively short space of time.
And when I spoke during the last game with Miles, he said the same thing. He was partnered with Rebecca. And,
Yes, he was, yes.
And he said, yeah, it took a few games early just to get the hang of what she can and can't play, and her strengths, and then you play accordingly after that. So he was very impressed. I put it on him to say who was going to win the lady singles, and he went for Rebecca. So.
Of course, Rebecca's sister, Connie.
Yep.
She was a silver medalist at the senior event in this competition, which was held in Guernsey. So I know Rebecca was speaking to me before the event. A little bit of sister rivalry there.
Yes, bit
of
of one-upmanship. Yep. But yeah, it's a very talented family, though.
They are indeed. Commonwealth Games medalists, World Bowls medalists, and as a family together, playing with Mum Rose as well.
I think it'll be a very good semi-final, Rebecca and Sophie.
And of course that will be played later on today. Have the men's and women's semi-finals coming up.
I think the streaming rinks, Kane Wilson from Australia, Kane Nelson, not Wilson, from Australia, and the Hong Kong Quentin.
Quentin, yep.
Yeah, so
yeah, he's
forward
got quite
to
a following here at the moment. I can see a number of the Hong Kong Youth Development Team players sitting at the side of the green.
So yes, I have no doubt they'll be
waiting to
cheering
cheer
him on.
waiting to cheer their man on. I can see they've made posters with his name on.
Oh, have they?
Yes, they have. Go Quentin. You can just see Wales' Corey Davis there in the background. He's another semi-finalist.
Yeah, she's been a strange story.
Lively character.
Yeah, but it looked like after his first game yesterday morning, he wasn't going to make any final in the singles, and
He bounced back.
One bowl turned that around, and suddenly he's won his quarter final and
And
now
got
down to the semis. So won the playoff, quarter final, now down to the semis. So shows you how fortunes can change.
Indeed. I was going to say bowls is all on the day, but in this style of competition, all on the hour.
Correct. So Paul needs to get shot here to keep the set alive. Otherwise, it'll go to 8-2 to England, and we'll start a tiebreak. Because if you can't get enough shots to win the set, then the set's over in knockout play sets. Yeah, lovely try. So that should be the set. Not sure why they're not tossing, but
Well, no, a 6. If Scotland score a 6, tie the set.
yeah, of course.
They've already taken the first set.
They can tie. I was thinking more singles, wasn't I? Yes.
Maths isn't my strong point, but
Yes, no, there you go.
we've already seen 1-6 today in the Australia-South Africa game. Australia picking up a full house on the way to claiming their semi-final spot. And Mark, you were telling me earlier in the week you've been involved in coaching
Yeah,
in her home in Australia.
yeah, I've coached for a lot of years now, and the Australian Australian girls player, Kira. I found she won the Australian under 18 championship singles at 14.
Wow.
So I finished up picking her for Victoria under 18s, and yeah, she's gone on to bigger and better things since then. So yeah, probably one of her first coaches back in the day. So
Excellent.
now she's in the Bowls Australia program, of course.
Okay, the emerging Jackaroos.
Yep. So they've got quite a few coaches in that go out and actually train with them and do drills with them, those sort of things.
And obviously Carla Rogers, sorry.
Yeah,
I go by her
you still
maiden
go.
go by
I
her
still call her
maiden name.
Rogie as well instead of Krasanik, which is her married name. But
She's based at your club.
she is. She's just been back after having 2 kids. She's back playing. So with us,
Great shot, Sophie.
which is great. I see my side, or our Sunbury side, won today with her in it. So it was yeah, great to have her back.
Yeah, played against Carla a couple of times in various events.
I also
I think actually one of them was here in Hong Kong in the
Okay.
Classic. She was here with Kelsey Cottrell, if I
Yeah.
remember rightly.
I coach Sammy Atkinson too. She comes out and sees me every couple of months.
Okay,
So,
I met Sammy in Guernsey.
correct, on the indoor pairs, mixed
Yes,
pairs.
she did. Postponed her wedding for the event as well.
She did. That was a big call.
Yes.
A very big call. Yeah, so I've done a fair bit of coaching over
I
the
watched
time,
her on
so-
the BPL the
yes,
other week.
Yes, it was nice
She
of
was
her
playing
to
in
see
that.
how she went.
A couple of our players had invitations for that, which was good to see.
Yes. Yes, our BPL, well, you had Paul Foster and Marshall and...
Jamie Walker,
Yep.
Catherine Rednell,
Yep,
Nick Brett.
Nick Brett. So it's nice to get a few from the
Absolutely.
UK to come over and see how we live over at the other side of the world.
The crowds, the enthusiasm, phenomenal.
Yeah, and the music going all day, and it's
Real party atmosphere.
It is. It's certainly something different, I suppose, from a UK point of view. They
Yes.
don't. Everything's on the quiet. So
Well, we have introduced music now to quite a few
do you?
venues.
Yeah, good.
So, Mark,
Good shot.
well played, Aaron.
It's at least one to England.
Not quite sure how Scotland are going to pick up a count at the moment.
No, I can't see numbers anywhere.
England have got them well covered.
Yeah, very good try, but couldn't make
Tie
any
break
numbers.
time.
Yeah.
Aaron and Paul, of course, going into their second tie-break of the day. They faced each other in the singles quarter-final. That game went right to the last bell.
So what do you usually like to do if you win the toss, Keris? Do you give it away or take it?
Probably take the jack.
Okay. Yeah, look, there's arguments for and against. Some
It
people
is.
like to throw the length they want. Some people like to have the last bowl because it gives them, a chance to change the head with their last bowl.
I think I'd like to just
So-
be in control to have my jack length. Certainly want your first bell to be there or thereabouts. put your opponent under pressure from the off.
I suppose a lot of people who like their last bowl work on the theory that unless it's a toucher, they can beat it, and they have virtually 4 bowls to their 3 after that. So,
Yeah, I can see that.
you know,
Can
it's
see your point there.
it's an interesting scenario.
There really is no right or wrong.
No, there is not.
You know, we've seen plenty of times situations.
The
Player try
First
to
bowl down is the one
drive
that's
the-
got the
drive
shot
the
and
jack in the
finish,
ditch.
Yeah, that's true.
Thank you very much.
And that seems to be a growing trend too, to bring the mat right up and put the jack on the tee and then try and drive it in the ditch with
Yeah.
your first bowl.
Great start there, Ruby.
Playing the opposite side to Sophie of the green, but seems to be handling it. Sophie's replied well here.
She has. And again, says Aaron.
I always tell my students, what's the hardest shot to play? And they say draw and drive and this and that. And I say it's the one where your skip says good shot, do it again. If you don't know what you've done the first time, then that's the hardest one for me.
It's the call. How's your memory? Sophie just needed to be underneath her belt.
That's the fraction.
Just see Ian Merrion in the background there. Ian was instrumental when the senior event of this competition was held in Guernsey earlier in the year. He's been here with the Guernsey team.
He's been
Emily
live
Rich
streaming
and Bradley Lenore.
he's been taping it or videoing it, has he?
He has, yeah, he's been streaming it back to Guernsey.
I hope all the people in Guernsey are enjoying that.
I'm sure they are. I know there was a strong support for the championships when they were held there earlier in the year.
Yeah, lovely
Emily and
shot.
Bradley, of course, the 2 players representing Guernsey here. They were involved with marking, board turning, you name it, they were doing it. And as I said, certainly set them up well for coming to Hong Kong. Emily, of course, reached the playoff
She went very well.
last night,
Yep. Kira, the Australian girl, just beat her.
got the better of her
Mm.
on this occasion. You pick it up, Aaron, trailing for 2.
Yes, he has. That's a very good shot by Aaron. Purely and simply, if Paul plays any weight, gets the shot bowl out, he still gives himself the shot, which is just to the side of the jack. So Paul's actually got to get the jack first if he wants to get shot. He's just played a few of these little runners underneath the line. I was saying before, the carpet swings a lot and swings late. So
You think you're on
you think
track?
you're on it, and then suddenly
a
she
sudden it
cuts
just
away
whips.
and you miss your target by a good, foot to 12 inches.
Aaron hanging on here.
So he's better off coming off the inside of his own if he's out on a better track.
I think
Which
that could be 3 or still 2.
Still 2, I think. Well, he's certainly got more weight this time. Looks to be a...
Chips the belt.
That makes it even harder.
It does. Bowl's just wrong side of the jack.
Because this time if he gets the jack clean, it's only going to go straight back into the bowl. So two still to England. Big discussion between the two English players, deciding what they're going to do with Aaron's last bowl. Do I cover it?
He's made his mind up.
Yeah, I think
purposely towards the mat.
Yeah, I think he has. I'm not sure what he's going to play, but I think he's made up his mind. That's the main thing. Yeah, she's gone for, I would think, a little bit of cover on that side of the green, in case he does get half a jack. Looking at this angle, if he does get the jack out of bounds, he does have the tee. So now it's just a matter of getting half a jack out to the two bowls on the left of screen, or get it out completely and being put back on the tee for one to Scotland. So it looks like he's lining up to fire one at the head.
Yep. He's calling a hurry.
Oh, hit what he wanted, unfortunately
Cut it to a
didn't get them
single.
all, just one out. And one to England.
First blood to England.
The streaming service has been fantastic, hasn't it?
Really good.
Very good, clear
It
pictures.
is
And
very good.
yeah,
You can see the crew
in the background
in
there.
the background there. There's cameras at each end of the rink.
And one in
One
the
to
middle.
the side, yeah.
Yep.
And obviously the commentary. There is also commentary in Cantonese. We have 2 more games to be live streamed, and we'll have more player involvement. I know we've got Ireland's Laura Rainey coming to speak to us. Ruby just disturbed there.
Obviously didn't like that bowl. I'll go and pick another one up.
Something There are quite a lot of people standing behind the head coming in this
Yeah.
direction.
Yeah.
The other end, of course, is very tight, only enough room for the coaches' chairs.
Oh, I'm glad you changed the bowl then.
Exactly.
Picked a better one. Yeah, her backhand coming back to the club, or back to this end where all the spectators are, has been brilliant since the start of the second end. So really
Yes.
put pressure on Sophie. It's
Seen
a
this-
fair reply.
Ruby certainly raised her game in the second set and carried that through to the opening of the tie-break.
I presume the other game's finished.
Yes, sorry. We're so engrossed in this game.
This game.
It's Hasmark, and it was a convincing 10-3, 14-3 win for Australia's Kira Burke and Kane Nelson
Very good.
over South Africa. South Africa scored a 3 in the first set, a single and a double in the second. Australia looked to be pretty
happy with
relentless.
that after Kira's singles, but nice to bounce back and puts them into the final. And they'll play the winner of this match.
9:30 tomorrow morning, Hong Kong time.
Correct.
Be about lunchtime back home with you, Mark?
Yeah, they're 3
Middle
hours.
middle of the
Mid-
night for
mid-
the UK. But
Yes.
I'm sure there will be some avid supporters who will be setting their alarms to give support from the Northern Hemisphere.
Yes, we should get quite a few from back home in New Zealand watching tomorrow. Only a 3 hour difference, so I was watching Aaron in the quarterfinals, and for the first set he didn't mark his card.
Oh,
And I thought, oh, this is interesting. Anyway, at the end of the first set, he picked up his card and he remembered exactly what every
oh really?
end was. He went tick, 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 tick. And I said, well, that's pretty
Fair
good.
play.
That's fair play.
Yes.
I thought he might have asked for the card off the opposition. but no,
Exactly.
he just marked it all.
I wonder if that's something that he does.
Yeah, to keep
Regularly
his,
then,
to keep,
is
yeah,
he-
to keep his mind interested just in the game or whatever.
Some people do have,
but good memories.
well, good memories or certain routines, I was
Yeah.
going to say.
Yeah. Yeah, I sat there and just my eyes was wide open watching him do it, just from memory.
Do you have a set pre-match preparation routine? Any little habits that?
No, not really. I think I used to be more superstitious in what I wore, and you know,
Okay.
just, if I won one week in the same shirt, I'd wear it the next week, or
Without washing it?
no, I'd wash it.
Oh,
But you know, you'd have 2 or 3 shirts that you could wear, but if I won in one, I'd wear that again next week until I lost in it, and then I'd swap over. But yes, we're very superstitious that way, the bowlers.
I have to say, when I was playing for Wales, if I'd won in one particular top, I'd be keeping it on for the next day.
Yeah, funny, isn't it?
Yeah, same cloth. If I was going to a game at home in the car, I'd be playing the same songs
Yeah,
on the
yeah.
CD. On the,
Yep.
what was a CD player then? I was talking to Sophie yesterday. She likes to play certain songs as motivational music.
Yep. Yep.
Some of the players you'll see walking around the stadium with headphones on.
Yes, everyone's different. So,
Imagine if we were all the same.
so Aaron's trying to cover here, so in case the jack gets splashed back to the back of the rink. They're holding 2. So he's played it fairly wide, if he has the right weight. Which he...
You gonna get past the Scottish ball?
not quite.
Well, Paul,
It's now or never. If he can crack that back through the hole.
certainly within his capabilities.
Yeah, so you don't want to be 2 down and then make it 3 love down with one end to go. Trying to pick up a 3 to extend the tie break. I have an old saying as far as when the thirds are telling you what shot to play and all that, you're playing the shot. So
Yes.
play what you think you can get, not what your
Exactly.
third thinks you can get.
Play what you see, isn't it?
Yep.
And very often, obviously, you know, even looking at the head from the head end, when you get to the mat, it'll look completely
Different, yep. Your depth perception from 30 metres away.
We saw it earlier with Kane Nelson. They
Yep.
discussed the shot. He got to the mat,
Oh, no. that's
changed his
good.
mind, went with what he saw.
Well, he's trying to crack the shot bowl.
He's down to it. He's edging it.
There you go.
Well played.
Well played.
3 to Scotland.
Well, it'll be interesting. Angles on TV are very deceptive.
Ruby measuring.
That looks the closest English bowl. Well, that's one.
One.
And, okay.
He's only giving the one. Only the one it is.
Yeah.
Do you think that the other one possibly was in?
All comes down to this.
Certainly does. The calibre of the players, we wouldn't expect anything different.
No, you would not. And this is exactly what we were talking about before. How exciting it is to come down to the last end of a 15, 16 end game. Whoever wins it goes through.
Really has been an epic encounter. Changing bell for bell. All 4 players playing with pride and passion for their country. World Championship titles in their sights.
So they're throwing the jack a little bit longer than what England have been throwing it. So say if he can nail it with her first, it puts pressure right back on England.
A couple of feet behind. Change of length, just a loose opening 2 bells. I'm
just
sure both will adjust.
Just that jack length being
Yeah,
changed.
I'm sure
Everyone
both
thinks,
will
oh,
adjust
I've got to
in a
give it
second.
more, and they give it too much, But I have no doubt both of them will adjust their weight. Both girls very methodical with their deliveries. Still looks a bit runny, I think. Just enough.
Couple of feet.
Two to Scotland. No real need for Ruby to change hands or anything. She's only got to adjust her weight down another 2 feet on the same line. The first 2 bowls were perfect lines.
Just resetting. On track.
Well, she's got better weight. Or not.
Rest on her own bell.
Just a
Just slightly
couple
over.
of, yeah, a couple of bowls too far.
Down to the 2 boys.
Yes, you'll do it, Skip. The
Over
old
to
saying on
you.
the changeover, isn't
You
it?
can do it. Over to you. before drawing the actual. Still room for Aaron.
Yes, the way he's been bowling, too much room.
On the forehand.
Just a little bit,
Lacking a little bit of pace.
yeah.
Paul following his bowl down the rink. Be confident of drawing another. Just pulling up.
The pressure of the final end, eh?
It is, isn't it?
And now Aaron's
Aaron.
trying to hold it back, so he's probably given us too much out of the chute by the look of it.
Well, he just rests on the Scottish
Bowl
belt.
and get the shot that way.
Played Aaron.
He didn't like it out the hand.
He didn't. He was
Urging it to come back,
holding it, trying to hold it back.
but again his bowls turn nicely onto the shot bowl.
Advantage England.
So all down to this for Paul.
Last bell.
Needs to draw it or sit that bowl. We'll soon know with if he follows it down yelling.
Yes.
Nothing yet. Sophie's having a good look
He's very close to picking it up.
right through the hole.
So that's a win on the tie break for England.
And they go through to the semi-final against Australia.
Thank you very much, Mark.
No worries, Keris. Pleasure being here.
Here we are. We see the players shake hands. We'll be back shortly with the semi-finals.
The men's singles with Kane Nelson against Quentin from Hong Kong.
Yeah, it was. That was alright, wasn't it? Oh, I think you and Martin are loving this.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Hong Kong Football Club. We're now down to the last semi-finals of the day, and on the rink we have from Hong Kong Quentin Kaching, and he's playing against Kane Nelson from Australia. Kane will be using the red stickered balls, and with me in the commentary position at the moment is Aaron Johnson from England.
Hello
who's
everyone.
just been successful in the semi-final of the mixed pairs with his partner. Now, how did you feel that went, Aaron?
Well, that was straight back on against the Scottish bloke who nipped me in a tie-break, deservedly so, to be fair, in the singles on the same rink. So that was a bit of a first 30 minutes trying to get back through after having a defeat like that was hard, I can't lie, but we battled through. They were too good first set, and me and Ruby dug in well to nick the second one, and as per usual, tie breaks can go either way, can't they?
They
Came
can.
down to the last few bowls, and it ended up being almost an old-style tiebreaker, us just nicking it 2-1 over 3 ends, but as always with England-Scotland, it's a close battle, it's a good battle, and at least we came out the right side of one of them. So looking forward to tomorrow, where we're going to play Kane, actually, I think.
Yeah, Kane came through in the other semi-final against South Africa this afternoon on rink 2. Yeah, you had two very, very tight games with Paul, two tie breaks.
Yep.
Magnificent bowl with your last bowl on the third end of the second tie break in the mixed pairs there. It looked as if you were in a pretty difficult position.
Yeah, I had about, 8 inches to draw it in, maybe 8-10. Just on the swinging hand, managed to get down just in time to get inside his bowl, push it away one, and leave Paul with the same tricky shot, which he only just missed on the inside. You never feel safe in these competitions here. When any opponent has a bowl left in his hand, you don't feel safe. I've lost 3 sets here this week on the last bowl. I've been holding game because that's just the standard here.
Yeah, the standard very high this week. Lots of the emerging nations are bringing players through as well. Certainly with Quentin here from the Hong Kong, China, through their development squad. I'm fairly sure he's going to have a lot of supporters here. I've just been out. Just been out to the back of the rink.
Being scared by his date of birth. He was only born in 2008. This is what scares me, how young and good some of these people are. They've got years and years in this, and I look back to, when I was their age, and I think they've got some head start on me and a fair few others. Yeah,
and of course the development squad, because it's a small island, they get together very, very much. I think they've got 50 odd now in the development squad that started a few years ago. Their coach, Les Carter, head of the development squad, is there. You can see him sat at the end of the rink there. Speaking to him this week, he's worked really, really hard. He's had 6 players to deal with, and I think there's probably about another 25 of them in the arena that are going to be supporting Quentin for this game.
Yeah, it's impressive, and he's got an early chance here. If he can get anything onto the jack on the draw, he can make Kane in an early bit of trouble. Really, he can make 3 or 4, and judging by how he's the only player this week that didn't lose a game in the group stages, I wouldn't back against it.
No.
Very, very just consistent.
Down the forehand. Kane has played this rink already today. He played it in the mixed pairs this morning.
What pace that was for it. Half a bowl away. But equally now, it depends how brave Kane is. Turn the white bowl away for 3. However, as I said, any touch on the jack. So he might be brave for his bowls. On the other hand, safer shot.
Yeah, he does look to be playing a backhand at this one. Turn his own bowl onto Quentin's bowl.
Percentages, and I think on a green such as this, which is fine pace, absolutely fine pace, but you can't always be sure of the lines. Makes sense to play the percentage shot where you've got a bit more leeway, if you can.
Yeah, he's down the backhand. Bit of pace. Probably more pace than I thought he would have played.
Yeah, knowing his bowls, he shouldn't go too far. He's glad he did whip under there as quick as he did.
Didn't want an edge of jack then.
No, but 1 to Hong Kong, I believe.
You can see Quentin there carrying the mat up the green. You had that earlier on this week. You played
with
Kane, and a
yes,
number of times the mat was at the wrong end.
Kane, it's an Australian thing apparently that I'd never heard of before. They bring one mat up and down with them, and with my short jacks that I do, sometimes the mat would be a long old way away or pretty close, and they bring it up with them. And I would say 5 or 6 times in the match, if I had last bowl, I didn't do it. And that meant that two mats were at the same end, so I had to come trudging all the way back down to get it. But we got there in the end. The Canada guy that I played, and Owen, tried to do it as well, and the marker didn't let him. So that stopped that one. But it's just something they do over there. I guess to be fair, they're probably nicer than us. It probably helps the markers out having to keep getting it. But us English, we're not that nice.
Quentin, a lot of backswings on the mat there.
I see a lot of the Hong Kong people, they have repetition before they bowl. It's not something I've ever done, but quite clearly quite a lot of youngsters do. They're either backwards or forwards of swaying momentum before they even bowl. Ruby does the same, to be fair. Ruby.
Yep. Your partner. How have you found playing with Ruby this week in the pairs?
Fantastic. She just tells me what needs to be said and nothing more, and sometimes that helps you. I'm never confused because she just says this, that and the other. She tells me when I'm playing a stupid shot, which is quite often. Very often I'll walk back the other end and say I'm playing forehand, and she'll just look at me, and then I know that means backhand. So that works well enough. And the fact she's won this once before, I think I'm silly not to listen. She's got very good game sense. So
Yeah. A lot of the English girls, the young English girls, are very good now.
Oh, they're just very fortunate to play in high standard all the time, which not saying everyone gets that fortunate, and I think it helps. And now with so many more open competitions, they play the same style as everything. I don't think there's difference in style in the games is there anymore. I've seen more women fire harder than the men, I think, this week.
Yes, there's been some of that, yeah. She plays out of the Spalding Club, which of course in England is a very, very strong club in southern Lincolnshire.
I've lost to that club more times than I can count, I think. They're very, very strong, just strength and depth.
Yep.
That's my favourite thing. The old flop against bias.
Noticed that quite a lot this morning in the first game where the bowls went against the bias.
It's honestly, in terms of pace on the carpet, cannot complain. I play on greens in my country and my county even that are heavier than this. And on the ones that we're using now, as you can see, the lines are beautiful. There's just a few oddities, but once you played it enough, you know them, and they're there for everyone. No matter what bowl you use, it has the straight-ins.
Yeah, great effort here. Oh, just give up. Lie in the one though.
Again, if Kane wants to probably get shot, you're forcing him to be very brave, and this early on, you don't want to do anything silly, so it is hard.
Yeah, that looks to have tightened up the backhand. Is he going to play forehand and try his own bowl?
I suppose the only good thing for Kane now is his own should be locked in.
Yeah.
It'd be very unfortunate to leave the 2 whites in his go.
Yeah, he looks under this one.
That's the problem playing that sort of neat place here. It's hard. Very, very hard.
You're over with your father for this event?
Yeah, I will say. Obviously, I've been fortunate to get to one final. Singles not quite gone how I hoped, but it was still a good performance and whatever. But the week here in Hong Kong, my dad's been fantastic. I would say the facilities here. I'm not saying I've been to all the places, but the bowls club in this facility you can't beat. They've catered for you in every way you need, and you've got. Even if you've got a day of not much bowls, which I've had, we've left the venue, but also you could spend a day in here easily playing squash, football, anything that you all get access to. It's a fantastic venue, and
yeah, we've spoke about it during the day. It's a massive sports venue.
I wish that we could have the likes of it back home. Really, we have some great facilities back home, and I'm very thankful for it. But the complex, the all-round complex this place has is. I'm struggling to think of somewhere that can really rival it.
I'm not sure whether there's some massive venues in Australia. that cover multiple sports, but I don't think there's any that cover the amount of sports that's
This
here.
place does, and it's
Yeah.
not even just the fact they cover the sports, they cover it at a high level. Like, you've got the Elite Squash World Championships happening. That's a fantastic goal. That is fantastic.
Do you think Kane will go quicker at this now?
I can't see why not. I mean,
His own ball's locked in.
Even if he hits the front white, he's getting rid of probably 2 still. And when I say Kane's got a very ferocious runner, that's an understatement, and he is deadly accurate with it. Played him in the group stage. It was yeah. Wow, I am very shocked by this. This is such a hard shot to play on here at this pace. Look how quick it whips.
Yes, he's under surely.
I'll be fair with how good his quick runner is. I would have bet a lot of money on him going quick there.
Yep. Yeah.
That shot on every rink of all 6. It's why people probably back home have seen me run so many times in my singles game and miss. But you have to go that quick.
Yeah. Yeah.
You simply have to go that quick, because it's not a pace I like to play, but on here you have to, because anything less than 5 yards of pace, you just whip nearly as much as the draw.
Yeah, your group game against Kane that you had earlier on in the week, there were a lot of running bowls at the back
both.
end from both of you.
I think, from memory, of the 14 set ends, the Jack ended up in the ditch in 10.
Yep.
And that was, I think it was 5 apiece. It was unbelievable. I mean, he beat me 7-6 first set, drawing it to the ditch within a foot with his last bowl. I beat him 10-0 second set, but it felt just as tight as the set that was 7-6, because
Yes.
it was just ones up till the 5th end, 5 ones and whatever.
Yeah.
And the tie break was just fantastic. Just fantastic bowls. I must say that was one of the highest quality games I've played him in a while.
Yeah, I think it was a typical sets game though. In the second set, you got a lead, and Kane then the last 2 or 3 ends did drop the 2 threes, I think, in the last 2 ends, but he was going for the shots to try and get the set back.
Exactly. So it wasn't a 10-0 set.
Yeah.
You have with these guys, I think they're both using rather straight bowls, but you've seen across the greens here, which is quite impressive. I've never seen the difference in lines that people are taking in the same game as much as here. Like, you've so many people here play with dreamlines, so try and avoid the little quirks there are, dreamlines or aerodynamics or other bowls I haven't even heard of, to be honest. But straight line bowls, and then there's people like me and the other UK people that have got Taylor races or more swinging bowls, and you're taking 4 foot different lines for the same jack. It's been pretty awesome to play in, because it brings so many different dynamics to it of what you think your opponent could play and couldn't. And I think that's why you'll see some more different shot choices to you might normally indoors.
Yeah, I know that Kane is using aero size 3.5s from his player profile. Quentin, unfortunately, on his pros put size 3, but doesn't actually say what make or model they are.
I'm fairly confident it's Dreamlines, but I could be wrong. Only because every other Hong Kong player has been having them.
Right.
Dreamline XGs, but I could be wrong. It's hard to tell on this rink, because I would say rink 4 is one of the most swinging rinks here on all 4 hands. It's a nice green.
Yeah. Slightly under with this. Short pace as well, really, about 3 bowls short of the Jack High.
But already, with this such a short format, 3-0 after 2, you can already look to be just second bowls and you'll be in the set.
Yep. Yep.
Do nothing silly now, make the opponent sort of play something to get to you.
Certainly if you lose the first 3 ends of a set, you are then chasing that
Doesn't matter what
set.
the ends are, it's hard.
It is.
Yep, it's hard. As I found against Paul, 3 bad first ends. All of a sudden I was 6-7-0 down, whatever it is. I won the next 3 to come back, but that still meant I was chasing the last end. I still needed a 2. And ever needing a 2 or a 3 to win a set against these people, they don't give you many chances.
No, that's it. The standard of bowls this week, and it's certainly getting better and better and better as we go through these semi-finals.
He has found this rink, considering he's not played it yet today, very well.
That's it. As I said earlier, Kane has played this rink this morning. Quentin hasn't played on this rink today. I think we may have missed. Oh, we've got a replay of it. I thought we'd missed a bowl then.
Oh, that's more what we thought he was going to do the last end.
Yes.
He is so accurate with that shot. Incredibly accurate. And just like that, I know Quentin's got another bowl, but he's 2, maybe 3 down. And how this rink plays.
Yeah, Rita there has indicated 2 to Kane.
You've got to be careful, and it's quite awkward with these ones because you almost don't want to put it jack high. Because
No.
how accurate Kane is,
No, well,
take it off again.
Well, that's it. I think wherever Quentin puts his bowl, it's liable to be that Kane will have a runner at it.
And if he can hit
for
a jack,
2.
he can certainly hit a bowl.
Correct. And of course, in this game, the jack gets placed on the tee.
That's gone perfect for him there. Tucked in
He's hidden
behind the
it.
front. He's slightly lucky there because half a bowl the other way, front onto the other one. It's still 2, maybe 3 to Kane. However, I would back Kane to draw this. The hand's a bit more.
In for the draw.
Yes, looks like it's going to do more than enough.
Yeah, it's drawn the shot. I think it's only 1. I think it beats the bowl in the ditch.
Just having a quick check.
Yeah.
I will say, I imagine you guys thought I'd lost 2 sets to 0 if you were on the commentary for my game, as the umpire had only said 1 when I needed 2 on the last.
In the mixed
In the
pairs
singles.
or in the singles?
I needed 2 on the last to take it to a tie break. Umpire thought it was only 1.
Yeah, we
Luckily
were.
enough for me,
Yeah,
he was wrong.
we were slightly confused with that.
Paul was bowling his last bowl, I bet.
I know you had a word with Paul at one point. Did you sort of say to Paul that you thought it was
fairly
2?
confident it's 2.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want him to not know.
Yeah, and he did
out
come
of
up.
respect. And he came and looked. He knew it was. He was fairly confident it was 2 as well.
Right. Yeah, it was
Because
a little bit confusing.
You have that respect between players here. You don't have any.
Yeah.
just you don't
Yeah,
want
that's
anyone
what we
not knowing.
notice is.
The umpires in general, I must say, have dealt with the language barriers and have done very, very good. Very good.
Yes, English is their second language, isn't it?
Oh,
over here.
exactly. And even with the players, even have the players that don't speak, but they've done everything they can to answer the questions as best they can. So
Yep.
no complaints there at all.
Yeah. So Quentin here coming up slightly wide, I think. Kane's bowled a good ball with his first bowl.
Where, if you can, on a rink like this, that you can nail one the other side about the same distance as Kane was away, really does put the pressure on early. Especially on this full length, which is even harder to hit.
Slightly
Ask-
under again, a
Ask
little
the
bit short.
questions, leaves the hand open, but ask the questions of Quentin. And in my humble opinion, this is where, later on in the sets, is where these Hong Kong players are going to be tested, because they are so very good here, and rightly so with all the effort they put in. But it's the pressure they've not been put under before.
Yep.
Being in a development squad and this all being so new to them, and so many of them being young, they're very good at being in the sets, rightly so, with great bowls like that.
Yep.
See what I mean?
And
Doesn't look like he's going to feel the pressure, does it?
well, no.
But when you get to end 6 and 7, and maybe you're even 2 or 3 up, and you just need to get within 3 feet, it suddenly feels like you need to be within a foot. It's what the pressure can do.
Yeah. Yeah. Where's Kane's ball going? He's
He's
under the pace, under the line again. So. And Kane is playing independence in Australia, which is very strong. He's probably missing the game this weekend. I understand there's a Pennants game today over there.
I'm sure some of them will be tuning in. From everything I've heard from the Australians and various people, he has had a year of years. It's sort of walking on water, and it's good to hear.
This looks slightly short. This one.
I'm wondering, with how strong Kane's runner is again, I would be shocked if he doesn't play forehand onto his own.
Forehand under that bowl.
Yeah, because of how little it bends. If he plays it quick, I would, but he's sticking to the backhand, maybe just trying to draw it off.
No, nothing. Has been disturbed. He's playing towards us. He's slightly disturbance there.
He's trying to play that neat pace again.
Yeah.
He's got to be close looking at this though.
No, he
No,
won't
it's
get
so
back.
hard.
That's it.
Such a hard shot.
Slightly
It's
less
possible.
pace than that will have whipped underneath.
Whipped under,
but
that's the
yeah.
problem. I think if he's a bowl tighter there, he hits the front white. Because it's that tricky.
Mm.
And it's hard because such good bowlers as this know they are capable of those shots. So
Yeah.
I do get it, but it's hard on here. Really, really hard.
Well, this morning when we set out this morning for the mixed pairs quarterfinals, there was I think there was seven bowlers that were capable of being able to do the double this year.
Well played. Might have even made 3 at that. Yeah.
I think that he's probably made 3 out of that. I think the back bowl's in, so 6 or 7 bowlers are capable of doing the double of the mixed pairs and
Kane's the only one left.
singles. Kane's the only one left, but I presume that you're going to have a big say in that tomorrow morning.
I'm going to try. Whether he's still got the chance to double after this game or not, I will. As much as I got on really well with him, he's a lovely fella. We had a good game and had a drink after. I will be trying my hardest to stop him.
Yeah, well,
Most
he's
definitely.
now 6-1 down after 4 ends.
Yeah, that's what I mean. 3 ends to go. You need 5 and 3, so you're looking at really needing a double minimum this end to feel like you're back in it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But no, never played an Aussie before, so
Right.
be interesting.
I posed a question
Delicious.
earlier to Jordan from Norfolk Islands.
Mhm.
Sets game. If you go on and lose the first set,
Yeah.
do you reset yourself?
Oh, I play a lot of sets play. You'd have a lot of people at home tell me I do it, and I'm a jammy git because of sets play. But I love it. I love sets play because it's 2 games within a game.
Yep.
You've seen this week, I can recall off the top of my head, 2 games where the first set was won 18-0 and 17-0, and the other guy was still in it, dug in, and full credit to someone after being, in no uncertain terms, smacked by that kind of score, dug in and won the second set 5-4, and then one of them went on to win the tie break. And I think that shows a lot of character, and that's what I like about sets play. You've always got a chance if you can dig in, and I think there's a lot of, in my opinion, a lot more thought has to go into it, because any little mistake can cost you,
Yeah. Yeah.
no matter how well you've played. I mean, against Kane, he won 3 ends out of 14. Didn't matter.
No.
He took me for a very good 4 first set, 2 and a 1, and we're in a tie break because he's played well at the right times and played a good game, and that's what I like about sets play.
Yeah. Slightly over from Quentin here.
However, I will say, Kane told me he never plays sets. This is one of the first times he's ever played sets here. They don't do it much in Australia, apparently.
No, I think they play 25 up as well in Australia.
Yes. Yeah, so I think the difference in the length of this game is something for him to adapt to, but how he did it in the group and how he did earlier against Malaysia, who looked very good, clearly has.
Yeah, we have 3 other semi-finals taking place at the same time. I'm just trying to see whether I can pick up on the latest scores on those.
So I can tell you that Scotland are 3-1 up after 3 ends in the first set against the Philippines.
That's
And
in the ladies singles, yeah.
That is, yes. And the other men's semi-final, Scotland are 2-0 up after 1 end against Wales, but they've only just started, as the Scottish guy against me, Paul, had only just come off the green. So they gave him, quite kindly, 10 minutes break. I couldn't quite see the other one.
That's fine. I'm seeing whether it's coming up. It's not on the screen at the moment. Wi-Fi in the area where we are. We're down in a little bunker down here. Not able to see the green.
To Canada after 4.
Right. The final one is in the ladies singles. Canada are 6-4 up against Malta after 4 ends.
Quite a high scoring affair, and that one 10 after 4. But with the addition of the T respot being the only respot and how good these people are at firing, I will say you've seen a lot of counts fly about this week.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. How brave at 6-1 up.
It's quite interesting that you've got Canada versus Malta on that rink, and both players actually do live in Australia.
Yeah,
So
I've learnt that too this week. There's a lot of bowlers that move to Australia, and I can probably understand why. Oh, that's the only with so many more people in the venue today, which is fantastic for the game. There is a few more movements and sounds that the players have to just cope with.
yeah, the thing is, he is playing towards the area where the coaches are there, and there's no spectators in that bit. So it might have been something down the side of the green. He's very close. He's just going to miss it on the outside.
And I don't blame him not playing too aggressive at that, because the last thing you want to do is open it up for an easier count of 2.
Yep.
And even 2 right now is not the end of the world.
No, Kane's got a chance of getting the second here if he can draw up, following it up, bringing him out with him again.
The mat will be down before the bowl stops. For the next end.
No, he's short with us.
Oh. Now, 2-2. The way I would look at this now, 2 ends to go. You always tell yourself that you'll always have a chance for a 2. 2 twos, and you get a tie. Anything more than that.
Well,
Absolutely.
yeah, 4 down with 2 to go. A tie is a positive result, to be honest.
Completely agree.
So is it fly back on Monday after the event? Is
Very
it?
late Sunday night.
Sunday night.
11:30 here, so with all my holiday I've used this year already, must say coming into December is getting slightly short, but yeah, make sure I'll still be here in time to have that nice meal at the end that they're doing for us. Might have to scoff that down slightly quick, but then head to the airport
Yeah, I think.
and strangely have a 14.5-hour flight, but only land back about 4 hours later than in time, which still confuses me now. But
Yeah, I think the Scotland squad are flying out tomorrow night as well. They're leaving straight after the, well, pretty soon after the finals finished. As you say, we've got the finals tomorrow with the awards ceremonies, medals be handed out. Hong Kong Football Club are then going to give all the players an awards dinner. Food excellent this week.
fantastic. I must say that was my biggest worry coming out here, and I couldn't have been more wrong. I've enjoyed my food more here than I do back home.
Yeah, a good bowl there from Quentin. I think he's drawn the shot.
That's fantastic. First bowl, when you're defending 4-2 to go, you couldn't really ask for much more than a bowl half a foot short.
No.
Makes it very hard for the opponent to manoeuvre anything.
Right.
He's given it a fair go though.
He's got. Is he turning his own? Well,
Even if he Oh,
sits down
sits-
is better.
No, that's, to be honest, I think he'll take that.
Yep.
He may not realise it, but I think he'll take that.
Yeah, there is a chance of still moving that ball without moving the jack very far.
Exactly, and sit.
And
And then put Quentin basically in the same position that Kane is. The more I watch Quentin's bowls, the more I think my Call of Dream Lines could be wrong, because they are bending lovely, but it is a nice rink.
he's bowled another one here.
That's fantastic.
Oh.
That almost doesn't help him, but that was another great bowl. He's really, it really doesn't look like he's feeling the pressure, does he?
Kane's speeded up here. He's gone
Slightly
quicker.
quicker than he has been, which should help him.
Underneath, or is he
I
okay?
think
Has he
looks
got his own? He's
Has
close.
he got this right? Oh, okay.
Well, he's got shots
He's got
out of
shot.
it.
And like I said, 2-2s they'll be happy with. I'd be shocked if Quentin doesn't switch now. One turn on his. Don't blame him for asking his coach. Settle himself down.
Yeah. Yeah, big shot to play here.
Exactly. I must say, the coaches is not something that you have in much bowls, is it? Apart from things like this. But even as someone that I'd say has played a lot of singles and would understand the game, just having someone there to assure you that you're playing the right thing, even just such as, I'm going to do this, yeah, it makes sense because of this, go do it. That reassurance actually helps you.
Yeah, a soundboard. Soundboard as a coach.
Spot on, that's the
yeah.
best word for it.
You've only got you can only go back and play the shot that you're happy in playing. But yeah, just getting the reassurance from the
Tell you
coach.
what, he didn't switch hands.
No,
and I bet
that's
he's glad he
perfect.
didn't. Wow. Brave shot. Very brave shot. Tell you what, this kid's impressive, isn't he?
He is. I'm not sure whether I don't think Kane can actually follow that
Oh,
one.
that helps both bowls.
Oh,
I would be at 6-2, just drawing a difficult draw to get you one.
Yep.
Doesn't sound like a fun prospect to me.
No, both bowls down the forehand.
Yeah, I mean,
Could be a little bit tight. Come through the gap, pick the jack up
pick
clean.
The jack for at least 2. I mean,
Mm.
it's not a great shot, but you've got to think the position you're in.
Yeah.
You look like you're gonna lose the set anyway.
Yeah.
Give yourself a chance of not doing it.
It's coming quick.
Yes, this is. You can always tell he has a slightly different delivery, but he's never far away, as per this. Oh, he's got shot out of it.
Yeah, well, keeps him in the set at the moment.
Keeps him in the set at the moment. Now, I said this before. I can't see him not playing the forehand, and he didn't, and drew shot. So,
yeah,
I'm going to say that he'll stick to the backhand, and he'll probably switch to the forehand. Because same bowl, he'll get shot again.
There's no live balls in the ditch, is there? So
No, he can't give. He can't give any more away.
I think Kane's
Oh.
Kane's only got one ball on the green, hasn't he? I
His
think.
coach has said to him, "Are you one up?" But I'm fairly confident. It's
No, I
Kane's.
think his coach may have said to me, "Are you
Ooh,
going for the ball?"
Is he driving it?
I think he's driving at the ball now.
See this? Well, it can't go wrong. To be fair,
He can only drop a 1 if he misses.
yeah,
Yeah.
it can't go wrong.
Oh, he's tight, is he?
No, I don't think he
No,
is.
he's got it. Yes. Oh, what a good
And
shot.
For bowls, the crowd do go wild.
Yeah. Yeah.
Great shot.
That's
And
two.
the crowd like that.
2 to Quentin there to take the first set 8-2.
And unlike the rest of the week, shot difference doesn't matter now. It's knockout. So straight into the second set we go.
Yep. Fair enough, no problem. That's all right.
Thank you guys. I might be back at some point and enjoy the rest of the game.
Yep. Thanks, Aaron. Hi, Laura.
How are you?
Thanks. Right, at the end of the first set, Aaron's just left us, and Lala Reedy from Ireland has now joined us in the commentary position, and I think Mark Cowan is going to come and replace me. I'm not sure. He's having a look. Yep, Mark's going to come in to replace me, so you'll have 2 new commentators for the second set. As we say there, Quentin's taken the first set 8-2. It's now down to Kane to try and rediscover his form from this morning, and hopefully for him take it into a tiebreak.
Well, second set started. Lara, predictions?
It was a good first set.
It was a very, very good set.
Quentin played very big shots when he needed to. Kane's not playing badly here. It's just been conversions have been the major difference in the set.
Correct. And when Kane has got one close, he's drawn inside him. So,
Yeah, definitely. I think Kane's just struggling to find centre rank a little bit on the draw.
Yep.
Been watching him playing the forehand away from us, and he just seems slightly annoyed that he can't find centre rank. It's been quite a problem for a lot of us during the tournament.
yes, we've spoken about the green a little bit over the previous few games, and How have you found it over the week?
Yeah, generally I've enjoyed playing it. I think personally I've brought Aero Grooves, which is just
Okay,
a wee
yep.
bit big to be playing on this carpet. You'll find a lot of the Hong Kong nationals and certainly the Aussies are playing with straight runners, XGs and the like.
Yeah,
So
yep. But each set of bowls have done something different too, so...
definitely. Rink 3 is a treat, I'll say that much.
Yes, I think everyone's had something to say about Ring 3, but
Yeah.
Anyway, it's out of play for the remainder of the event, so we're happy with that.
Definitely, probably a very good call to leave play off it for the finals.
Yes,
Great effort.
he's drawn it again.
He's just so consistent, Quinton, on the draw.
He is, isn't he?
Just gonna run to get second. Just
Yeah,
about.
just enough to nudge it out.
Kane will be looking to come out of the traps quick in this second set. Get off to a good start.
Yeah, we were talking about it before. Once you're down a set, your mindset's it's got to change to...
Definitely. Well, this is the benefit of set play. You know, if you've won the first set, it's maybe a disadvantage because you're thinking, oh no, we'll have to reset, go again, try to get the second set one. But if you've lost the first set, set play is a major advantage.
Correct. You can go in, well, I've lost a set, but we're going back square. So
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter, you know. And you see it quite often with the scores too, you know. You might have got belted at 11-1 or something, and you come out and win by only a couple in the second set, win the tie break.
Definitely.
You know,
The
so-
tiebreak's an interesting format as well. It's not just ends one, shots count as well.
Correct.
Thought that was interesting myself. I've never actually played in an event where they count shots in the tiebreak
Well,
ends as well.
you know, it's interesting. You count shots in the normal 2 sets.
Definitely.
You win, you get 4 on the first end, and then only lose 1 and 1. Your way, you win 2-1. My way, you win 4-2. So, yeah, so it is interesting. So some of the players are,
Great shot.
I think even though it fell out, I still think it's
I think it's
a
enough
shot
to
to
get the
Kane.
one, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yep. So
Yeah, they'll be
Kane comes
happy.
from up in Queensland at Capalaba, but plays some of his pennant down in Melbourne, down where I'm from.
Yes.
He plays with a team called Moonee Valley. Shout out to all the boys down there, but we have a team of 16 play against other clubs,
Yeah.
and the second oldest is 32. So
Amazing.
14 of them are all under 32.
Amazing.
So it's a great group of young blokes who they look after each other and play, you know, very, very tough bowl. So Kane and his brother Jacob come down and play. It's a pretty good family. Jacob, who's here watching,
Yeah, I've seen
Kane.
about.
he just won the national champ of champs, so he's off to the world champ of champs. Unfortunately, it's in Victoria, in Australia. He doesn't get a trip away, but
I think you find that you get bowlers from a good family pedigree. They're very, very talented.
yep,
You know,
Yep.
there's Rebecca Rickson here from Malta and her
So-
whole family.
the same thing,
play
isn't
as
it?
well.
Yeah. Yeah, you start off following your parents and then take it up yourself, and
Yeah, most people do. I actually started from my granda playing,
Okay.
so similar kind of
Yeah, right.
where he plays and I took it up. Been lucky enough myself actually to play a few test matches out in Australia. So I have just with Team Ireland.
Oh,
I was
yeah,
out
okay,
at the
yep.
multi-nations last year.
Last
and
year, yeah,
played a wee
yeah.
test match before that. It's brilliant out there.
it is.
Different game altogether out there. Like, it's brilliant.
And the greens are different and everything else. So
Oh, they're
yeah.
flying.
Where'd you play that at?
It was just based in the Gold Coast at Broadbeach.
Broadbeach,
for
yeah,
that tournament, yeah.
Yes, they seem to have had all the main big competitions since Com Games in 2018. But yeah, the greens are so good there. It's
Yeah, greens are
a,
good and
a
the
pleasure to play on.
club facilities are
Yeah.
even better. It's a real pleasure to be out there and get some experience on those greens. It's just totally different to anything I have back home. Like, us all coming
And
from
did
the
it
UK.
take you long to pick it up once you got out here?
Oh yeah, definitely. It's hard. The conditions out there are just so much different to what I'm used to at home. Like we're lucky if we're getting 10, 11 seconds
Is
of
that
a
right?
green, and you're moving over there to 20 seconds. It's madness.
So Kane's put a bit of pressure on Quentin to start the second set so far. Drawn 2.
Yeah, he'll be happy with that. It's a really good start to the second
And by
set.
looking at that previous picture, anything straight down the line is going to hit Quentin's bowl. So he's got good coverage at the moment to keep those shots. If he can draw another one just behind. It's not.
That's a good effort.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a
ball.
very good shot.
Good shot.
So some people might be asking why Quentin's coming up after his second bowl. The conditions of play do say that you can come up after your third, but you need to ask the marker if you want to visit the head before that. And in this situation where medals are at stake, the markers are quite right just to say, yeah, come up and have a look, and to see where the jack's going to go if he does hit it or tap it, whatever. So our marker, Rita Sheck, said yes, no problems, come up and have a look. She's one of our better ITO Hong Kongs. She come to Asia Pacific and Com Games in Birmingham. So very experienced marker.
Yeah, she's brilliant. Looks like he's winding up here. Lou's delivery is kind of like that. Or was his a wee swing?
Yes, it looked like he was going to go quicker than
Yeah,
that,
it
but
definitely did. He's opted
it's
just
more
to
just a
try
little
and-
swinger.
It's a wee timer. It's great effort. His own short bowl might be a problem just for hitting the drive there.
Yeah, I think so. Kane really doesn't want to set anything else up jack high to make, even though it might make 4, it certainly opens up the size of the head for Quentin. So if he can get back to the line, not give him a target, that's what he'll be aiming for.
Definitely, I'd say if he can even just get the tee out of that, he'll be very happy. Counting on covering, as they say.
Well, he's up and about a little bit because he's chasing his bowls a little bit more now.
Yeah, it definitely seems to have gathered a wee bit of confidence now. Yeah, great shot.
And covers the tee at the same time, so perfect. What bowls are you using? Oh, you said the
Yeah, I brought grooves.
Grooves?
Yeah.
and you got a couple of sets?
Yeah, I've got grooves, and I probably would have preferred if I'd brought my quantums, to be
Okay.
honest. I
Yeah,
really
okay.
like them. I use them outdoor. So,
Right. Have a bit of turn on them.
yeah, my delivery kind of gets a turn with anything, so using swingy bowls on top of that has been quite tricky. Back in the UK, they're great though. Can't
Yeah,
fault them.
yeah.
It's just carpets are very different out here. Pace-wise, they're actually not too far, but it's lines
The
that are
lines are
making
the difference,
a major
yeah.
difference. Yeah, takes one out.
You did say that front bowl was a hindrance.
Yeah,
So Kane will be disappointed if he doesn't get 3, but looks like 2 and a measure. The old fingers have come out to check.
I love the way the Aussies are all able to do that. I can't do it at all. I'm lucky enough with pretty good eyes.
Yes, we instruct the ITOs not to use fingers, just use your eyes. Train
Yes.
your eyes to be, for distances and for picking the shot. So. The umpire out on the green at the moment is Roger Black, who's one of the very experienced ITOs from Scotland.
Lovely man. I've been lucky enough to have him mark a couple of my singles games.
Yeah, very good. That put Kane 4-0 up against 2 ends on Quentin. So he's at least started the second set in the right vein.
Definitely. It's a really promising start to the second set.
I don't know about you, but I'd like to see Kate out of a tie-break. Deserves
It's
two of
a
the best players in the...
great quality game. It's
Yeah.
probably deserving of a tie-break, definitely.
I've noticed a lot of the players this week have nearly played T to T.
Yeah, I feel like it's the easiest way to try put your opponent off.
Yeah,
Play T to T,
okay.
just because the lines are so tricky to find.
Yeah. Always
Shorter
gives a chance
lengths.
to the bowl to come back. Yeah.
Definitely. Shorter lengths, you're finding the heads are very, very good. Everyone's nailing it, so I think it's just more try to put your opposition off.
Yeah, back home in Australia, we played 21 metres, so
Yes.
there's a lot more tactics involved with playing short to long
Yeah, definitely.
on some of the bigger greens. But here with the 23 metres, it just seems to be no one seems to play minimum. They always seem to be playing maximum.
Seen a lot of people bring the mat out during the course of the week.
Yep.
I feel like it's just trying to find a line. You're playing whatever length you can find centre rink to on these carpets.
Yeah. Once you find it, just go back to it, yeah.
Definitely.
Uh,
Good ball.
and,
Might have been a bit unlucky out of it.
Yeah, just sort of falling out. Yep.
Yeah. Hong Kong players are all very young as well. I believe
Yes.
it's their youth development team playing in this event. It's great to see.
And nothing seems to faze them.
Definitely not.
They deadpan face. You wouldn't know whether they've won the set, lost the set.
No. Very, very cold, very focused.
Yes, we tend to wear our hearts on the sleeves a little bit, but
Definitely.
if something goes against them, that doesn't seem to faze them too much. They just get back on with the next bowl.
It's a nice way to be.
Yes, it is. And she got
Very
got the jack
close.
again.
Great ball.
He's starting to hit his straps again now.
Definitely. You can just, even in his manner, you can see he has a
Yeah,
bit more
just
confidence
strutting
about
up the
him now.
green, yeah.
Definitely.
Talking to his coach, J.R. Ewing. Well, Quentin's got a fair contingent of supporters out there.
Yeah, they're all out with their wee signs. It's nice to see a bit of home support for him.
There is. It is. Of course, the Hong Kong coach is Les Carter from Australia as well, so there's a few out there at the moment.
Find even a lot of the smaller nations are actually living in Australia at the minute too. There's a lot of Aussies here, so there is.
Yep,
Likes of Rebecca and
Rickson, yep.
Rexon,
Yep.
Malta, yeah. It's nice having the coaches at the end of the rink too, just to give a bit of advice when needed.
Yeah, just missed his line there on the weighted shot.
Yeah, those wee timers aren't easy on this carpet.
No, I found they can either draw or drive, but those little half runners.
Yes,
Um,
very, very
seem-
tricky.
because the green swings late, you think, oh, it just cuts under.
Yeah,
most of the time.
you'll think you're good about halfway up, and then it will just
Cut away.
cut away right at the end.
Have you found the week been long, or two or three games a day is enough?
Yeah, we've had a pretty intense schedule. We've had either me or Jaden, we've both been on every morning session and every late session.
Yeah, okay.
So it's been 14-hour days for us, which has been really tough, but it's just luck of the draw.
It is. And I do the draw, so
I'll blame you
so
then.
don't have a go at me.
It's a hard event to work out, I'm sure.
Yeah, it is, depending on entries all the time. So because it's so open, yeah, you know, you could have, we've got 21 for this, but it could be any sort of number between, you know, 15 and 30, you know, so
Definitely.
then trying to work out draws and
Definitely
your
had
red and blue stickers, and then you can work it out great for the singles, but then when you add them mixed in, then suddenly, you know, I've got to go change from red to blue to red, you know, it's yeah, a bit of a nightmare sometimes.
Definitely, I can imagine it would be a head wreck.
But we've been lucky. The Hong Kong LBA have been very, very good. Nothing's been too much trouble to them.
Yeah, everyone's been very,
Very
helpful, I
helpful
have to
for
say.
everything, yeah. Yeah, whether it's the extra chairs or more stickers or, you know, name plates, you know, the scorecards, the whole lot, they've just redone them, or if we found a problem with them, so. And as I said to Miles, the previous game, I said, if the players aren't complaining, then we've done a good job. You know,
Definitely. That's
and
when you know
and
you're...
I haven't heard of many complaints, you know, so it's been good.
It's nice to get away to a place like Hong Kong anyway, with the event being held in the UK for
So
the
long,
past
yep.
while.
It's been in, we're really in Australia for a couple as well, so
Yeah.
it's my first time to Hong Kong. But yeah,
Yeah.
found it a real vibrant city and yeah, very, very interesting.
Yeah, I love it here. It's a really, really good place to be.
Did you go to the races the other night?
I did indeed.
Yes.
Lucky enough to have one winner.
Did you?
Did indeed. Myself and Jaden and Andy Kyle.
Yeah, we had a few because we got there for race 5, and the last 5 races, 3 of them won by Australian jockey. So our best jockey in Australia, James McDonald. So,
Yes, very good.
so I thought, well, I'll follow him rather than the horses, and it turned out quite good.
I always like a wee grey one, but I noticed there wasn't really.
No,
And
there
the
wasn't.
wee,
No,
the wee grey ones were doing.
no, true.
Yeah.
But a lovely nighttime event. The course all lit up, and
Yeah, it was
it
great.
was fantastic. Yeah, this looks pretty good from Quentin.
Yeah,
Jack
great ball.
trailed around the corner and making it very difficult for Kane to get through.
I think he's just going to come up and have a wee look at this.
Knowing Kane, I think he'll be playing right through his own bowl to get some sort of disturbance, I think.
Probably the best shot for him.
Not sure his bowls will turn on the forehand around Quentin's bowl to grab the jack, but
It's a very tricky shot.
yeah, bit of controlled weight.
It's a lovely Australian delivery, Kane, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's very smooth, isn't it?
Yeah, it's lovely.
That seems to have changed the head a little bit.
It's a good shot in the sense that he's 6-0 up.
Well,
There's
if
no
he-
ones
if,
okay.
if he kills it, depends whether he's got the 2 or not. Because the angle of Quentin's bowl now to the jack looks like it might go out, and he's got the
How's the tee?
has the tee.
Yeah, definitely.
Knowing Les Carter as I do, or Bushy as we call him, you'll be telling him make sure you cover.
Yeah.
He's given him fair grass. So it looks like he's trying to get behind at the tee.
Yeah. Just gonna run out.
Just run out a little bit too far. I think Kane's still got the tee, so I would expect a bit of a runner for his own bowl to either push it straight through or get the jack. Haven't done any other scores, mate. You want to do it? Okay.
Go ahead.
So just some scores from the other games that are happening out on the green. The men's semi-final, the other men's semi-final, Paul Innes from Scotland is 8-2 up on Corey. Davies from Wales, and Paul also leads 3-2 in the second set after 3 ends. So the first set going to Scotland and up 3-2 in the second against Wales. For the women's, we've got Rebecca Rickson from Malta won the first set 7-6 against Emma Boyd from Canada, and she's currently 4 up after 2 in the second. So Rebecca's going on her merry way at the moment. And the other semi-final for the girls, Sophie from Scotland is beat the Philippines 6-3 in the first set, and it's 1-1 after 2 in the second. So a couple of close games.
Definitely, as you would expect at this stage.
Yeah,
Just missing high there.
definitely the shot, but just missing. So who are you picking, Lara, for the winner of both the single? I'll put you on the spot.
You put me in the spot massively there. Whoever wins this game is my call for the men's singles.
Okay.
I think whoever gets through this, whether it be Kane, whether it be Quinton, that's my call for the men's
Yep.
singles. Both players are on amazing form. For the women's, I think I'm gonna have to go Sophie.
Yeah, she play. You know, I would probably normally go both Scotland, but I'll go with you. If Kane wins this, I think Kane will win it.
Yeah.
And being an Aussie, even though she's playing for Malta, I'll go for Rebecca. So
Yeah, it'll definitely be a great final
yeah.
if that is the way it ends up.
And do you play a series against England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales, that sort of
Yeah.
round robin series or anything like that, do you?
Our internationals is going to be coming up.
Okay.
Just early next year. Kind of under 25 series is in the February, and the
And where do you
senior.
play that? Leamington? No.
That is
Or
going to be,
it
it's
goes around?
indoor, so it's going to be in Aberdeen
Okay.
is where it's going.
And that's where the World Indoors is going to be next year.
Yes,
okay.
yes, I
Yep,
believe
okay.
it is, yeah. So it'll be, I've never been, so it'll
Okay,
be
yeah,
interesting to
good.
see. I've heard bad things about the
Okay.
carpet, but we'll see.
Have you? Don't get it in your head too early.
Definitely
Just
not.
Play it as you see it.
No. Under 25 internationals is always entertaining.
So after 4 ends in the second set, we've got Kane Nelson leading Quinton 6-1. So with 3 ends to go, Kane's very much in the box seat. You can afford to lose ones, not multiples.
He's performed really well in the second set.
Yeah. Well, I think he started to get his first bowl close, which is always the number one thing in singles.
Definitely. He's been found in centre rink here. Looks very calm, very composed. It's exactly what you want. Yeah, good opener from Quinton.
So I asked Miles in the previous game, but I'll ask you the same question. When you win the mat, or when you win the toss, do you like to give it away or do you like to take it?
For me, it depends on whether length is important in the game or not. So if they're playing tee to tee and I'm playing short, let's say for argument's sake, I'm going to take the mat
Take the
because I need it to be the length I'm playing.
Yep.
But if length doesn't matter, I'll give it away every time.
Okay. Yep.
Usually at the start of the game, I like to take the mat just because.
And is it different playing sets, like as in the tiebreakers?
Yeah, my
That-
mindset would be different in the
different
tiebreaker,
tiebreakers, yeah.
definitely, than it would be just starting a game.
Yep.
Yeah, good ball.
It's one of those good bad bowls, all set up for
Definitely.
Kane to trail it or sit it.
Yeah, he's
But
going
he-
for it here.
He's going to play big weight out of it.
Yeah, he's going
Okay.
big. Yeah, good shot. Still leaves plenty of room on the draw, all the same.
That's the only other thing. I don't know whether. Well, I suppose he's not happy with the little half shots on the green, so he decided to go big. But it does give Quinton a lot of room to draw shots. So
Yeah, when your drive is that accurate, I'd
Yeah.
probably be doing the same thing.
yeah. I was giving Kane a little bit of room here.
Definitely.
And that's where that muscle memory from the previous two bowls have stepped in, and he hasn't given it enough with the change of length.
You're almost afraid to overplay a shot like that, aren't you?
Yeah. So he's just got to miss this bowl, which he hasn't. He'll be very disappointed in that.
Yeah, his pace looked good as well. Very unlucky. Just gives Quinton another opportunity here to get in first.
I haven't seen too many of the Hong Kong bowls right across the week where their bowls have been affected by the green. They've always come back. Don't know what sort of bowls they've been using, but
I think most of them are playing with Dreamlines.
XGs.
XGs,
Yeah,
yeah. I
okay.
think that's what most of them are playing with.
Well, he didn't like that out the hand. He was
No.
looked like it slipped or. Can't probably be enough to count for another, but
Definitely. It's well played.
I'd like to play bowls like that. And,
I'd love to hit them and still haven't finished there.
let's see if Kane's made a correction.
Just missing under, is he? Might be good enough.
Might nearly be good enough. No. Quinton's claiming it, so again, only losing one is quite okay for Kane.
Yeah. This stage in the set, losing one's fine.
So that makes it 6-2 now to Kane on 5 ends, 2 ends to go. So he's going to need a multiple at some stage to at least tie the set.
Yeah, I would say against a player of Kane's quality, he would need a multiple this end to give him a sniff.
Yeah, she wouldn't want to be trying on the last end to get it.
Definitely not.
So both coaches are giving their charges a bit of a talking to at this stage.
Myself and Jaden will be going back into Irish finals of the indoor
Okay.
when we go home.
Yeah,
I
right.
think we're actually a wee bit later flying home. We're the Monday evening we leave Hong Kong.
Oh, do you?
Yeah,
right.
so
okay.
we're not going to be home till about afternoon on the Tuesday.
Right, right.
And then just Friday, Saturday, Sunday for us, straight into Irish finals.
Well, no rest.
No, definitely not. I think we're both in a few, so it's going to be an intense weekend as well.
After an intense week. going to get a multiple, he needs to set it up with his first bowl.
Yeah, your first bowl's really important in singles. Just puts the other player under pressure from the outset. I always find it's a very lonely game.
Yes, it is. You got to be happy in your own company, I think.
Definitely.
And he started off very, very well.
Yeah, great first bowl.
That's a good reply for a second shot, so
Yeah.
he didn't have to do too much leading 6-2, except give him one if he has to. He's out on the high line again.
Yeah, well played.
Just 18 inches to a couple of feet for Kane. Adjust him from his previous bowl. Still looks a little bit
slightly
tight, doesn't
under,
he?
yeah.
Had probably the better weight.
Yeah, his pace was excellent.
It's on its way.
Just needs to run, really. Good
Probably enough for 3.
Yeah.
So Kane's got a bit of thinking to do here. Do I still just play that or fly at it? No, he's just playing the sit or the trail, hoping for a little bit of an adjustment from his previous one. Looks to be a better line at it.
Yeah, good shot.
Very good shot by Kane. Putting the pressure right back on Quentin for this now. So he has to get this end, otherwise the set will be over, and we'll go to the tiebreak.
Yeah, there's a lot resting on this last bowl.
But he's done it all week.
Definitely.
So I half expecting to get very close with this. It's virtually talking the same thing as what we just did then.
Yeah.
Coming underneath the jack, sit the bowl through. And grab it, at least grab it for at least 2 himself.
Yeah, I find sometimes it's nice just to be able to talk through your idea.
Yep.
Get a second opinion, even if you don't listen to it.
Well, you got to play the shot you can get, not what your coach thinks you can get. You know,
Definitely.
sometimes, but
It's very hard for the coaches up that end as well, because obviously they don't have a good view of the head down this way.
no, that's true. But I suppose how far do we go with coaches? You know, do we have one at each end and all that sort of stuff? So
Definitely, I think this is the right call. Not have anything too overbearing on the players.
looking to trail or sit the shot bowl.
Yeah, he's definitely played it with a wee
He's
bit
on a
of pace.
tighter line than what, so he's got more weight to it.
Just.
So a little wick off the front bowl. Nearly got the jack for what he wanted. Kane won't play his last bowl
Nah,
because
no
that'll
point.
be the set. 7-2. And we'll go to the tie break.
I think we're in for a very exciting tiebreak.
I think so, the way that second set finished. So it'll be interesting to see who wins the toss and what they decide to do with it.
Yeah.
So Quentin looked like he won the toss and going to take the mat.
Interesting call.
I don't think Kane would mind that too much. He likes playing last.
I think most players are like that in a
Last, yeah.
tiebreak situation.
Yep.
They want the last ball.
You work on the theory that if the lead bowl isn't right on the jack, your first bowl can always beat it, and you're playing 4 against 3 virtually. So,
Definitely. I feel like in my own mindset, I'm also thinking if I have the last ball, say their last ball gets lucky or something, it rules out anomalies,
correct.
so to speak.
Yep. It's Kane just talking to his brother Jacob behind with the glasses.
Definitely be a proud moment for him watching his brother
Yeah.
compete.
Yeah. I have no doubt it'll be vice versa when Jacob goes to the World Championships in Barham in Victoria next year. So here's Kane's opportunity. If he can beat that bowl, the pressure then goes back right onto Quentin. Trick is to beat the first bowl.
Definitely.
It's a bit shy.
He's just getting caught, is he?
Yeah. He had the weight to draw the shot. So he's going a higher line. Doesn't seem to have the weight.
Just slacking, yeah.
Probably 2 feet to a yard. So Kane's got to just get around his own bowl. He doesn't like it out the hand though. Don't you love it when they don't like it out the hand, they draw a shot.
Yeah, good
Close.
shot. Could be.
Rita will get in and have a look for us. Well, Rita, make a decision.
Sitting on the fence. Believe I see Corey Davies from Wales is finished there. I think
Yeah.
that must mean Paul.
Paul
has
had a
won.
win, yep,
Yeah,
if they're not playing a tie break, by the look of it.
that's one semi decided.
So Paul Innes looks like he's into the final of the men's singles. And looks like
We glide, but believe Kane.
yeah, he thought he had it for 1 second.
Just got lucky and unlucky.
Yes, for 1 fleeting second. Yes, you were right, Lara. So Paul Innes is into the final of the men's singles, having won 8-2, 7-3. So a comprehensive victory over Corey Davies from Wales. His weight's been right for the 2 bowls on the forehand here, so if you can find the right line at it, which looks to be pretty good.
Looks a good effort.
Sits and falls. Yep.
Yeah, it should be enough for shot anyway. Yeah, he's played that well, just finished behind as well, which is good.
Yeah. It's very, very good positioning. Quentin virtually has to dead draw it, so
Yeah, very hard shot for Quentin here.
so he's got about 8 or 9 inches to draw shot.
Form Quentin's been in, I wouldn't put it past him.
We have our first finalist in our commentary box with us. Paul, congratulations.
Cheers, thanks very much.
Looked easy, or the scores didn't indicate the game?
Great ball.
Probably one of my easier games of the week, not gonna lie. The rink was hard. I just played different. I played rink 2 a few times this week, but I've not played it at this time of night, and it was just
A little bit different than
played
earlier in the
different.
week,
It
yeah.
was- The backhand going away from the bar was much stickier, whereas I was during the week I was playing better going that way, but I was playing better coming
Better
towards the bar tonight. Yeah.
Everything's different, isn't it? So yes, it'll be interesting to see what Kane plays here, whether he plays to sit the bowl, plays a bit more weight and get the inside of the front one that he was looking at back through the shot bowl. You never know what he's going to think sometimes. But
Looks like he's
yeah,
winding up. He's
going
going
quick.
big. Yeah.
Some sort of
Yeah.
got the jack clean.
Yeah, great shot.
Yes, I think those half shots with him, he's not real confident on the grass, but he'd rather go big and get the jack straight back in the drink.
And Rebecca Rickson from Malta is 5-4 up against Emma Boyd from Canada after 5 ends in the second set. And an update on the other semi-final, we've got Angelica Ayo from the Philippines leading Sophie McGruther from Scotland 7-3 in the second set here. Sophie haven't taken the first set, so that could be another possible
Another
tie-break
tie-break,
for
yep.
us.
Yep. So 1 to Kane. So after the first end,
Yeah, great shot from Kane, just very confident.
he seems to be backing his drive straight down the line at it.
As you're saying, those wee half shots are just very hard to get right. You have to be inch perfect.
Correct.
Just be looking for a good opening ball here.
Yeah, and he's done that.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Gets the tee.
Yes, that's for sure.
It's weird for us as well, coming from the UK, like going to tees because we'd normally be spots.
Correct.
It's another wee adjustment. There's actually no middle lines up the carpets either, so we haven't
No.
set the jack.
So yes, for the officials, we've got to set the mat, make sure the mat's centred, and then set the set the jack, and the players have got to make sure that's centred. So it's a little bit of a process.
Yeah, it just adds a wee bit extra for the markers to do.
Well, and also adds a bit of time on, if we're playing time limits, it also adds a bit of time doing that too.
Definitely, yeah.
Whereas of course, over in the southern hemisphere, we have lines down the centre of the jack, centre of the green.
good ball from Quinton. Fit behind. Yeah, I know we had definitely some struggles with time, especially the first couple of days.
Yep.
Just rinks running behind. Makes an already intense schedule a bit more intense.
Correct. Looks a good ball here from Kane.
It just needs to pull up.
It's close. Rita's going out for a look early. Quentin's asked her to have a look and didn't hear the reply.
I don't know what the decision was there, no.
No. Hopefully she'll put her paddles up after this bowl. That looked wide. Could be just the angle, but it looked wide. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Good pace again from Kane.
Looks a really good effort here. Just needs
And
to
we'll
be
probably
nice.
finish.
Oh, it's very unlucky out of that. Probably means he's one down. Yeah.
Yeah, a bit stiff there. He's done that quite a few times of late. Trail the jack straight to the opposition. That's the whole idea of having good position behind the head, isn't it?
Definitely. You're just always hoping for good contact out of a ball like that. And
Yep.
it's just gone against him here, unfortunately. Good head for Kane all the same. Makes it very, very difficult for Quinton to score anything more than a 1.
Correct. Even if Kane flies it all that and takes all his own, he's going to take the shot bowl and might leave the one out at on the left there of screen as shot, but or we could play the gentler weight and try and sit the bowl through. Even if he punches onto his own, he might squeeze the jack out to the right of screen. So he's got everything going for him, Kane. If he just depending on which shot he wants to play.
Quinton would really need another ball in here.
Yeah, he needs something around the area, doesn't he? We can't draw another, so it's a matter of where he wants to place the bowl, or in case, depending on what Kane does.
And just a quick update on the other semi-final here. Rebecca Rickson from Malta has beaten Emma Boyd from Canada. So that's 7-6 in the first set and 8-4 in the second set. So that's our first women's finalist confirmed.
Well, I've got one in.
Nice to see Rebecca get through. She puts a lot of work into the game.
She does, yeah. I was talking to her mum earlier in the day, and she said she's a registered nurse, but she's gone from full-time to part-time or casual work so she could train up for this, and it certainly paid off by the sound of it.
Yeah, it's nice when hard work pays off.
So where is Quinton wanting to put this?
If it falls, it's not bad. Even there, it's not bad.
No. It stops Kane playing onto his own bowl.
Yeah. I wonder how much of the ball he can see off the forehand.
I was going to say, it wouldn't surprise me if he goes to cut the bowl off.
Yeah.
If he's confident enough with it.
I'd say he will be, you know. On his drive, he's very, very accurate.
But he loves his backhand.
That is the thing, yeah.
So whether or not he's going to go it.
Yeah, he's playing it.
Oh, So given that Quentin has got the shot, again it's going to be difficult to draw another with his last. We're going to be all tied again with one end to go. Kane was hoping for a better result there, the way his head's gone back. Quentin's not going to play his bowl.
No, I would have been surprised if he did. Only thing you were going to do there is give it away.
That's it. So now the tactics of what length to play. Talking to his coach. Do we go 2 to 2? Do we go a bit shorter?
Probably a game deserving of going to the third end of a tie break.
Yeah, most definitely.
It's been brilliant to watch. Haven't seen anyone just bring Matt out, Jack in the tee, Jack in the bin yet, have we?
No.
No.
I was saying before, it's becoming more popular.
Definitely.
Take the mat right up, put it on the tee, run the Jack in the ditch with your first bowl. And I think on the slower greens it seems to be more of a trend.
Yeah.
The ones that are turning a bit more, not so much. He's actually brought it up a little bit further. He's usually been playing 2 to 2, but he's brought it up 2 metres, 2 or 3 metres. We'll see if the change pays off.
Probably just hoping to catch Kane out a wee bit.
Yep. Kane's brother stood up to watch the last end. He's nervous.
As you would
for his
expect.
brother.
Yeah, definitely. Whoever gets in first here is going to be important in this end.
Certainly. They'll be both worthy finalists, but unfortunately only one's going to make it.
Yeah, both of them should be very proud of this game. They've put on a great display. Unfortunately, someone does have to lose.
Yeah. Good start by Kane.
Yeah, great start.
The only bad thing is set it up Jack high. One of those good bad bowls.
Definitely. Just a quick update for everyone on the other women's semi-final. So Angelica from the Philippines leads Sophie Magruder 2-0 in the tie-break, and we've just gone into the third end of that.
What a great bowl here.
Great shot.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you, I don't think Kane will be short.
Definitely not. That's the only thing that just falling out leaves a target.
Correct. And we've got one out. And that bowl finishes up, covers the tee pretty well.
Be happy he still left himself a bit of a target there, you know.
Yeah.
Bowler Jack with his next. Be interesting to see what Quentin plays here.
Well, I think he's got to change the head in some way.
Definitely.
Because you know Kane's going to go again. And the quickness of he goes, he's not going to get his own bowl unless he's well off target. So I think Quentin's got to put another ball around the area
Yeah, I think tuck the jack around the corner's pretty good there.
to make Kane think twice about going.
Yeah. Good audience around the rink watching.
Yeah, there's been plenty of spectators today.
Yeah, I think it's been a real testament to the quality of the bowls that's been played throughout the week.
What's he done?
If he misses this bowl, he's not bad.
Put it back to 2.
Yeah.
And then I think Kane will still be going either the 2 bowls, the jack, kill it,
Yeah,
put
I
it back
think
on the tee.
Jack and the tee is his best result there. It's just so accurate on the drive, I'd expect him to get this.
On his backhand. She goes.
Great shot.
And shot on the tee. Well, how far has he got? 12, 15 inches maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
First time I've seen a little bit of an expression on his face.
Yeah, it's the first emotion I've seen.
Big breath from Quentin. Goes through his routine. Hops on. And it's away.
He doesn't seem to like it.
No, it looks a bit wide for...
Just for his balls, he looks high.
Yeah.
Bad, it's got trying his best.
Just. And Kane Nelson wins 2-1 in the third to take the other semi-final, and will play Paul Innes in the final. Lara, thanks very much for helping us in commentary.
No problem.
Hope you enjoyed it.
Pleasure to be here. I've really enjoyed it. Yeah. And just a wee update for you is in the other women's semi-final, Angelica of the Philippines has won the tiebreak against Sophie McGrother 5-0.
And plays Rebecca Rickson in the final of the women's singles. Thank you very much.
Great finals we have lined up.
I think it'll be great.
Definitely.
And we'll see you all tomorrow for the live coverage of the finals.